The prophet of thought. Open your mind, 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 open your mind. Open your mind, 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 open your mind.
Open your mind, your mind, your mind, your mind.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The prophet of thought.
3 PhDs, working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he said, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Why do you think you never pick up the paper till you read over and over and see white families travel? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops don't do that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and we said, if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas, and it'll start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Weston House. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power, hours of power, hours of power.
Santana Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear a suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind, your mind, your mind. Peace. folks. We are right back at it. Y'all already know who I am, so I don't have to introduce my damn self because you was just watching the last stream. But yeah, we right back at it with the Trey, the NBD challenge. If y'all are familiar with Brother Trey, y'all know that Trey is a member of the league, and he's coming here tonight, and he's taking on all comers, because that's how we do it here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know. Yeah, but you know, I'm gonna start this show off with thanking y'all, because that's what I do at the top of the show. I appreciate your views, your likes, your shares, your subscriptions, and of course your hard-earned pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and 50-cent pieces, because you don't have to do it. You don't have to watch these damn videos. You don't have to like them, share them. You don't have to subscribe to this damn channel, but you choose to do so, man. You choose to do it, and for that I'm humbled, I'm honored, I'm thankful, I'm appreciative, man. And I thank you good folks that hang out in there, and you good folks who hang out in here. All right? All right. So, let's get at it. I see Brother Trey is in the house. Check your email, Brother Trey. I did send the link. Check your email, and we can get at it. We can get at it. Because I know you was over there running a show. I mean, he might have to wrap his show up, y'all. So it'll probably be a few minutes. But y'all folks that know Brother Trey is a conservative brother. You know, and I know over in these parts, you know, we have some type of angst against conservative brothers. So I must put this disclaimer on here. Y'all know how we do it here. I don't like people in my house disrespected. All right. So please don't disrespect Brother Trey while he's in my house, because if you do, you might get one word out before
it is ended.
yes, it will be ended. All right. So just watch the stream. And if you don't like what's being said, flip the channel. There's got to be at least 1 million other broadcasts you can watch. All right. All right. So, yeah, we're going to get in here and we'll see what Brother Trey got to say tonight. This is going to be a toss-up, folks. You know, there's nothing really planned per se. You know, this is a challenge show. Y'all know how we do these challenge shows. Brother comes up here, lays out his premise, and if you feel like you want to jump up here and challenge it, you already know what to do. So I don't have to explain it. I don't have to do any of that. If you want to come up here and challenge Brother Trey's perspectives, his ideas, his politics, y'all already know what it is. The email is prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought, one word, no caps, at yahoo.com. If you wish to come up and square off inside of the digital squared circle. And also, y'all know we have the new series, the Rank and Roast series. Also, if you want to be a part of the in-stream audience on the Rank and Roast series, send me an email. Same email, prophetofthought@yahoo.com. That's prophetofthought at yahoo.com. We did 2 in a row, so we probably won't do another rank and roast for at least another 2 weeks or so. We probably won't do one next week unless something comes up. So it'll probably be, after the new year, something like that. So if you want to be part of the in-stream audience, just hit me up with an email and I'll get you a slot in the in-stream audience. All right. All right. And also, while we waiting for Brother Trey to get right, tomorrow, the good doc, Nicole Ali, will be here tomorrow answering your scientific questions, because we got the Ask the Doc series as well. So make sure you hear tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Those of you who are familiar with Nicole Ali, y'all know she is a scientist. She is a PhD. So Dr. Nicole will be here and she'll be taking your questions, man. You can ask her, scientific questions. I know I'm going to be asking her about COVID and colon cancer, because I think a lot of her research has to do with genetics, and she focuses on things. She focuses on illnesses that affect men, black men. You need to be here tomorrow, all right? Because Lady Nicole, her work is focused on things that affect men. So you might want to be here, man, and ask a few questions, if you got time. All right. So make sure you're here tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. All right. All right. Looks like Brother Trey is in the house. So before I bring Brother Trey up, we're going to give him a formal introduction. Yeah, what you think about that, folks? And if you want something like that, or you want something different from that, check out my boy Supreme, Brother SKC. He does a lot of the graphics work for T.P.O.T and other people. If you see nice graphics like this, nice intros, outros, and things of that nature, there's a pretty good chance that Brother Supreme has done it. Go ahead, hit him up. It's SKC at skcwork.com. That's SKC at skcwork.com. I mean, the brother is nice. He does a lot of work for me. He does a lot of stuff for other people. A lot of those nice intros and outros that you see all over the internet, that's Brother Supreme's work. So go ahead and hit Brother Supreme up, man, if you want that kind of stuff done. I mean, Supreme is nice. I mean, he's just, I don't think it's nothing this brother cannot do. And I appreciate him, man. It's good to have him on the team because you get nice graphics like that, So go ahead and hit the brother up. Once again, that's SKC at skcwork.com. But without further ado, Brother Trey.
What's going on, Brother Xavier? How you doing?
What's good with it, man? What's good with it, man? It's been a while, man, since you've been through, man. What's going on, brother?
Not much, man. I'm just, holding it down, man, trying to get, final preparations ready for, Christmas, Did the last minute shopping. Gonna go ahead and bake up some stuff tomorrow. Got some family coming over and family coming over the next day. So it is what it is, man.
All right. Well, on these challenge shows, well, I ain't got to tell you, you're a member of the league. You pretty much lay out whatever you want to lay out. And if anybody out there wishes to come up and square off and challenge your talking points, they are welcome to do so. That is how we do it here. So, what you got on your mind tonight, brother?
Well, I was going for 2 hours. I told you I had a show scheduled earlier. We were just going to talk about some conservative female type topics, but Red Pill Rage, she had another engagement, and SKC hit me up about the Proud Boys, and I've been seeing a whole lot of stuff going on about the Proud Boys out there. A couple of my homies are Proud Boys. One's Chicano, the other one's he's black. And I watched them stream all night long on that last rally in DC. I watched them stream the events where they burned that banner down on that church. So when I saw a lot of stuff going on, people saying, "Oh man, hate crime." I'm like, no, man, I was watching it live. My homeboy is Mexican. He was right there, like right in front of the banner, filming it all, live streaming it on YouTube. So I just, had to comment, and I reached out to SKC. I was like, "Hey, bro, man, we can go on X, man, and talk about it." And I know SKC has some other engagements going on, so I decided, have a little open panel on my platform tonight with some conservative brothers, some moderate brothers, and Samantha P is over there. They're discussing it, and it's not all in agreement. What happened with the banner. We all share the same thoughts on BLM. We ain't, that marches devil worshiping, anti-traditional family stuff. Over there, we're all in agreement. But myself and Samantha P, we kind of went against the grain. I'm like, all right, it's freedom of speech, but it was their property. Hey, I got to dig into my boys, the Proud Boys, for tearing it down, burning the property. Like, I wouldn't have did it. It wouldn't have been my call. But at the same time, as a proud American, how long can you watch, your flag get burned up? And how long can you take it before what, man, there's this banner. These people have been burning down black-owned businesses. They killed David Dorn. Their acolytes killed David Dorn, Sequoia Turner. Like, I don't know how many black businesses have been shut down because of BLM. Like, how long was it before Americans just finally had it with them? And that's what it culminated in the burning of that banner. It wasn't an attack on the church. But like I said, man, my feelings are mixed on taking the banner off the church. You know what I'm saying? Because even though the left does it, I'm really, I don't like to stoop to the left's, tactics.
Well, let me ask you this, because I'm somewhat familiar with the Proud Boys, somewhat. So won't you tell the folks, who they are? Because you said people that are involved with the Proud Boys, right? People, members of it. Did you say that, or did I hear that right?
Yeah, I know a couple members. Right. Both people of color.
So what are they about? I mean, who the hell are they? Who are the Proud Boys?
Well, the Proud Boys, man, in their own words, man, and on their website, they have core tenets, man, that they're Western chauvinists. And their tenets, man, kind of close to SYSBM, like some MGTOW stuff. It's some red pill manosphere stuff. I mean, their core tenets, minimal government, maximum freedom, anti-political correctness, anti-drug war, closed borders, anti-racial guilt. That whole, what's that stuff they do this, that whole racial equity stuff is that, anti-racism, pro, First Amendment, pro Second Amendment, glorify the entrepreneur, venerate the housewife, and, reinstating Western chauvinism throughout the United States of America. And basically those last two tenets, just saying, like, if you marry a woman, and marry the right woman that you could put on a pedestal, because how we rock on the manosphere, and I roll as SYSBM. Don't marry her if she ain't complimentary to you and she ain't a plus to your life. Don't do it. So, but if you do find that woman, you do put her on a pedestal. You be the man. You go out there and slay dragons so she will, do what she needs to do for you. And that way it allows you to put her on a pedestal. And that's how they rock. And they believe you do that through Western chauvinism. And I'm in complete agreement with that. Like, the country was founded by men who were willing to go out and do bad things. Unfortunately, good men were willing to go out and do bad things. We're talking fight against the British. We're talking about fight against the British and the Canadians in 1812. Normandy, D-Day, even 600,000 men fighting against each other, all Americans. The Civil War, just to create what we have now. And they just want to bring back a spirit of, what, the man is the man. The man run things, and the man gives his life in honor to protect, his country, his nation. That's about it.
All right. Well, anybody who wishes to square off with Brother Trey, the email is on the screen. It's propertothought@yahoo.com. It's propertothought@yahoo.com. One word, no caps. Let me ask you this, Brother Trey. Now, I know you're a conservative brother, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You and Brother David, that's my folk. Brother Nate, little big Nate, are a few of the conservative brothers that come through. And I know y'all get a lot of resistance about things. Does that deter y'all any? Like, the fact that you get a lot of resistance because, let's be honest, conservative brothers, especially, in this, I guess, space, this spectrum, are a minority for the most part. So does that ever deter y'all from doing what you're doing and talk about what you're talking about?
No, not really in the least, man. I mean, I stick to my guns, man. And like, that's one thing how, myself and David Monroe, the Hood Conservative, linked up, is because we stand 10 toes down in regards to standing by our conservative values. And regardless of whatever's thrown in our direction, we're going to stand by those values. Now, if somebody, and here's the difference with us, man. If somebody brings something to us and we're wrong, we're like, look, you got us. Let's sit down and talk about it and come meet eye to eye. We're not going to go into any, that feminine shaming, what Obsidian, calls it, that BFF type, effeminate behavior. No, we're just going to be like, all right, cool, we're wrong. But let me go back, do some research. Here's my challenge to what you said. Let's meet in the middle. That's why a lot of times we'll come over here and we'll get attacked. But I tell them, come over to our space, sit down, let's talk about it. You ain't going to come over there with any kind of racism, any kind of pedophilia, any kind of sexual violence. If you don't do those three things, you can say whatever you want to say. You can talk about the Klan for 2 hours. You can talk about Nazis for 2 hours if you want, as long as you don't, touch those subjects, and we'll debate it. We ain't going to kick you off. We'll, man, mano y mano. But at the end of the day, it's not going to shake us from our conservative foundation.
Okay. Real Greg Kelly show said he sent an email. I'm checking now, brother, to see if it's there, and I don't see it.
Yeah, that's my man, Greg Kelly, man.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Remember, it's got to be Prophet of Thought, no caps, one word, @yahoo.com. Prophet of Thought, one word, @yahoo.com. My brother. So are you coming up here, brother Real Greg? Are you coming up here to challenge Brother Trey? Are you coming here to challenge him? Is it a challenge? What's good, brother Lou? I see you up there, brother Lou, in the house. Uh-oh. You new folks, y'all need to hit that damn subscribe button and keep that subscription too. Don't just subscribe for the night, cause Trey's here. God damn it, keep that damn subscription.
Man, I want the smoke, man. Man, I like it, man. David get all the smoke up in here, man. I want. The
Oh yeah,
smoke
he
too.
he do. Goddamn, brother David is infamous, so he's always gonna get smoke when he shows up. He come through, he's getting some smoke.
Man,
that's
man,
just a given.
Man, shout out to Catalina Castillo, man. She's one of my subs, but she's Dominican, man, and she rocks with the Dominican crew up here.
Mm-hmm.
And she put me on to this racist Dominican cat, man, and just goes ham on black folks, man. And I went on his show. Yeah, I went on his show, went heads up with him for like 2 seconds until he found out, my girl's Dominican, and he about lost his shit. But Catalina, she emailed me, was like, come back over and listen. And it pained me to say this, man, but this racist asshole, his name is Chivo2121. Don't, you know what? Incognito watching from your browser. Don't give this motherfucker any views. Excuse my language. Hit him from the incognito and log out when you go check out his channel. But he's straight up. You can go check him out. He's straight up racist, bro. And here's the thing. I went up there, was like, look, man, a lot of what you're saying about, the black community, so call it. Yeah, I can't argue it. But I'm like, here's the thing, bro. If you want to call that out about the black community, call it out about the Dominican community. Because my girl's Dominican, man. I know what goes on in the Dominican community. It's the same stuff.
You got a couple challenges. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you got a couple challenges. I'm sending the emails out now, brother. Y'all know I'm old, so give me some time, okay?
That's what's up.
But time, God damn it. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's the thing about this racist asshole, man, is that the dysfunctional aspects of the black community give these idiots talking points. And there's not enough brothers, like us, that are just all about positivity, whichever way we lean politically, that are only about positive outlook of the community and totally against the dysfunction. Because along with the mainstream media, Hollywood, sports, all they want to portray is the negative aspects of the black community. And these idiot racists can take it and run with it. So I put out to my peoples, man, when I came back over here, I'm like, look, y'all, like, give me some freaking, stop giving these motherfuckers ammunition. Stop. You know what? Get rid of World Star Hip Hop. You're giving them ammunition. It pains me that I can go on the local news pick any major city. I can go on the local news and see some black dysfunction going on. And honestly, the next day, I told my girl about it and she was disgusted by Chivo. She like, man, I want to go up there and cuss him out. I'm like, nah, chill, stay off of there. And all day, all I saw was black dysfunction. In Texas, I'm in San Antonio, and all I saw was just dysfunction. And I felt like this little motherfucker is on my shoulder saying, see. And that's what my goal is. Look, let's get it to the point where the positivity in the community overrides the dysfunction. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't see that dysfunction being propped up in the Chinese. You don't see it propped up in the Cambodians or Mexicans. You don't see it propped up in the Irish. We know it goes on in those communities, but only in the black community is it on Front Street.
Boy, I see a lot of your interlocutors, boy, in the chat, boy. They coming in. They're coming in. So it's going to be quite the night. I sent out the emails, brothers that requested to come up. Check your email. All right. If you want to come up here and challenge Brother Trey, y'all see the email on the screen. Hit me up with an email, and you too can come into the digital square circle. All right. So y'all go ahead and hit the email. Like I said, you had 2 challenges. I did send them the email. Maybe they're in a bad area. They might be stealing somebody's Wi-Fi, so they gotta go out on the deck so it'll come in clearer. That's probably why they ain't came up here yet. They gotta go
Man,
out on the deck, get a clear signal.
what the hell is black guilt? Village arsonist? Is that like the victimhood, like oppression mindset? I don't know. What is black guilt? I mean, do you know?
Nope. They want us to. Nope. You want to square off with him? You got to come up here. There ain't gonna be no debating from the chat room. Got to come up here. Come up here and square off. That's what we're doing tonight. Come on up here. There's the email right there on the screen.
Oh man, we got all right. Boom.
TVA, what's good with it, man?
How you doing, brother? Thank you
What's
for
going
having
on?
me.
And we also got Real Greg from the Real Greg Kelly Show. What's good with it, brother Greg?
What up, baby?
What's going on, man?
All right.
So who wants to take on brother Trey first?
I'll go ahead and ask my question. I wanted to go real quick. I'm not going to take too long, but I heard you mention white guilt. First off, I'm a black conservative myself. I consider myself more of a Malcolm X black conservative, meaning I don't believe in trying to ally with these white conservatives. With all due respect, I disagree with black conservatives like yourself. I don't think Proud Boys are our buddies. A lot of these white conservatives are not our friends. Now, I'm not saying that they're all racist, but I have a problem with black conservatives telling black conservatives to make the same mistakes that black women made back in the 70s. Remember when black women were used by white feminists, white liberals, to do what? To push their agenda. Well, now we have white conservatives trying to use black conservatives to do the same shit. These white conservatives are not our friends. You mentioned white guilt. And I hear a lot of these white boys talking about white guilt this, white guilt that, just making white people guilty about shit. But then right after that, you mentioned black dysfunction and you mentioned somebody on your shoulder. And I seem to notice that black guilt seems to be okay. Holding all black people responsible for the stupid shit that a few black people do seems to be okay, especially with a lot of these white conservatives. Like when a black man is killed by a police officer unjustly, what do we want to bring up? Chicago. What the fuck does Chicago have to do with this brother that was in his car, minding his business, not doing anything and got shot? And here's another problem I have with these white conservatives. I have two words for you, because you mentioned the Second Amendment. Philando Castile. Philando Castile. Where were your white conservative buddies when that brother did every fucking thing that we were told to do? When he was pulled over, he was courteous, he was respectful, he was a legal card-carrying Second Amendment following American citizen. And he was shot cold dead in front of his child and his girlfriend on live stream. Why? Why? And where was the NRA? Where were your Proud Boys? Where were all of these so-called gun-toting, Second Amendment-loving white conservatives when that brother was slaughtered? And he did every single thing that, what are we told? When you get pulled over, abide by the law. When you get pulled over, do what the officer tells you.
Arsonist, real quick, bro.
Go ahead.
Good evening, bro. Nice to meet you. I've been watching you. I saw you up here last week with Fantastic, my boy. Good to finally be up on the stream with you in these Manosphere streets. But man, you gotta first thing, man. Let's get to your first question about when I saw in the chat black guilt. Can you please explain to me what you mean by black guilt?
I just did. You said that when you went to Texas and you saw all this black dysfunction, and then you were like, oh, sometimes they got a point. Sometimes, wait a minute, hang on a second. Like, what? Why don't we get to do what they do? See, when a white boy goes and shoots up a movie theater, we don't talk about white dysfunction. We don't put that on all white people, because what would that be called? White guilt, right? It's white guilt when we say all white people are like this one fucked up white person over here. But then when we got black people over here doing bullshit, all of a sudden, it's okay to make all black people accountable for what these idiot niggas are doing over here. That's the problem I have, is that it seems like white guilt is a problem, but black guilt seems to be perfectly fine in these so-called conservative circles, and I have a problem with that, and I call that kind of bullshit out.
I think we're
Okay.
going to hold on a second, brother Trey. I think we're going to clock this stuff so everybody can get ample time. We're just gonna. Do you want to debate, brother Trey? Is that what you want to do? Are
Sure,
we
man.
having a debate here?
It's fine with me, man. It's whatever.
Let's
TVA,
do it. I'm
TVA.
with it.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead and do opening statements. Let's just erase everything that just happened. Just forget it out of your minds. Just erase it out of your minds. All right. I'm assuming you're against Trey's stances, so you're gonna go first, TVA. Y'all know how these debates go. We have a 5-minute opening statement. Then we do something called a rebuttal round, where it's 4 minutes per. We're only gonna do one round, for time concerns. We're going to do a rebuttal round, then we're going to do a clock 10-minute rapid fire round, then we're going to close out with a 5-minute closing statement round. All right.
All right. So real quick though, before we start it up though, are we talking black guilt? Is that the topic?
What are we debating here, TVA?
We can start with that. But first off, I don't mean to step on the brother Real Greg. Did he have something to say? I apologize. I didn't want to
Hey,
step
look,
on his toes.
brother,
I
listen,
apologize
I'm
for
one
being
of the
long-winded.
most impatient, patient people you ever meet in your life, brother.
Aha.
To get your point across. I'm listening.
So-
I'm always ears. Enjoy.
So are you up here to debate brother Trey too, brother Real Greg, or?
I don't like that brother Trey. No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm kidding.
I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead. We're going to do this debate. We got 5 minutes on the clock. Opening statements. TVA, pull the trigger. You up.
Okay, thank you, brother. Like I was saying, that's one of my issues with a lot of these white conservatives, is that they complain about white guilt, holding white people accountable for what white people have done. But these same white conservatives will bring up black crime rates to justify an innocent black man being killed. They will bring up black crime rates when an innocent black child is beat down by a police officer. None of that having anything to do with that incident. Okay. When it comes to hiring discrimination, oh well, you know how niggas are. They're late. Black guilt. So because a few niggas tend to be late, it's okay to hold that label on all black men. I've seen these same white conservatives say shit like, when a white girl gets with a black guy, what's going to happen? She's going to end up a single mom. Well, wait a minute. Just because a few black men are deadbeat dads, it's okay to push that stereotype on all black men. A lot of these white conservatives are full of shit, brother. I'm sorry. A lot of them are full of shit. A lot of these white conservatives complain about anti-whiteness. Even a lot of your Proud Boys, I've heard a lot of your Proud Boys espousing this, saying that we have a problem with anti-whiteness here in America. I'm listening to straight white Christian men in America tell me that there's a such thing as anti-whiteness in America. Hang on a second, but that same conservative white boy will tell your black ass to stop race baiting and stop complaining and stop blaming race for why you are behind. But these white boys get to blame immigration. These white boys get to blame Islam. They get to blame BLM. These white boys get to blame affirmative action. How many times have you black people in the chat heard these racist white people say that they were passed over for a job because of affirmative action? But these same white people would claim that niggas are lazy and don't want to work. Well, which one is it? Are we taking all the damn jobs through affirmative action, or are we fucking lazy and sitting at home and taking up the food stamps? Which one is it? I need them to clarify. But another problem I have, going off of what I said before, race baiting. It seems like it's only race baiting when they're being called out. Okay. And these white conservatives will complain about political correctness and not being able to say what they want to say and being censored and all that. But here's the question. What happened when Colin Kaepernick was using his First Amendment rights? What happened with that? And so you got these white conservatives complaining about, oh, we're being censored on Twitter. We're being censored on Facebook. Well, wait a minute. Those are private corporations just like the NFL. You told Colin Kaepernick to sit his black ass down and do his job. This is not the time to take a knee. This is not the time to protest. This is a private corporation, and the NFL has a right to do what they want to do, right? They have a right to blackball this man out of his career that he's worked hard for, right? Simple because he took a knee. White conservatives all over the country, brother, were burning their sneakers, demanding that this man be fired. For what? Having an opinion. These same white conservatives will claim that we have thin skin, will claim that other people need to stop complaining, will claim that firing someone over an opinion is what? Political correctness. But it just seems like when these white conservatives, when they get offended, all of a sudden, calling for someone to be fired from their job for having an opinion is okay. But when a police officer gets caught on Facebook calling black people monkeys and niggas and gets fired, that's political correctness? How does that work? I just think that a lot of these white conservatives, like I said, brother, are not our friends. A lot of them are very fucking hypocritical. I just watched a video. I can't remember the guy's name, white guy, Second Amendment guy, complaining about what Cheaper Than Dirt is doing. Apparently, Cheaper Than Dirt is price gouging ammo and guns right now. And these white boys are calling for the government to regulate that. They're celebrating because Texas just did something against the website, forcing them to pay back some money. So wait a minute. You're anti-socialism, but then socialism is okay when you can't afford guns and ammo. Socialism is okay when Trump is passing out checks. Whole lot of these white conservatives are spending that Trump money. But these same ones want to talk about welfare queens and giving handouts to black people and all this kind of other nonsense. It's bullshit. I call out these white conservatives again. I am a proud black conservative. I'm sure we agree on a lot of things. But when it comes to aligning ourselves with these white conservatives, thinking these white boys are our buddies, brother, they are not. They're not. And secondly, lastly, a lot of them are waving that Confederate flag. I implore you to please do your research on the history of that flag and tell me that these are our friends. Thank you.
And that is time. All right, let me go ahead and reset the clock. This clock does this. All right, 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Trey, you are up. Opening statement. Pull the trigger.
All right, so what I'm guessing, beyond black guilt, the topic is white conservative versus black conservative. And I'll just start off by saying this. This whole color thing is just a construct in my mind. From the time I was little, as an Army brat till 5 years old, when I was, removed from being an Army brat and placed dead smack in the middle of the hood in Portsmouth, Virginia, I still didn't know nothing of color. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of this all black neighborhood. And I assimilated. I was raised by my dad with conservative values, but I had to assimilate into a hood. And I go to school, and guess what? I'm the only black kid, maybe out of 2 or 3 in all these honors classes. In like a 90% black school, here I am in classes with all the white kids. Keep on going. On to high school, moved. My parents wanted to get me out of there, moved to a better area. I go to an area where, guess what? It's like, about 60-40, throwing some Filipinos, it's VA. And boom. It was no different. I still didn't see color. I just did what I did. Well, yeah, there was color division, but I didn't feel no parts of it. And then, my knucklehead days went away. Joined the Army, and lo and behold, guess what? I go overseas to combat locations, and all this color stuff doesn't matter. Even in my most snowflake days in the Army, none of this color stuff mattered. So all I'm hearing is white conservative, black conservative, white conservative. There is none of that. It's just all conservatives to me. So I'm going to tell you something here. And when an IED goes off in Afghanistan, I'm not going into details about what I've seen, or when a rocket hits and multiple people get killed, man, everybody looks the same. When you're trying to put body parts back together, it is what it is. When you're getting shot at, there is no white liberal, black conservative, black libertarian, white this, white nothing. At the end of the day, we're Americans. So to me, there is no debate in regards to, oh, they're white conservatives are doing this, white conservatives are doing that, based on the 1960 standard. 1960 is gone. Hardly anybody up in this chat was born the year 1960, when most of this crazy, when the downfall of the black community with this welfare stuff began. This is 2020. In 2020, I made a choice that I'm a conservative. I'm an American veteran, 21 years in the Army. I'm a patriot, and that's how I rock. So over here with my own people, so quote unquote black folks, all I hear is hate, 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 hate. We hate this, we hate that, we hate you, we hate this. Like what? Because of my values. You hate me because I got a passport and I'm married to a Dominican woman. Boom. You hate me because I'm SYSBM. I say, save yourself, black man. Get the hell away from this dysfunctional aspects of the community. You hate me for that. Election comes about. I'm conservative, man. I'm rocking with Trump. Oh, now you hate me because I'm supporting Trump. But guess what? Over here on the conservative side, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, South Pacific Islander, Martian, conservatives all rock together. You go to a Trump rally, you go to a conservative rally, you go, when I went to the Angry Viking rally, that quote unquote New York Times racist militia, all it was welcome open arms. And all you see is all races, all genders, even all orientations welcome. So, we can go mano y mano on all the topics, village arsonists you discussed, and, when we get into this. But at the end of the day, for me, man, it's just we're Americans and we're patriots. I look at Americans, I see progressives and liberals on the other side acting a complete fool. Over here, I see 80 million Americans that want to keep this country together. I see 80 million Americans that are tired of seeing our country destroyed by BLM and Antifa. Guess what? Good people, bad people, in between people had their lives affected by the police. Does that mean all police are bad? No. Just like this whole black guilt thing you're talking about. I done seen black people who were doing good, black people doing bad people doing bad, fucked up things. But does that define black folks? No. We'll get into that. But like I said, man, end of the day, over here on this side, the right, conservatives, true MAGA conservatives, not rhinos, not Republicans, conservatives who are down for this 2020 movement. There is no race. There is no gender construct. There is no orientation construct. Everybody's welcome as long as you want America to remain America. I'll end it at that.
All right. Now we're going to go into the rebuttal round. And we're only going to do one rebuttal round, for time considerations up in here. The rebuttal rounds will be 4 minutes per debater. We left off with Brother Trey. TVA, you're up, brother. Pull trigger.
Well, I have a serious problem with people trying to make black people out to be the racists. Black people are bringing up color, First off, look at your birth certificate, brother. We're not the ones that made up this construct. Okay, we didn't build this system. We didn't make up this construct. New York, when I was born, black.
My birth certificate doesn't have a color on it, bro.
Black was on my. Okay, it has a race. It has an
hold on, brother Trey, let him rock, let him rock.
Oh, I thought this ain't the back and forth.
No, that's next round. That's next round.
My bad, village. I thought we were only doing back and forth.
You're good.
Yeah, this is the rebuttal round. Rapid fire is the next round. After you go, then we go into rapid fire.
Hey, you go ahead. You can take some of mine,
I know you feel the pressure to cut me off because I'm tearing that ass up. It's okay. I understand.
Go ahead.
Bro, you can get 30 seconds from me. We are not the ones that came up with this so-called construct, brother. This was forced on us when we were born. So please don't make black people out to be the racists. I have a serious problem with that. 400 fucking years of slavery, and then we come out on the other end talking about nonviolence. Don't talk to me about how hateful black people are. 10 people slaughtered in South Carolina in a church. And the first thing that woman said was forgive. Don't talk to me about how hateful and racist black people are, because that is fucking bullshit, and I'm tired of that. Niggas, stay forgiving for the shit that we deal with in this country. I am sick and tired of people trying to flip that bullshit on us to make us the racist. That is nonsense. Complete fucking nonsense. But you mentioned, what would you say, 80 million Americans over here wanting to keep America together? You guys remember all these white conservatives that wanted to secede from the United States when Barack Obama was elected, ladies and gentlemen? We were talking about seceding from the United States when Biden won the election. I mean, I don't see a whole bunch of people on your side wanting to keep the country together. Whole lot of talking about seceding and breaking off from the United States and all that stuff. And you mentioned these white militias, your buddy, the Viking dickhead, the hypocrite. Well, here's my question to you, brother, concerning these white militias. Why are your white militia buddies celebrating what just happened to Grandmaster Jay? These so-called anti-government tyranny white militias seem to have no problem with government tyranny when it comes against black people, because those white militias weren't out there supporting the protests against these corrupt cops. Those white militias are out there hiding behind the cops, looking for black people to pick off. Those motherfuckers are not out there for anyone's rights. Okay, so please stop that bullshit. Those white militias are full of fucking shit. Okay, because Grandmaster Jay is on home arrest right now, facing federal charges for pointing his gun up in the air. They're talking about that he was pointing guns at federal agents, but at the goddamn Bundy Ranch years ago, you had dozens of white boys, white militiamen, sitting on that land, pointing all kinds of goddamn firearms at those federal agents. So why are those same militia motherfuckers laughing at what's going on right now with Grandmaster Jay? Seems like your white militia buddies have a problem with black men standing up. Seems like your white militia buddies just talk that bullshit, but when it comes to black people actually practicing their Second Amendment, they have a problem with it. Where were your white militia buddies when that white congressman down in Louisiana threatened law-abiding black Second Amendment citizens? He threatened to shoot. Go look it up. I'm sure you heard of it. I forgot the guy's name. Louisiana congressman threatened to shoot those black militia people if they came to Louisiana. Not causing trouble, not doing crimes. He threatened to shoot them just for showing up. So hang on a second. Seems like these white militias get to pop up anywhere they want to, brother. Having guns, all kind of shit. And nobody says a word, but you got white Republican, your buddies. White conservatives, your buddies, threatening black militias for doing the same thing. Again, your white conservative buddies, a lot of them are full of shit, man. I have no problem with conservative values. Again, I am a Malcolm X conservative, but these fucking white boys, just like we tell the black liberals, those white liberals aren't their buddies, brother. Take your own advice. It's the same over here. I'm off.
All right, that's time. 4 minutes on the clock. Brother Trey, you are up. This is the rebuttal round. Pull the trigger.
Wow, man, that was some strong racism there. So, well, first we'll start off with black people racist. I'm not a black racist, and the black dudes I rock with, shout out to y'all, man. They're not racist, but black on black racism, yes, it exists. It exists in the manosphere here, man. Look in the comments right now. Look at the cat sent over to my channel. Look at everybody. The folks I've only dealt 45 and a half years on this planet. I've never experienced racism from white folks. And I grew up in Virginia. It was only from niggas. That's it. And let's talk about South Carolina, bro. South Carolina, dude's locked up. Guess what? He went in there and did something bad. Typical white liberal, not a white conservative, a white liberal. Dylan Roof's best friend was black. His homie was black. A white liberal doing what white liberals do, like the Klan, man. Let's keep on going, man. What you say? Secede when Barack Obama? Guess what, man? Barack Obama came in here preaching change and hope. What did Barack Obama do? He gave the alphabet community daggone all the props to get alphabet community this, alphabet community that. What did he give y'all niggas? Nothing. And y'all still his savior to y'all. That's what Obama is, y'all savior, the prince, the king of Wakanda. But guess what? What did Barack Obama do this year when pictures of Hunter Biden came out smashing his daughter? Not a goddamn thing, because he's a bitch-ass punk. That's what he is, and that's y'all savior. Let's keep on going, man. Grandmaster Jay. Grandmaster Jay is a freaking clown, bro. And the Vikings came out and offered Grandmaster Jay help. Shout out Dylan, man, down there in H-Town. Dylan from the Angry Vikings, Gator, Dale. They offered Grandmaster Jay help because these clowns didn't have any weapons discipline, bro. How many people did they shoot? 1, 2, 3? How many of their own people did they shoot? You know what I'm saying? You got people with backward scopes on their weapons and all this, and clowns want to come ask me, hey, why aren't you out there helping them? Because I'm a patriot. If anything, I'll be on the other side. I'm looking laughing at these fools. Nothing but trying to be black supremacists. When these fools went to Stone Mountain, Georgia, when the freaking Sequoia Turner was getting killed in front of the Wendy's that Rayshard Brooks' white girlfriend burnt up, where was Grandmaster Jay and them? Why they didn't go there? Why didn't Grandmaster Jay go to Chicago, bro? And while we on the subject of Viking and them, man, it was 3 black dudes at Angry Vikings rally. Myself, shout out Hood Conservative, and Gary Lamb. We're down there chilling with the Angry Vikings. I'm here right now in my ghost. We got nothing but great treatment. Gary Lamb and Hood Conservative, they spent 2 days with him. We're spending more time with him on January 6th, bro. We're still here if they're picking off black folks. And guess what? Grandmaster Jay's own people turned on him, and they rocking with the Angry Vikings now. That's right, man. His own people, bro. And let's get back to Joe Biden. You claim to be conservative, bro. And here's the thing I want to know about, black folks. I got to say this, man. Y'all dumb. Black people cannot do math as a whole. There is no way possible, mathematical improbability, if Trump got 20% of the black male vote, that Biden could win. Do some math, man. But we know which cities they targeted, and we'll stick with Atlanta. If you want to ignore the obvious cheating and fraud done by Ruby and Shay Freeman, shout out mother and daughter. We know how the black males over here, these effeminate black males, feel about mama. Ruby Freeman, black women did that. Don't be a hypocrite over here in the manosphere going in 24/7 in a black woman when guess what? You're okay with her stealing the national election. That's hypocrisy, bro.
All right. That's going to be time. Now we are going into rapid fire, but rapid fire will be clocked. It will be 10 minutes. So let me go ahead and get the clock ready. All right. 10 minutes on the clock. We left off with Brother Trey. Go ahead, Brother TVA. You start off. This is rapid fire. Pull the trigger.
Y'all see that right there? What does that say? Look, that says token. That's what that is. Token. T-O-K-E-N. Wait, we like Angry Viking, right? There's 3 black guys there.
More black racism, bro. Prove your point, bro.
What the hell does that mean? That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. What the fuck is your point, brother? Come on. And then you brought up what happened with INFAC. You brought up what happened with those were accidents, and you fucking know it,
How long were you in the military,
Those were accidents.
How long were you in the military?
The U.S. military has accidents. Pat Tillman. Pat Tillman was killed by what? Friendly fire. How are you going to hold the militia to a higher standard than the goddamn military?
Hey,
how are you going to? What does that have to do with anything? I know the military has accidents.
Let me explain something to you, bro.
That's what I do know. So if INFAC is illegitimate because they had a few accidents.
I spent 21 years in the military.
Okay, and there's ex-military in INFAC. Go look up locks and loads. Go look up locks and loads. Go look up locks and loads. He's ex-military too. What's your point?
Bro, ask me.
Okay, so you got ex-military in INFAC. So what's your point?
Are they over there supporting? Are they supporting Grandmaster Jay? A negligent discharge. I've put brothers in jail for negligent discharge.
Yeah, okay, they had a negligent discharge, but again, you got people getting killed by friendly fire in the military. Come on, how do you hold a militia to a higher standard than the military? Come on, man, that's disingenuous. So you know,
is that a combat situation?
And then you wanted to bring. I think you brought up men's rights. I think you brought up men's rights. Where were your white buddies for Bill Cosby? Where were your white buddies for Nate Parker? Where are your white buddies when black men are being accused by this Me Too bullshit? Where were you?
Come on, bro. Don't run from it.
Where were your white buddies? Come on now, let's talk. Because I think you brought up men's rights.
Answer my question.
Where are your white buddies? How many of your white buddies spoke up for Bill Cosby?
Hey, Bill Cosby, what? What about Bill Cosby? Did Bill Cosby commit a negligent discharge like Grandmaster Jay did? Did Bill Cosby point a weapon? Did Bill Cosby point a weapon?
White buddies ever speak up for you? Why don't your white conservative buddies ever speak up for you, man?
You brought up Grandmaster Jay. What should we give a fuck about Bill Cosby for? Let's talk about Grandmaster Jay.
I already whipped your ass on that. We done with in fact. That was an accident. And you holding a militia to a higher standard than the military you served in, bro. That's stupid.
Pull up something what happens when a negligent discharge.
So,
bro, you ain't spent a day in the military, bro. You don't even know what it's like to be a patriot.
And you didn't touch Philando Castile. Philando Castile.
Tell me what this flag means.
Philando Castile, brother. I need to know what your white buddies did about that.
Please tell me, what about Philando Castile?
What did your white buddies do about that? What did the Proud Boys do about that? What were these Second Amendment white boys about that?
What the hell does that got to do with the debate, bro? What did the black Proud Boys do?
Look, man,
what did you do? Excuse me. What did you do for Philando Castile?
Listen, bottom line is, you're a hypocrite. David Carroll is the truth.
I don't have time.
Because a lot of you black conservatives are full of shit talking about your off the plantation, but you playing the white Jesus, brother. How you off the plantation and you still a Christian? How are you off the plantation and you still a Christian? How are you off the plantation and you praying to a white man on the stick, brother? You ain't off no damn plantation. You can't even see the exit. And that's the problem with a lot of you black conservatives. You are not conservative. You are white.
Now you're conservative using the word coon.
Anthony Brian Logan, Brandon Tatum, all of you conservative ass niggas. You are not conservative. I'm making all the points in the world. You can't knock shit I'm saying. Philando Castile.
No back and forth.
Philando Castile.
This is an embarrassment to the Prophet of Thought channel.
Brother.
This is an embarrassment, man. All you have is ad hominem attacks.
Where were your brothers? Black men out here, black men exercising their Second Amendment rights.
Can you shut up for 2 seconds?
Get murdered by a cop.
Can you shut up for 2 seconds beside all this victimhood stuff?
Okay.
All you're talking is victimhood.
Philando Castile was a victim, yes.
Hey, guess what? Was Philando Castile committing a crime at the time he died?
No.
Okay, see? This is where, does 2 + 2 = 5? To y'all dumb niggas, it does. You know what I'm saying? To y'all dumb, effeminate black men, 2 + 2 = 5.
What the fuck does that have to do with Philando Castile,
because niggas like you was dumb as fuck, man.
You claim that your Proud Boy white buddies love the Second Amendment.
I ain't saying nothing about the Proud Boys. We haven't even spoke on the Proud Boys.
Philando Castile.
Was Philando Castile committing a crime, bro?
No, I just answered your question, brother. Now you're stalling because you know I'm
tapping
that ass,
he was
man.
Committing
you
a
ain't
crime.
got shit for
he
me,
had
brother.
A quarter.
You
he
are
had a quarter of marijuana on him.
And I'm tired of you felony representing black conservatives. I'm a real black conservative, brother.
Was it a felony? Was it a felony?
Listen,
the amount of weed you had on
white ass to be a conservative, brother. You don't have to have your lips attached to white ass to be a conservative. It's not necessary.
Okay, what?
Come on over to the black conservative side, brother.
Bro, you're not a conservative.
Because see, I don't kiss white ass. I'm gonna call these white boys out.
You're a black liberal.
These white boys are our friends.
How about you call yourself out?
These white boys are our friends. Why didn't they stand up for Philando Castile?
Bro, you sound like one of these typical victims out here with BLM. You need
Philando
to go join those
Castile was a victim, brother. He was murdered in cold blood in front of his daughter and girlfriend.
You probably support Breonna Taylor too, right?
I support the Second Amendment.
Do you support Breonna Taylor?
And I support not killing law-abiding Second Amendment exercising citizens. That's what I support.
Was Breonna Taylor
I didn't mention Breonna Taylor, but she wasn't committing a crime when she died. She wasn't committing a crime when she died.
Hey, when she busted the cops. When she busted the cops. When she busted the cops, was she committing a crime?
She busted the cops. What are you talking about? She busted the shooter, bro. What are you talking about? Her boyfriend shot because they came in no knock. It was a no knock warrant. What are you talking about?
You know what a 40 cal round will do to you? You know what a 40 cal round will do to a body?
If it's 2 o'clock in the morning and somebody busts through my goddamn front door, no knock, no announcement, I'm busting too.
Brianna was the shooter, bro.
What are you talking about? Okay, so what's the problem? Even if she was, what's your point? It was a no knock warrant.
Cheese. They knocked.
Not
See, this is
once.
dumb niggas, man. 2 + 2 = 5. The dumb niggas.
Philando,
They
listen,
not,
he ain't
bro.
got nothing for me.
They
He
not.
doesn't
She
have
won't in the
anything
bed.
for me, brother
Nah.
X.
Philando
This man ain't got nothing for me,
Castile, he should
man.
have shut his
I'm
mouth.
gonna go ahead and let
I
somebody else
wouldn't
go
put
on
my
him
gun
because
out.
I done whooped his ass too much.
Hey,
I
the cops
had
would have had to found that
exposed
gun
him.
on me.
Ladies
I
and
ain't
gentlemen,
saying shit.
this is not a
I ain't
black
saying, come
conservative.
on, man.
This
Act
is
like a
a
man, bro.
conservative. There is
Bro,
a
act
difference.
like a man.
So you don't
Come
have
on,
to
bro.
kiss white ass to be a
Ad
conservative, brother.
hominems,
You don't have to do that. You can call
feminine.
out white liberal
Yeah, right.
bullshit
Catalina
and white
Castile,
conservative
denial, no
bullshit too.
accountability, effeminate.
I
Come
call
on,
out
man.
white liberals
Man,
and
you
white
one of them
conservatives
dudes,
for
man.
that
They get
bullshit.
embarrassed.
You don't.
When women meet you, they see that beard and they think they got a masculine man, and all of a sudden you come with that victimhood stuff.
Now we got
Come on, bro.
attacks. Personal attacks.
Bro, come on.
I
Oh,
won.
now
Fist
personal
in the
attacks
air.
hurt you.
Victory. You got nothing, brother.
Man,
So yes,
come on, bro.
I have
I'm telling you, 2
exposed you
+ 2
for the
= 5.
fake ass
What
black
else, bro?
conservative that you are.
Hey, bro,
You
why am
a
I sitting here,
Brandon
bro?
Tatum,
If I
white
roll,
ass kissing conservative, brother. Stop
if I roll with the
representing us.
Vikings, why am I sitting
Stop
here?
speaking for black
If I roll with the
conservatives. That's
Proud
my
Boys, why
problem.
am I sitting here? How about you
Stop
come to a
speaking
rally
for
with
black
me? You got the
conservatives.
balls to come to a
You ain't
rally?
got no argument for your white
You
buddies,
got the
man.
balls to come
You
to a
got
MAGA
no
rally?
argument for your white buddies.
Have you
Your
ever been
white
to a
buddies
MAGA
out here
rally?
whining about white
You even know any
anti-whiteness.
white people?
You ain't got shit to
You
say
know any
about
white
that.
people? Village
These
arsonists,
white
do you
boys
know any
out here
white people?
blaming feminism for all their problems. They're
Oh,
being
dear
victims.
Lord.
What are you talking about? White men
Hey, you
blame
know any white
Islam.
people?
White men blame
You
affirmative
know any
action.
white
They blame
people?
everything for their
I'm
failures.
wondering
What are you
too,
talking
man.
about?
Bro,
I
you're a
can't
member
get a
of
job
BLM.
because of affirmative action. Why is your poor white cracker ass competing with a fresh off the boat Mexican? What are you talking about? But they
Bro,
get
why?
to blame
Bro, okay, here's the
everything for
thing,
their
bro.
failures.
We want the
And you
borders
don't call
closed.
them out.
Who benefits? Who benefits, bro, when we close the borders? Who benefits the most?
Oh, I agree with doing that. I agree
Okay,
with doing that.
so why are you talking about the borders
I
then? If
agree
the
with
borders
doing
are
that.
closed, black
I
men
agree with
benefit.
closing
You
the
open those
border.
borders up, guess what?
I'm calling out white
Mexicans,
conservative hypocrisy.
Mexicans, Guatemalans, Hondurans will get paid $2 an hour for a job a brother, a sister could be getting
I
paid
agree with
$8
that.
for.
I agree with that. We
That's
don't disagree with that
conservatism,
at all.
man.
But who's letting them over here? Who's letting them over here, brother?
White liberals.
Who's
Your
letting
boy
them over?
Biden.
What?
You
No,
said you want Biden in to be
It's these
president.
corporations that want that
Biden
cheap labor
wants to
over
tear
here,
down
bro.
that wall. You want the wall to come down?
Barack Obama actually put
You
out
want
more
the
Mexicans
one
than
that locked their
conservative
kids up.
presidents before him, dude. What are you talking
Barack
about, man? This
Obama,
ain't
the
a
one that
liberal
locked their kids
conservative
up.
thing. Immigration is not a liberal or conservative thing, dude.
Bro, then why do liberals want to tear that wall down? The wall that we done spent all this
Why
money
do
on. Why
these
do they want
rich
to tear it
white
down?
conservative corporations keep letting them over here? What are you
Bro,
talking
they're
about?
run by-
Who hires
excuse
them when
me?
they come over here? Who
Wow,
hires the illegals when they come here?
Why do all these rich white corporations support Biden?
That hire the illegals. Trump hired illegals too. Trump was hiring illegals too. He was caught. Donald Trump was hiring illegal immigrants. Your rich white conservatives are the ones that hire these Mexicans when they come here, brother.
Shout out to Mama, bro. I know, bro. Come on, man.
I'm claiming victory. Somebody come on up and get it. Thank you, brother X. I appreciate it, man. He ain't got nothing
right,
for me. He is not a real black conservative. He's a fraud.
Go back to Africa.
That is time, brothers. That is time.
Man, I kicked the monitor loose over here.
All right. Now we're going to go into closing statements. We left off. Well, we started off with Brother TVA. So the closing statements, we will start off with Brother Trey. 5 minutes on the clock. Brother Trey, you are up. Pull the trigger. These are closing statements.
Oh, man. Started?
Yep.
Okay. Like, honestly, right now, my brain hurts. Like, if we're going to debate, let's go back and forth on topics. And just like I said, man, I'm not down with the victimhood, oppression, whatever. I am not a Republican. I am not, this whole victimhood rhino. Oh, let's get along with the politicians on the right, the Democrats. No, I'm about preserving this country. I'm about being a patriot. I'm about Second Amendment rights and supporting this flag right here that I fought 21 years for, 4 times in Afghanistan. You know what? Guess what? Unfortunately, I had to put people in jail for negligent discharges. When you got trigger discipline, you keep your finger right there. That finger touches the trigger, or you point that weapon at somebody when you intend to take another man's life. So guess what? If that weapon discharges, you're negligent. You need to be locked up. If you point that weapon at another man, especially if it's a federal officer, you're going to jail. It is what it is. And this whole white versus black thing, I begin to wonder, did these freaking black supremacists think Malcolm X types, whatever, have they ever been around white people? You know, shout out to Mike Shinnery, what he said last week. Man, some of y'all 5 + 5 = 11 Negroes need to go on a field trip to meet some white people. You've never been around them. You need to go to a MAGA rally. You need to go to a militia where you'll be welcomed at in open arms. You need to get away from black racism. Honestly, if the minute you go on a debate stage, you start screaming and hollering, coming out with ad hominem attacks, and then the minute somebody throws one back at you, man, you sound like a straight strag at that point. Excuse my language, but yes, you sound like the derogatory term we use for dysfunctional black females at that point, because all it's showing is signs of you're part of the matriarchy and single mama raised. I don't know if you were or not, but it's a lack of masculinity. And if we can move on to the Proud Boys, that's what they're about. Western chauvinism, a return to men taking control, men taking the lead. Straight up, that's it, point blank. Second Amendment rights, free speech, gun rights, get rid of these crazy drug wars, all that stuff. And we don't got to be politically correct. We don't got to sit up here and worry about, you know, oh my God, these black male 2 + 2 = 5 motherfuckers talking about the China virus, saying that is racist. You know what I'm saying? And so what? If these Republicans and Democrat corporation dudes hired illegals, they're all in it together. As you can see, if you have any bit of sense from what's going on in this political, sham of an election. 2 + 2 = 5. American education system, Negroes actually can't see the math and do the math that, I'm only talking about the village arsonist types. They can't see the math of what went on was fraud. It is what it is. And as far as Philando Castile goes, much respect and RIP to the man and his family. But I'm going to tell y'all this. When I was live on Game Changers channel and I got pulled over by the police, I didn't say a goddamn word about no weapon. I didn't say nothing about the freaking cannabis that was in the ride with me, nothing. I just smiled, yes, sir, no, sir, because I knew I was in the wrong. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a permit for my weapon at the time. I knew that cannabis on me wasn't freaking legal. It was my girl's medicine. We bought it in a different state. Yeah, it's illegal. So I shut the fuck up. I smiled. She was nice and as feminine as she can be. Shout out to all the feminine Dominican women out there. And guess what? I walked away with a warning. 9 years. All warnings from the police. Been with my girl 9 years. She's gotten 2 tickets. Wondering what kind of magic do you do to only get warnings from the cops? Those of y'all screaming, hollering, crying, like with all this victimhood mentality, it's what happens to you. You get what you get. But like I said, Philando Castile, bro, you had weed on you. At that point, if you know you in the wrong, man, the 10 crack commandments, shut the fuck up. When the cops are there, say a word. And if you got a crazy ass chick with you, like she was, all that screaming and hollering, you look at her and tell her, shut the fuck up. Western chauvinism, point blank. Like I said again, RIP to that man. I wish things would have went differently. I wish that cop was locked up right now. But it is what it is. That's the system. Can we cry over it? No. Go run for office in Minnesota or wherever, Ilhan Omar's district, wherever. Get the laws changed instead of bitching about it on the internet, if that's your passion, and go make something happen. Don't sit up here and cry about it and scream about it for 2 minutes. You sound real effeminate. 2 + 2 = 5 Negro type. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like I said, being a conservative in 2020, a black conservative, you ain't on this black supremacy stuff. You ain't on the rhino stuff. It's just the MAGA movement, y'all. 80 million of us. It is what it is. One.
All right. That's going to be time. Go ahead and reset the clock. Yeah.
Hey, man, I know right. Infantry Skills got mad love for me in that chat, man. Infantry Skills, man. Man, you on my OnlyFans, bro? Let me send you a link to my OnlyFans, bro. You know what I'm saying?
All right, brother TVA, 5 minutes on the clock. You are up, sir. Pull the trigger. Closing statements.
All right, can I be heard?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. As a black conservative, as a real black conservative, I believe in strong family. I believe in group economics. I believe in private property. the Second Amendment. I support things that are typically associated with conservatism. The problem lies with a lot of these conservatives is that a lot of these conservatives, again, like your Anthony Brian Logans, like your Brandon Tatums and all these other idiots, they're conservatives. They think that you have to kiss white ass and regurgitate racist white bullshit and make excuses for white people's bullshit in order to be a conservative. And that's simply not the case. Okay. He had no response for Philando Castile. And the reason why I kept hammering that home is because he brought up his buddies being pro Second Amendment. My Proud Boy buddies love the Second Amendment. Black conservative white buddies support the Second Amendment. But when you had this innocent black man slaughtered, I don't know what the hell you're talking about yelling and screaming. You need to go look at the footage. Philando Castile did every single thing that black people are told to do when we are pulled over. He was courteous. When the officer asked him if he had a firearm, he told him the truth, even though I disagree with him doing that. But we're told to do what? Obey the officer. He also informed the officer that he was a licensed carrier. He did not argue with the officer at all, and he was still fucking killed. Your response is, well, I was pulled over. I didn't have anything happen to me, and I had weed in the car. Wait a minute. So you were breaking the law when you got pulled over. Philando Castile didn't have any drugs on him. That's a goddamn lie. Philando Castile did nothing wrong. And that's one of the main reasons, that's one of the main things that got me looking at these white conservatives. Because I used to be like you. I used to be like you. But then that happened and a few other things happened, and I started to put 2 and 2 together, and it's not equal 5, it equals 4. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. It's you guys that can't count, okay? It's you motherfuckers that can't count. It's not us. I don't know what you're talking about. But you brought up, in fact, once again, you want to hold the militia to a higher standard than the United States military. The United States military has problems with friendly fire. Again, Pat Tillman, they have accidents all the time, sinking ships by accident, all kinds of shit. Pat Tillman was killed by friendly fire in the U.S. military. How are you holding a militia that was put together in a few months to a higher standard than the U.S. military? It's bullshit. And then you said that I should go out and meet some white people. Let me inform you, sir, I was raised in Kennesaw, Georgia. Please go look up Kennesaw, Georgia. Kennesaw, Georgia is damn near, I'm going to say 85% white, very conservative. A lot of money there, okay? A lot of guns there. Very conservative area. I was raised around these white conservatives, dude. So I don't know what you're talking about telling me that I need to go out and meet some white people. I graduated from a 95% white high school in Kennesaw, Georgia. I know what I'm talking about. Okay? I know exactly what I'm talking about. And bottom line, a lot of these white conservatives are full of shit. On one hand, they're against political correctness. They're against censoring free speech. But then they call for people like Colin Kaepernick to be fired for taking a knee, ruining his career. Which one is it, sir? Are we conservatives and we support the free speech of American citizens or not? And then your white conservative buddies were okay with the president of the United States calling for Colin Kaepernick to be fired. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. So your white conservative buddies get to look at liberals and call them cupcakes and snowflakes and thin-skinned and politically correct and all this other shit. But your white conservative buddies got so offended by a silent fucking protest that they called for the government to call for this man to be fired, and they were okay with that. That Donald Trump called for an American citizen to be fired from his job for having an opinion. Where were your white conservative buddies? Once again, your white conservative buddies are hypocrites. They're liars. They're full of shit, and I call them out. And to the black people in chat, please consider conservatism. Because I believe black people are conservative. You ask the average black person about their beliefs, most of their beliefs are conservative. I just think that a lot of these conservatives have made it hard for black people to get into conservatism because they see coons like this kissing white ass and making excuses for racism, and they don't want to be associated with it, and I can't blame them.
All right, that's going to be time Good
Bro, I'm
stuff.
curious,
Good
man.
stuff. Good
Man,
stuff,
did the
brothers.
white boys freaking give you wedgies in the locker room, man, in Kennesaw, Georgia? Did the white boy bully you, man?
No.
Is that why you so racist and white boy
I'm
this, white
6'2".
boy that?
I'm
Boy,
6'2" and was a big
Hold
boy in
on.
high
man. The
school,
white
brother.
boys
Hold
had
on,
you
hold
shook.
on.
The
Hold
white
on,
boys
hold
had
on,
you
hold
shook,
on,
bro.
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Now y'all
The
know
white boys, the white
we
boys
go
had
to
the
the
white boys.
polls. We go to the polls. If you believe, well, before we go to the damn polls, before we go to the polls, I need to get on my audience right now. I'm looking at the likes and I'm looking at the number of people in here. Those numbers are not matching. Hit that damn like button. You up in here, you know you like something that's up in here. Hit the damn like button. Because if you don't, I will haunt your old black ass mama in her dreams. Better hit that damn like button, because if you don't, I'm coming for mama tonight. But anyway, good stuff, brothers. Now we go to the polls. If you believe that Brother Trey won the debate, put a T in the chat. If you believe the Village Arsonist won the debate, put a V in the chat. Put a T in the chat for Brother Trey. Put a V in the chat for the Village Arsonist. Come on, let's go, you slow typing folks.
Man, it's like Village Arsonist, man. He's like, man, shout out to Obsidian, man. But it sounds like Village Arsonist got turned down by some white girl in Kennesaw, for the prom. Man, Becky wouldn't go with me to the prom. I hate white people now.
And we're going to let the brother Real Greg Kelly up as well for being so patient. All right. Like I said, put a T in the chat if you believe Brother Trey won the debate. Put a V in the chat if you believe Brother Village won the debate. And I don't have any Jeopardy music, so y'all got to settle for this.
Man, let me go ahead right here, man. I'm going to be like Trump in Florida, man. I'm going to walk into the booth right now and, get ready to cast my vote for myself.
And moderators, anyone who votes twice, just block them. No timeouts. Straight blocked.
Yeah, D-Mac the trucker, man. I know Kennesaw, man. I'm telling you, Village Arsonist, man. Them white boys was giving you wedgies in the locker room. Becky turned you down for the prom. You know what I'm saying? When you went over to your white friend's house, man, did they make you like play the robber when y'all played cops and robbers? You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, the white man hurt me. I don't get it. If you grew up in an all-white town, why so much vitriol towards white folks? It seems like my issue is, I think he got problems with white people. Shout out to Man of Tomorrow, man. Sending them trolls over to my stream. God damn it, MOT. Play varsity football. Hey, he was the only black dude on the bench. All the other black dudes was in the game.
Well, it's looking like Brother Trey. It's looking like Brother Trey from here.
Man, somebody give Infantry Skills my OnlyFans channel. God damn, bro. Man.
I think
yeah, it's looking like Brother Trey.
Oh my God, election fraud. Now Mike V can count. Mike V can count now. Mike V, bro, you know you a 2 + 2 = 5 type Negro as well.
Yeah, it's looking like Brother Trey. It's looking like Brother Trey. Yeah, it's looking like Brother Trey. We're gonna call it. We're going to call it for Brother Trey. Brother Trey is victorious in this here debate. Brother Greg, I assume you're here. What's good with it, man? I assume you're here to take on Brother Trey as well.
Nah.
Okay.
I didn't come to take on Trey. I just wanted to make a few statements.
Absolutely. Pull the trigger.
I'm going to go on skedoodle. First of all, shout out to 105 Tanks Entry Division Gunnery Sergeant here. Marine Corps for life, Devil Dogs rule, baby. Number 2. Conservative is not a skin color. It's a philosophy, an ideology, and a way of life. Primitive information. Foundational information. And for the brother that's speaking about Malcolm X, you need to do a little bit of extra homework. Malcolm X was assassinated because he realized that skin color had nothing to do with the philosophy he believed in by listening to the lies of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We need to talk about that, but we're not going to go into that. But I just want to let the brother know that if he's a Malcolm X type conservative, that he needs to remember that Malcolm X was assassinated because he found out there were white Muslims. After listening to the hate that the white man was the blonde-haired, white-skinned, blue-eyed devil, his pilgrimage to Mecca, he realized that there were white people, European people, Hungarian people, Turkish people, Polish people, French people, Spanish people who worshiped Allah, and it had nothing to do with their skin color. And he talks about black oppression. And we talk about black hatred or black privilege. The problem with black America is that they want no responsibility. George Floyd was a criminal. We don't want to talk about that. Breonna Taylor was a criminal. We don't want to talk about that. Rayshard Brooks was a criminal who attempted to assassinate a police officer. We don't want to talk about that. Because to talk about that is politically blackly incorrect. Politically, blackly. Anytime you want to talk about black people and crimes being committed, we don't want to put the blame where the blame belongs. You want to blame it on a system called systemic racism. Has nothing to do with systemic racism. Rayshard Brooks was killed because he attempted to kill an officer, shoot an officer with a stun gun. Breonna Taylor was murdered because her boyfriend opened fire on a police officer. Wouldn't have mattered what color that officer was, by the way. Rules of engagement, you fire when fired upon. Yeah, it was a little bit of nonsense going on with the officer outside the building opening fire, but none of the bullets from that officer struck the victim, Breonna Taylor. And had Breonna Taylor not been connected to a known drug lord, trafficking narcotics, having narcotics sent to her house, being videoed in the car with a known drug distributor in her community, she would have never been issued a warrant, a no-knock warrant that wasn't executed as a no-knock warrant. Her boyfriend testified that he opened fire first. Officer returned fire. That's why Breonna Taylor is dead, not because she is a black woman. They're bad apples in every bunch of people. Black, white, Hispanic, don't matter what color the skin is. Evil has no skin color, my fellow Americans. No skin color. Evil is not confined to race. Evil is a condition of the mind and the condition of the heart. We talk about BLM and their stand for racial injustice. But I'm here to tell you that the young man, Castillo, where were they? Where was Black Lives Matter when it came to that young man? Where was Black Lives Matter when 70 plus people were murdered on Father's Day in Chicago, Illinois? Where was Black Lives Matter when those black men were murdering 2 white missionaries? If they cared about black lives, they would have spoke up and said, you know what, we condemn this type of activity in America. But no, they don't condemn violence. It's not about condemning violence. It's about justifying violence. Only when that violence is being executed against other white people, they'll be silent. But when black people are killing black people.
Hey, hold up, Greg. Hold up, Greg. Real quick. Hey, X, can you bring me back up?
I hear you. You're not up.
Okay. No, X pulled me down, man. Pull up Perfect Blackness's comment, please. I'm about to start speaking Spanish and stuff up in here. Hey, please pull up Perfect Blackness's comment right there as a 10-year Army vet.
Hold on, I was doing something. I was actually doing something else. There it is.
Yeah, hold up, man. Hold up, man. You know, look here, Perfect Blackness, man. You see what's behind me, bro? You see this, man? Look, bro. I know what you're doing in Chicago. You're doing what you do because you repping Chicago and what you do, man. But don't ever disrespect this flag, man. Don't do that shit. That's what last time I was on somebody else's panel when somebody brought up what would I do to Antifa if I saw one of them burning this flag. Man, it might be the last thing they ever touch and burn. Man, don't ever disrespect like that, bro. You know we don't disrespect other fellow vets on that like that. As much as me and MOT beef, you will never see me and MOT disrespect another veteran like that. Now that clown, freaking village arsonist, that idiot had no clue what it meant to serve his country and be a patriot, has no clue what a freaking negligent discharge is, no clue what trigger discipline is, muzzle discipline, any of that. Now, come on, bro. If you did 10 years in the Army, I know you got some Army values in you. You best live up to them daggone values. Because I guarantee you this. If China freaking shows up at the border, are you going to be up there screaming victimhood crap like that? Are you going to be ready to give your life for this flag right here and for your country and the brothers next to you? Man, don't come up here, Perfect Blackness, with that 2 + 2 = 5 type stuff when you're talking to fellow vets. Come on, man.
Well, Perfect Black, that's my bro. He know he can come up here and, you know, square off if he want to. He already know what it is. So
yeah, I got mad respect, man. But you know, vets, man, we don't go in on each other like that and talk that nonsense.
Hey, look, personally, I respect his opinion and I definitely honor your stance, Trey. I do. But I'm a First Amendment protector also. He got a right to say what he believe and what he feel, even if I view it as wrong. And again, I'm going to always stand for the First, Second Amendment, all the amendments when it comes to the liberties that we've been afforded by God. I don't believe any man has a right to violate it, and I'm not offended. However, I feel what you feel too. I don't understand it per se, but I respect and honor the privilege that we have as Americans, brother, to be able to say what we feel. And that's where I am in this fight.
Yeah,
I got a couple more things, and I'm gonna get out of the way. Prophet of thought, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Go ahead, brother. You got it.
You know, when it comes to the Democratic Party, the left, I'm gonna call them the radical Marxists of America. The Democratic Party has clearly been infiltrated, but when you pay attention to the narrative of their campaigns, they always seem to enforce psychologically, you know, the narrative that black people are poor and oppressed. And what it does is it stirs up a hatred for successful white people, black people, any person for that matter. I'm gonna say it again. That narrative stirs up hatred for people who are simply successful. And to put it in other terms, they hate people who made better choices. But the black community don't want to have any dialogue about the hatred that's being perpetuated within its own body of members, within its own neighborhoods and communities. We don't want to have a discussion about the most influential voices in these communities are people who perpetuate distribution of narcotics, the degradation of the black woman, materialism. We don't want to talk about the fact that most of the music that is repeated on the radio, over the airwaves, night and day, are speaking on the lines of kill that nigga, another nigga, kill another nigga. We don't want to talk about the fact that the violence that we see in our communities are a direct result of the artists that we celebrate. And nobody in the NAACP, nobody in the Black Caucus, nobody in mainstream media that has color, pigmentation in their skin will ever speak against these folks. They would never speak against these industries that continue to perpetuate black murder, black on black murder. When you listen to the lyrics of the most popular rap artists, they're not talking about education, going into institutions and learning how to become financially secure. No, what they're talking about is how to be a hood star, how to have these kids, how to have all these bad dames. Don't worry about being a figure of righteousness, not worried about being a figure of stability, learning what responsibility is. Nah, I'll just give up a couple of dollars to satisfy the judge, and I'm going to keep getting this money, but my rims got to be fresh. My clothes got to be fresh. You know, F that black woman, I got another bad one, and she badder than you. We don't ever confront the people that perpetuate this violence in our streets, in our schools. We don't talk about it. It seems to be more comfortable to blame the white man who has no influence in the hood. He need a middleman. He needs somebody that's selfish enough to take a few lifestyle improvement payments under the table to have a voice in the street. But we don't ever talk about those who sold us out. We don't ever talk about the people that have prominent, influential, powerful voices in the black community, like LeBron James, trying to, think that we scared to death to walk outside because we're scared of a white police officer is going to gun us down, when none of the statistics in relationship to the rate that black people are killed by white officers add up to none of the shit he's saying. None of it. And they talk about, and I heard the brother talk about, hating the white man after 400 years of slavery. Well, I need to remind most African Americans of one reality. It's before we got on that Mayflower, we weren't stolen or taken out of Africa. We were sold into slavery. See, black people from Africa and who want to claim the African American heritage, they want to take all the credit for being the original black man, the author of medicine, mathematics, and science, and education. See, we want to take that, but we don't want to accept the fact that slavery originated in Africa. And the European man didn't come with guns blazing, because there was no way possible that the most advanced military during that time would be subservient to a lesser military like the European military. I tell you the truth, America, the African Americans were sold into slavery by other Africans, but we don't want to have that conversation. We don't want to talk about that because it does not fit the narrative. It does not break up the monotony. It does not liberate black people. And anybody that's agreeing with the fact that whites stole slaves, it's because they don't want black people to ever come to the point where they can be financially, psychologically, and spiritually independent. I'm at war with lies. And the last thing I want to say before I come up off of this rant I'm on, Joe Biden. Joe Biden authored the most catastrophic bill in the history of African Americans. I want you to hear what I'm saying. For those of you who want to give Joe Biden a pass for that 1994 crime bill, You are absolutely pathetic. Because you want to talk about being oppressed. That man oppressed us. That man oppressed me. That man oppressed people that came before us. He is the author of the most oppressive bill in the history of America. And it pisses me off that my people want to try to claim that this man got 80 million votes. He has been the man responsible for taking opportunities for employment and shipping them to China. He is responsible for over 40 million Black American men who did not commit violent crime, to do excessively strenuous prison sentences for the distribution of narcotics that the man he wrote the bill for freely brought into this country. His name is Bill Clinton. Can't nobody in this room talk about doing homework. I've been in that prison system. I've been a victim of the 94 crime bill. You want to talk about oppression? If y'all Black folks are still chanting that Joe Biden is president-elect, I'm telling you, you just elected a dictator, a man who wants to make sure that Black people never live, a man who chose sides with communist China, who's making sure that the man who wants to depopulate the Black population, Bill Gates, he just gave him $16 billion to make sure his vaccination process goes through and annihilates us, and I'm going to sign off with that. And I don't mean to get belligerent, but it's time we wake up.
All right. I sent the emails because brothers do want to come up. Check your emails, brothers. Check your emails, brothers. Check your email. And hit that damn like button, too. Don't forget that. Do not forget that. Hit the like button, because you know what I'll do if you don't.
That'd be hard for my mama, man. I hit
the I tell them all the time, boy, I be flying over mama bed tonight. I believe you have a few challengers. I did get a few emails, so I'm waiting for them. I don't know what you look like on time, Brother Trey, but you have a challenger or two.
Man, I got about another hour up here.
Okay.
Hey,
so
listen,
y'all
brother,
get on up here.
Remove myself from the chat. Hey, listen, one love, Trey, Prophet, brother. I hope I can come on another time. We can chop it up.
Oh, absolutely, man. You got to hit me up, man. We can do a one-on-one, man. Come through, man. I like this, brother. Come through, man. You got my email. Hit me up. When's good for you? I know next.
I got 5 for being a Trump supporter, so I gotta go find a job right now. But I'm good. I love to save money, so I'm good.
Okay, well maybe we can do something next week. I know it's the holidays and all that going on right now, but maybe we can do something. Maybe we can do something next week. Hit me up, man. I got your email. I hit you up.
Okay, make sure y'all hit that like button. Hey, Trey THE-NBD, I believe is what it is. Y'all gotta show love to the brother. He's standing up for people that love America. Trey, I love you, brother.
Hey, no doubt, Greg.
Peace.
Hit me up, brother Greg.
I will, man. I will.
Yo, like, man, Prophet, man, when I first heard Greg, I'm like, oh shit, man, he go harder than me. I'm like, man, cat's gonna leave me alone for a minute.
Oh yeah, he go hard in the paint. He goes hard in the paint. Very hard in the paint. Yeah, I mean, we got to do something, man. Maybe I can link up with him next week, and maybe we can set up the old Greg, brother Greg challenge. He hit me up. We'll make something happen.
Yo, and man, Red Pill Rage, man, Jennifer, she want to link up with you and get up here too, man. I gotta she was supposed to come through, but she had 2 interviews to do, man. But yeah, she want to come up here. She like the female Greg, so
yeah. I want to get her up here, man. You got to give her my info, man. Tell her to hit me up because I don't have anything planned for next week. Next week is open, So, I mean, if anybody want to come up, anybody want to do anything, I don't have anything planned for next week. I didn't plan anything because next week, you know, is New Year's Eve and all that. I don't know what people are looking like, you know, as far as holidays go, but anybody that want to do something next week, hit me up. I'm open, you know, depending on what day it is. Wednesday and Saturday, those 2 days, we can absolutely do something on those 2 days if you want to link up and do something. So just hit me up. You see the email, come on through. We'll set something up.
But you know, man, I'm gonna tell you, man, X man, you want some views, man? Rage versus the Broke Down.
Aha. If she's willing to, because you know I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with the ladies coming up here debating. That's nothing. You know, we can try to set it up. I mean, we can see what happens. You know, I do have their information. You know, I'll hit them up, see if they want to do something. You know, we'll make it happen. If they want to do something, we'll make it happen. You know me. You know,
yo, man, when we met her, man, me and Gary Lamb and Hood Conservative, we met her at the Viking rally, and you know, we was like trying to tiptoe when that one cat villain report that you know, the skinny little white guy from Portland to be live streaming all these protests.
Mm-hmm.
He was out there, and he was out there asking us about dysfunction with black women. And like, I'm telling Hood and Gary, like, don't say a word. Like, hey, tread lightly. Don't be like me. You know what I'm saying? And she came up there and just started going in. Like, I was like, oh shit. She was going in on the sisterhood. I'm like, hey, we just back up. I'm like, y'all don't say a word, just back up. Because
yeah, man. You gotta get her up here. You gotta get her up here, man. You gotta give her my info, man. I wanna get her up here, man. I get her up here next week. Told you next week's open. So have her hit me up, man. We'll set something up for real.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
We'll set something up. But we have been joined by my brother from Chi-Town, Perfect Black. What's good with it, brother? Perfect Black. You're muted.
What's good, brothers? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's good with it, man?
Oh, not much, man. I did, you know, I feel the need to come up. I know my wife, she doesn't really want me to come up because it is kind of late. But I did feel the honorable thing to come up and actually defend myself because, you know, I don't normally like to, you know, debate or anything like that. And definitely, I'm not disrespectful of any veteran. I don't think anything that I said was disrespectful to anyone just because I disagree. Now, were some things said that I disagree with and I felt a little ashamed of for being a veteran? Yes. But I don't think it was disrespectful to express that. You know what I mean? Look, I'm a boots on the ground guy. You know, I don't have a platform or anything like that, a YouTube platform. I'm not a content creator. I'm a boots on the ground guy. I do the community thing. You know what I mean? So I just had some disagreements with what the brother said. I just did. You know, especially when it comes to the Philando Castile, and we can talk about when it comes to police brutality and all of that. One of the things that I do is teach these boys how to avoid police, and then when they do encounter police, how to comport themselves. You know, and the fact that people like me, hold on. The fact that people like me have to teach black males or black boys to do that speaks volumes to this nation, not to me as a man. It doesn't mean, I know you didn't say this, but it doesn't mean that brothers like myself are black racist. I can't even begin to go into that term alone, you know. But look, I'm anyone that knows me knows that I am a heavy supporter of veterans. Okay, it doesn't matter what your political leanings are. When you're a veteran, I will say that I disagree with something specifically, but that's about it. And
okay, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question about the veteran thing, real quick? what specifically did myself and shout out to Devil Dog Greg himself, the Marine, say that disrespected you as a veteran? What specifically did we say?
I didn't say that you disrespected me. What I said that was that my opinion. I said I don't think that my opinion to what you were saying was disrespectful, because you said it was disrespectful to veterans. I didn't disrespect the flag.
You put veterans in the comment. If you don't agree with me as a man, that's one thing. Why does veteran need to be thrown in there, bro? I don't agree with you and what you do in Chicago, but I don't disrespect you. I fully support you. I just wouldn't do it myself. And I would never disrespect you as a veteran, man. Me and MOT beef 24/7, but I would never, man, if MOT said, man, I need a veteran right now, man, I'm right there. I would never throw the veteran. We disagree as men. The whole veteran thing, man, I got mad respect for anybody that's part of the 0.01% in this country.
Well, I don't think that what I said was disrespectful, but like I said, I don't argue and debate and fight with fellow vets, regardless of what their leanings are. So I'll just leave it at that. If you felt that was disrespectful, I say right now, I apologize. But I don't think it was, but I apologize. I apologized before. I'm not too big of a man to apologize and say when I'm wrong.
Hey, no issue, man. My bad for losing my temper, man, for saying that. I don't like arguing with fellow vets, man. I'd rather just walk away at the end of the day.
Likewise.
All right, salute.
All right. So, is there anyone else who wishes to come up and challenge Trey, the NBD? Don't hide, don't run, don't debate from the chat room. Come up here and do it. Come up here and do it.
I got a question from Mike V, the super chat. The 94 crime bill is a conservative bill. How is a piece of legislation, value-based, not politically based? To me, it was authored by a Democrat and supported by Republicans and Democrats. Doesn't sound conservative. It sounds bipartisan to me. I'm just saying.
Well, if Brother Mike V is still out there, he can come up here. He's always welcome. Him and the rest of the Black Brain Trust is always welcome on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. Brother Mike V he can come up here. Already know what it is. So is there anyone out there who wishes to come up and square off in the digital squared circle with Brother Trey? The email is on the screen. It's prophetofthought@yahoo.com. prophetofthought@yahoo.com. One word, no caps, @yahoo.com.
I'll continue on to Mike V, down the line, because Mike V, he's my buddy. I think you're unblocked now, Mike V, over on my channel. But here's the little argument here. By saying that Joe Biden and Bill Clinton are not liberals is basically is an attempt to escape the fact that liberals, Democrats, the Klan, the eugenists, Madison Grant, the Planned Parenthood lady, what's her name? Woodrow
Margaret
Wilson.
Sanger.
Yeah, Margaret Sanger, Woodrow Wilson, all those eugenists, neo-Nazis, Hitler, all these folks were liberal. So by saying, y'all want.
I can't agree with that, but okay. I can't. Brother, I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother, but I do have to go.
All right.
I do have to go because I do have to work tomorrow. So
yeah, if I don't talk to you no more, man, happy holidays and all that kind of good stuff, man. If I don't talk to you no more, man, before the new year come in, man, happy new year and all that stuff, man. You're my brother, man. You're my Chi-Town brother, man, and I appreciate you, all right?
Absolutely. And hey, hood to you, brother. So and peace to you, and happy holidays to all y'all. I'm not a Christmas guy, but still happy holidays, and I definitely wish nothing but peace to all veterans. So, because I'm a big vet. I don't care what your political leanings are. You put your life on the line for this nation. My family goes back all the way to the Civil War, serving this nation. So I have nothing ill for veterans, period. So hood to you, bro.
No doubt. Salute. H minus.
Peace, Brother Perfect Black. Yeah, so if you wish to come up and square off in the digital square circle, go ahead, Brother Trey.
X, is that, communists, Marxists, they got to change history, man. And Mike V, man, I know you're a communist, bro. You're into, what is it, that universal basic income and all this, like, Soviet Union type stuff. So, as a communist, a Marxist, you got to erase history. That's the point of taking all these statues down, regardless if it's a statue of Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, Robert E. Lee, or Ulysses S. Grant. You got to remove those statues so that you can go rewrite the history books and all of a sudden make 1619, not 1776, the founding of this country. So to sit up here and call Biden and Clinton not liberals enables that revisionist history. Because to basically accept that they're liberals, you've got to accept the fact that you got to own the Klan. You got to own Hitler. You got to own Wilson. You got to own Madison Grant. And you got to own, 23 million dead black babies at the hands of Margaret Sanger? Liberals got to own that. And how can you sell Clinton and Biden to black folks if they're in the same, if they're part of the same party that was responsible for killing all those little black babies, that was responsible for 6 million Jews, being in freaking camps. And this is the 2 + 2 = 5 type dudes. They don't understand or can't pick up a book to know that Hitler, Wilson, and Sanger were all influenced by Madison Grant. Pick up a book. Go to your library. It's there. You're not going to find it on Google. It's like you won't find Thomas Sowell or Walter Williams, RIP to the great economists that just passed away. You won't find their books on Google. You got to go dig deep for this stuff or actually walk into a library and read hard books. It's there. But you got to come up here and change history. And that's why, you know what, Mike V? It don't matter how Confederate statues were erected. They were erected in the 30s, way after the Civil War. Basically, the liberals, the Democrats were throwing their nose up at conservative black people. Come on, Mike V, man. You want to test? Bro, come on, man. Anytime, Mike V. You know what I'm saying? Don't try to change history, bro.
We have a question from Nana1776. I appreciate that $10 super chat, Lady Nana. She says, I have a question. Teaching the boys in your community in regards to police is the same as I taught my 4 boys, and I am white. No disrespect. So how is that different because your community is black? Let me take a swing at that one. I know when I was coming up, and my old man always told me, and my father's from the old school. I mean, he's from down south. He's from Macon, Georgia. But we lived in New York. And he said, son, if you get pulled over by the cops, make sure, you have your hands on the wheel. Don't make any sudden movements. Don't reach, and don't get out of the car unless he tells you to. That's what my old man used to tell us, right? Because my father, and I believe the same thing, my father was about me surviving the encounter. Now, likewise, I have 2 sons myself, all right? I have 2 sons and I have 2 grandsons, and I tell them the same thing. It's about surviving the encounter. It's not about kowtowing. It's not about kissing his butt. It's about surviving the encounter. But when you talk about black people teaching their sons opposed to white people teaching their sons, let's not play with this. All right. We know that percentage-wise, young black men are more likely to be shot percentage wise. We're not talking about numbers, because obviously more white people get killed than black people because there's more white people in America. So we know the numbers are greater. But percentage wise, you're more likely to be shot by the police than a white person is if you're black, especially if you are in a all black neighborhood, because this is where these things happen. These things don't happen, where there's a bunch of white folks. It don't. It happens usually in predominantly black neighborhoods. Okay? That's just the way it is. Now we can dance around the numbers and debate them and all that kind of stuff. So we can't sit up here and say that talking to our black sons is the same as talking to our white sons. Because if we do that, we may be trying to throw off the racial aspect of it, but we're being disingenuous if we say that. All right? We're being disingenuous if we say that, because we know that when it comes to black folks, we have a tendency to have an animus kind of relationship with the police, especially in an all-black neighborhood or predominantly black neighborhood. Therefore, if you have a black son, especially if you live somewhere where there's a pattern of police doing this, all right, you're not going to tell your white son the same thing I tell my black son if no one in your neighborhood has ever been shot by the police. But if you live in a neighborhood where 5 people have been shot by the police, you're going to tell your son some different things, right? You're going to tell them something different. So, I mean, you can't say that the teachings have to be exactly the same, because people aren't exactly the same. Circumstances aren't exactly the same. Socioeconomics are not exactly the same. You don't see a lot of white folks getting killed in Beverly Hills. All right? You don't. But a whole hell of a lot of black people have a tendency to get killed inside the ghettos of Chicago. Now, is it all color? Is it all culture? No, I think it has a lot to do with socioeconomics and how police see other people. I mean, police are human beings. I mean, we expect them to be robots, but they're human beings. And they do see color, because I see color. You see color. So I believe that police do have a tendency to deal with black people differently than they would deal with white people, based on the geographics, okay, where you are geographically. I think that has a lot to do with it. The geographics play a big part in these things. It's just like your garbage man. If you got a city garbage man that rides through a neighborhood that's full of garbage and bottles and shit, guess what? If he's dumping a garbage can and 1 or 2 bottles drop out, he's not going to get out of his damn truck and pick those bottles up. Why? Because the neighborhood is already full of garbage and shit. 1 or 2 bottles ain't going to matter. But if he pulls up in a neighborhood with manicured lawns, pristine roads, no trash on the street, if he grab that garbage can and dump it and a bottle falls out, guess what he's going to do? He's going to get out of his truck and he's going to pick that fucking bottle up. You understand? And I think police are sort of the same way. If they go into a shitty neighborhood, they have a shitty attitude. If they go into a nice neighborhood, they have a nice attitude. Whether it's black, white, green, gray, brown, purple, polka dots. If the neighborhood's shitty, I believe many police, not all of them, they will adapt to the geographics. All right? That's what I believe. I don't think it's necessarily based on color. Necessarily, no. So if I live in that shitty neighborhood, I have to tell my sons different things than you tell your son if you live in the neighborhood with the manicured lawns and the nice roads and the pristine streets. I have to tell them something different than you tell your sons. That's just the truth. I look at the cops the way I look at a garbage man for the most part. I mean, maybe I'm wrong for saying that, but that's kind of how I look at it. Garbage men are going to, they're going to do a little better in a neighborhood that's nicer. They roll into a shitty neighborhood, they drop a few pieces of paper or bottles, they ain't stopped to pick that shit up. They're not. So that's my answer. Trey, you can go ahead if you want to.
Man, I believe a lot of the same things you do, X. It was a whole lot different, living in an all-black neighborhood versus living on a military base than moving to a mixed neighborhood. It was. But here's one of the things that we're totally leaving out the equation. And what the cops see, and what the cops saw in my all-black neighborhood is the dysfunction that Black males raised by single moms cause. I'm telling you straight up, these problems are not happening to Black men raised by fathers. I'm like you. My dad's from Mississippi, right outside south of Jackson, born in 1935. And he taught me respect the man, respect the law enforcement, shut the F up, hands up, no sudden movements, do as you're told, and walk away. If need be, I'll come back and sue him or handle him myself if need be. I just look, everybody was scared of my dad. So I was like, yes, sir, whatever you say. Ain't nobody going against my dad back then. And I just, I taught my son the same thing. But what I didn't realize, that I didn't know at the time, just because being raised by my dad, this strong, freaking ultra masculine conservative Vietnam vet, was the dysfunction. I mean, I knew the dudes in my neighborhood that acted complete fool were raised by their mamas, and that's it. They had some weak uncles that were like crackheads and stuff like that, but there was no man around. It was their mama, grandmama, and them, and maybe some aunties. And I look back at it, man, them dudes acted complete fool. And you got to say it. I saw Blexit put it in the chat, man, about certain Black neighborhoods. If you got Black neighborhoods where the fathers are in the home, these things aren't happening. And, sorry, ladies, but you can't raise a man. You can't teach a man to check his emotions. You're better off sending that boy to a strong uncle, having him around a strong grandfather, or send him to a military school. Straight up. Because if you raise that boy to have all these geeked up emotions, when he gets pulled over by the cops, he's going to act like that. Now, you're a police officer. You're thinking, man, I want to get home tonight, and this dude's acting like freaking he's up in a King Von video. What is this dude? He's all itchy, jumping around, doing all this stuff, pants sagging down to the ground, all this stuff all over the car. What has he got up in here? You know what I'm saying? Me as a police officer, I hate to say it, I just keep on driving. I'd be like, crime, crime, crime. Unless it's a murder or something serious, man, let him be. Let him, let it burn. Shout out to SKC. But that's where I differ with you. I'm like, man, these fathers have got to beat it into their sons to respect the man first. Then, or female cop, respect the woman, respect the badge, and respect the authority. And honestly, if that cop does something stupid, more times than not, you're not going to die. But if they do something stupid, especially in 2020, you're looking at a 7-figure payday. But ain't nobody spending that money if you dead. And more than likely, that cop's going to walk if you did something silly to antagonize him. If you got out the car and started acting all crazy. If you start reaching in your pockets. Honestly, that cop could have a wife and 3 kids and a dog at home. And he knows, bump this, I'm going to spend 20 years behind bars versus being dead. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to think what's going through his head. But here's the thing, just like me in Perfect Blackness, when 2 men came up there and can look each other in the eye and say, okay, we agree eye to eye, we're not going to go in on each other, respect you, bro, respect me. Black men in these neighborhoods have to respect the police the same way. And if you teach your sons that as men or women, you get a strong male authority to teach your sons that, you, more than likely, I guarantee you're not going to worry about them being a victim of a police shooting. Then on top of that, I've caught some flack for this because, me and David we rep Davis moniker, hood conservative, man. That's where we from. But it's not what we are. Just like Ice Cube said, man, growing up in late 70s, 80s, it was our goal to get the hell up out the hood and never look back. Unfortunately, I've had to move back twice, but never again. Man, I'll live homeless. I'll go into one of these encampments, sleep in my car before I go back to the hood ever again. And even those times, when I went back to the hood, man, I paid that child support, to my ex and, my daughter's mom to make sure they didn't have to live in the hood, that they was living good. So they wouldn't have to be there with me. So now my kids know nothing of the hood, man. My kids are so freaking, they like Catalina Castillo. What did Chivo call you? Like an American Pie Dominican, because she doesn't know how to rep the hard side of Dominican. When I was over there in that racist chat, and they called it that on the panel. So if you want to call my kids American Pie Negroes, call them that. But guess what? When my kids get pulled over, they're 10 and 2, they respect the police, and then nothing happen. And on top of that, they ain't gonna be in those areas where the police are gonna be shook. And guess what? If they get pulled over for anything, they're gonna answer to me. But yeah, that's all I got about that, man.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to this whole police brutality thing, man, because when I was a young guy, I got into a scuffle with the police. All right. And, I fought with them and I eventually sued them. All right. I eventually sued them. Won $40,000 out of it. I didn't have any broken bones or bruises or anything. And I won $40,000 out of it. But, like I tell my sons, because, my sons, they're in their 30s now. All right. But I've always told them, don't hold court on the street. All right. Number one, this man can say any damn thing. He can say you did anything. Now, people will say, oh, well, he's not supposed to do that. Yeah, the cops do a lot of shit they ain't supposed to do. So he can say anything. He can say you did any damn thing. And it's up to you to prove that you didn't do it. So don't give him a reason to, number one, shoot your ass, and number two, make up something about you. You go ahead, he asks you for your license and insurance, you show it to him, especially if you legit. You ain't riding around here with no warrants or no shit like that. Show him your license, your insurance, your registration, find out why he pulled you over, whatever the case may be, and guess what, man? The key is to survive the encounter. Because even if he does something wrong to you, guess what? We can swing around and sue him. We have a lawyer, all right? We have a family lawyer. We can sue him. But I will be suing him for something different if he kills you out there. You understand? So if he does something out of pocket, if he does something that's off the ship, you come back, you tell me, I get in contact with our attorney, and we'll deal with it. But the main thing I want you to do is survive the encounter. It's not about kissing. I'll say this again. It's not about kissing the cop's ass or kowtow to him or none of that. I want you to live, because guess what? I'm not saying that all cops are these bad people. I would never say that. My first cousin is a police officer, and one of my brothers is a police officer. So I'm familiar with cops, all right? I talk to cops quite often. I'm related to a few of them.
Now, I got a question, though, X, about that. You said your brother and your first cousin, right?
Yes.
So if your brother was, people ask me this all the time, because my dad was a cop, and like my girl, her first cousin is a cop. If they were in a situation with Jacob Blake, like, what do you want them to do at that point as a police officer? What can you expect? You already done got put in a headlock. You got 20 women screaming in the street. This dude's got a knife in his hand. He's walking, ain't listening to you. What do you expect that cop to do? What do you want your brother to do at that point? You know what I'm saying?
I've asked them about this stuff, because they related to me. I've been trying to get them to come up on here, but they won't come because they're scared of the questions I'm going to ask them. They won't come, but I asked them about this stuff, and, both of them are pretty much, in unison, because, my cousin, he's been a cop for He's about to retire, man. He's been there for like 20 some odd years. And my other brother, he's been doing it for 15 years. So, they've been cops for a while. And they pretty much say the same thing. They say in a situation like that, they probably wouldn't have shot the guy, but they said they would have tased his ass, but they probably wouldn't have shot him.
They did tase him. It had no effect.
They said they probably wouldn't have shot him. I know my brother, he often says that, he's not going to shoot nobody unless, they're confronting them, face to face. He said he would never shoot nobody like in the back. He said he'd tase him in the back, but he wouldn't shoot him in the back.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. They
my cousin says the same thing, but
they had him in a headlock, had the cop in a headlock, walking away, knife in the car. This woman's kids are in the car, and he's taking off with the kids, and there's a cop and two women in front of the car, and he's about to take off in it, and he's got a knife in the hand. My thing is like this. We can Monday morning quarterback it and come up with 100 different outcomes. But bump that. Let's go to prevention. Don't put a cop in that situation. Don't make a cop make that choice. Because I guarantee you, most cops are going to choose to go home to their family. What does this say? Judged by what? 12 versus carried by 6?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'll say this, man. I will say this. I tell my sons, all right, first I want them to survive the freaking encounter. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm no fool. I know there's some bad cops out there. I know it's cops that do all kinds of crap. Cops get arrested for murder and rape and all this kind of nonsense. They do all this shit. I get it. And I'm not saying that every single police officer is out there doing it. My concern is that my son runs into that bad cop. You know what I'm saying? I don't want you to be the victim of a bad cop, because you may just run into the bad apple that's on the force. You may run into him. So I don't want you to be that cop's victim. All right.
I'm sorry, man. Shout out to Communist, man, and Mike V. Cops equal bad, black equals bad, according to Trey THE-NBD. Mike, come up here, bro. Just come up. Mike, you always run from me, man. Well, last time I was trolling you. It was funny. I couldn't help it, man. I was trolling you last time I was on. But come on, man. Don't change my words. Look here. There's bad cops and there's freaking dysfunctional Negroes. When the two of them bump into each other, guess what? The whole country burns for 30 days thanks to Minneapolis. And guess what?
That's a problem. If you a dysfunctional person and you don't have respect for anything or anyone, I mean, if you run into the quote unquote, that cop who's prone to shoot folks and all this kind of nonsense, because when these things happen, and a lot of people don't pay attention to this, a lot of times when these cops find themselves caught up in these instances where they kill people and they shoot people, it's not that often when it hits the airways and hits the internet. Guess what? It's usually their second or third time doing it. It's usually their second or third time doing it. So, like I said before, I don't want my sons or my daughters or my grandsons or people that I know. I don't want you to run into that one bad cop that's on the force, or one of the 10 bad cops on the force, or one of the 20 bad cops on the force. I don't want you to run into that bad one. So I tell my sons the same thing my old man told me. Keep your hands on the wheel. Don't reach. Don't be riding with shit in your car. Don't have no dirt on you. And don't try to hold court out there.
No, bro, here's the thing, man.
The side of the road is not the courthouse.
Man, it's a G code, man. These young kids, man, they need, if you live in the hood, like I say, get your sons. If you just a baby mama, get your sons around an OG from my era, from X era, that will teach them like basically the 10 crack commandments. If you rolling dirty and you get pulled over, shut the fuck up and do your time. You know what I'm saying? If you run, bad things are going to happen to you. You're going to get more charges tacked on. If you fight them, more charges, and you might lose your life. If you know you're doing dirt and you get rolled up, shut up, do your time, don't snitch on your homies, and come home. You know they're going to give you a parade. They're going to put T-shirts on, free Daquan, all this stuff. Just shut up and do your time and get out. You know there's going to be chicks in the hood waiting for you, you know, to make you the next baby daddy. It is what it is. I'm not telling any lies right here. Man, you know how they love criminals, man. But what happened to the G code? You know, somebody put up in there a wall of silence. The cop got a code. Well, guess what? We used to have a code of the streets too, man. We didn't. That all this emotional, freaking effeminate behavior, man. Hell no. You just shut up, man. They got me. Like honestly, man. Me and my boys that really did dirt back in the day, we was laughing at that George Floyd video. Like, what the hell was wrong with this dude? Sorry about it, but that shit was comical. Him being all geeked up like that. Like, what the hell was he thinking? You know what I'm saying?
Lady Ruby says, what if you do exactly what they ask of you calmly and they gun you down anyway in front of your kids? I have seen that, Lady Ruby. I have seen that. That just drives home my point. I don't want you to run into the cop that does that. I don't want you provoking the cop that's going to do that. I mean, I want you to survive the encounter. I want you to survive it. I mean, these things happen. You know, cops kill people who ain't doing a damn thing. They kill people. I mean, I'm from New York, all right? So I've seen it. I mean, New York PD was notorious for this kind of stuff. I mean, I nicknamed them numerous young people dead. They had shot up and killed so many innocent folks. While I lived out there throughout my lifetime in New York, I watched many, many people on TV. I heard about many, many brothers being killed when they were doing nothing, where they had no criminal record, where they had no gun, where they had no dope, where they was just coming home from work and end up dead. So I'm familiar with the quote-unquote rogue cop. I'm very familiar with it. But all that does is lay down my point. I don't want you to provoke that bad cop.
Yeah, and we know.
I want you to survive that encounter.
Let me take it back to the topic, man, about conservatism. And you know, my first opponent, Village Arsonist, bro. You know, man, you can call yourself a conservative all day, but a conservative is not victim-minded. A conservative is not oppression-minded. And that's why you keep putting Philando Castile's name in here. Hashtag Philando. Look, man, Philando was no angel. What happened to him was wrong. But what me and X are talking about, is specifically me, I'm talking prevention. Number one, hey, sorry, ladies, get yourself a woman that ain't going to act like a nut when you in the car. Watch the whole video. Get you a woman that's going to sit there and shut the fuck up when you get pulled over. That wasn't his daughter. That was her kid. Don't get you a baby mama. Straight up. More likely than not, if she's a baby mama, shout out to Kevin Samuels, she's going to bring some serious red flags. Y'all have been watching Kevin Samuels for the last 2 weeks. I don't know how many times him, Obsidian Game Changer, have covered this. If you get you a baby mama, more likely than not, you could possibly end up encountering the cops because they bring the drama. Are they good baby mamas out there? Yeah, but guess what? He didn't have one. Next, if you rolling with a 7-year-old girl in your car, be clean. My man was high as a kite, and he had a quarter on him. Don't deny. Like I said, I be joking about the 2 + 2.
He said he had a quarter on him.
Yeah, if you want to joke, read the police reports. They're right there. The police reports are out there. You know, FOIA requests. They put it out there for this cop when they let the cop off, and they explained all these different excuses they gave for not charging this cop with murder were basically, oh, he was high, his girlfriend was acting like this, he had a kid in the car, he had a quarter on him, he was high. I'm talking prevention. If you rolling through a neighborhood like that, let's start from the beginning. Boom. You know what? You're one of the best. He was one of the best. All the students loved him at the school he worked at. He was a stand-up kind of guy. SYSBM, get the fuck out the hood. Go find you a woman who's going to compliment your lifestyle. Go find you a woman who ain't going to have you take that chance being put in situations like that. If you got to go outside your race, do it. Just do it. Then put the weed down. If you got to ride, if you're going to drive, guess what? The chances of you encountering the police are going to be higher if you're high driving. All right, so now
put the weed down.
If you're high, don't carry a quarter on you. That's a freaking felony right there in Minnesota, whatever state. That was a felony right there. So all these things you're doing, you're increasing the likelihood that you run into that bad cop. And then when you run, like I said, you run into that bad cop, I'm like this, telling her, shut the fuck up. And I'm just sitting there just like this. Cop, do whatever you got to do. You got any weapons on you? Nope. You got anything? Nope. He pulls me out the car to search me and he finds it. Oh, my bad. I'm high. I forgot that I was there. Guess what? You're going down for a felony for the weed, but you ain't going to be dead. Let that cop find that weapon himself. If that cop comes up to the car and you can see he's nervous as fuck, God damn it, don't say you got a gun. You're going to get shot. You know
he said, don't say you got a gun. Well, yeah. where we live, if you're supposed to tell them, you have the weapon in the car. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't always say it, because a lot of times it's not necessary. I mean, if you pulling me over because my tail light out, I don't think you need to know that I got a heater in the car, but, if you're pulling me over for speeding, that's different, because see, that's what it is. I mean, a lot of these things are on a case-by-case basis, right? If a cop pulls you over and you got a broken tail light, right? That's not a moving violation. That's very small. It's nothing for the most part. I mean, it could escalate to something, but, you talking about a broken tail light or something like that, that's relatively minor. Chances a cop want to search your car over that is kind of far-fetched. But if you're doing something that has something to do with your driving, like you're swerving or you appear to be drunk or you're speeding or, something like that, you know what I'm saying? Something like that, depending on what you're doing to cause the interaction with the cop usually dictates how it goes. That has a lot to do with it too, based on, because this is what my brother and my cousin tell me, like, depending on what the infraction is, that kind of dictates how far the cop is willing to go, and it also depends on geographics, where you are, what precinct he's in, all that stuff matters, man. I don't think there's no cut and dry thing. There's no one thing that you can say, okay, don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, and you'll be good. Because if you go in another part of town, all that shit is negated. All that shit will be negated depending on, because some precincts are worse than others. I know down here, there's one precinct that's notorious for doing shit. When I lived in New York, there was a precinct. That precinct was notorious for doing shit. A lot of those cops got locked up. They got locked up because they trumped up charges, planted drugs on people, all that kind of shit. But that was that precinct. If you were in that precinct, if cops from that precinct would do all kinds of shit. But if you went up the road 20 miles, the cops weren't doing that. They weren't planting drugs in your car and locking you up for BS. So, a lot of that stuff, man, is a case-by-case basis. Not that I'm covering for the police just because I'm related to some, but, it's on a case-by-case basis many times, man. And it all depends on the cop, and it all depends on what causes the cop to encounter you in the first place. All that shit plays a part in it, man. And Lady Ruby going crazy in the chat. Come up here, Lady Ruby.
No, I won't do that. I won't do it.
Go on up here.
I won't do it, man, because I'm not gonna, I got to be respectful with the ladies regardless. I'm not gonna go ham on her, but I don't debate women, man. But
well, we passed the debate now. I mean, everybody got that.
I ain't got nothing to say to her. I don't debate women. I mean, I wouldn't even engage. That's me. I said, man, I'm 100% chauvinist. Just letting you know that now, Ruby. If you come up, I ain't got nothing to say to you. I'm 100% chauvinist.
Well, Lady Ruby, that's my folk right there.
Yeah, I don't. That's what I say.
She can come up if she wants to.
Because what she's saying, I'll have to reach down to a level of disrespect that I don't want to, because I'm a chauvinist and a gentleman, and I don't believe it's an argument women should be in. If one of the other ladies, Catalina or Anna, Samantha want to come up here and go at it, that's their business. But I'm not going to get down in the mud with a woman like that.
We got some ladies. We got a few ladies in the chat. We got a few ladies in the chat. Y'all want to square off? I got time. I don't have anything to do tomorrow.
I want to address the SYSBM aspect of this.
Go ahead.
I'm SYSBM. I was giving MOT shit for that. Being MOT, the SYSBM Civil War. Shout out. I look at it like this. Mike V, he was pulled over 46 times. Move. Pick up and move. Go somewhere else. Leave the fuck out of Minnesota. Go to Iowa. Go to Wyoming. Go to South Dakota. Move to Texas, a gun-friendly state. Move to Florida. If you're having encounters with that, trust me, there's somebody in that police department that don't like you. And what else? Oh, classic Ruby. Mind you, if he was a licensed concealed carrier and he followed the law. If he didn't tell the cop he had a gun in the car and got gunned down, you say it's his fault for not telling the cop about the gun. No, I wouldn't. I just told you, if you were listening, classic Ruby, it happened to me. I didn't say a goddamn thing when I got pulled over this summer. Nothing. I didn't mention a damn word. And guess what? My girl just sat there and smiled. She didn't say a word. Just like that. Like I said, get you a feminine woman that ain't going to say a word. It's going to sit there and be submissive and ain't going to act a complete ass. You know what I'm saying? It's prevention, y'all. These are things to prevent. You know what I'm saying? Let the cop find it. You want to put yourself in the best position possible to survive the encounter. And that begins long before that encounter ever happens. You know what I'm saying? Was it fucked up? Yeah, it was hella fucked up what happened to Philando Castile. But my man made some crazy freaking bad judgment choices that put him on that freaking whatever you call it, path. Hey, come on, man, tomorrow, man. Don't insult us, man. We ain't rhinos, bro. No, ain't no Republicans up here, man.
Brother MOT back in the chat.
Ain't no Republicans over here.
What's good? What's good with it, brother MOT, man? Appreciate that super chat earlier, brother.
And like, man, that's what me and MOT, man, agree on. With MOT is going in on certain YouTubers. I ain't gonna say their names, but they reside in Houston. Man, I was 100% for him. And cats are like, what? Man, you agreeing with MOT? Thought y'all didn't like it. I said, no, MOT, we just disagree on politics. I'm 1,000,000% bunk beds. I'm 1,000,000% for leave these dysfunctional you-know-whats alone.
Oh, yeah, MOT. Buy some bunk beds.
Okay, Village Arsonist, bro. Why you didn't bring this up during debate? 2K free money sounds like socialism. 2K free money is basically what they got to give out because they purposely freaking crashed the economy. The Democrats shut all these governments down. Like South Dakota isn't having these problems. I don't have these issues in Texas. It's a free 20. Like I didn't touch that 1,200. It came to me automatically because I'm a veteran, disabled veteran. I got it automatically, bro, because I put my time in the mud in the desert with real trigger discipline. I haven't touched that money. It's sitting in an account. That 2K, it'll go in another account. I think I need to buy some crypto or something with it when that 2K comes. Do something with it. But you know what I'm saying? That 2K is basically, here you go. This is what we're going to give you for dicking up the economy. Go to Florida right now with Governor DeSantis. Everything is running fine. You ain't got to wear a mask. You can go to a restaurant and sit down. You don't have to social distance if you want to. And you don't got to look at people being scared out their minds of a freaking pandemic. You know what I'm saying? Numbers, 2 + 2 = 4, not 5.
2 + 2 is 5. That's that RBR shit.
Young Jay, bro. That's the flu, man. Young Jay, bro. COVID-19 is a coronavirus. The flu is a coronavirus. What was the one before? Original SARS was a coronavirus. There's dozens of coronaviruses that come out each year. China scientists started dicking around with the DNA of a virus and created one that basically targets older men in their mid to early 70s. Man, sound like any president we know? Notice they the only ones really dying from this. If you were in shape, brother, You know what I'm saying? 13% body fat, really strong with no freaking pre-existing conditions. Ain't nothing happening to you. You're 99.999% chance you're surviving this. Guess what? You're more likely to be killed by a flying fish or get struck by lightning or get shot by the police than COVID.
He
You know
said
what I'm saying?
a flying fish.
These are facts.
So,
2 + 2 = 4, y'all.
does anybody want to come through? If you wish to come through, the email is on the screen. It's properthought@yahoo.com. That's properthought@yahoo.com. One word, no caps.
Man, X-Man, this is what it drives me crazy about Baltimore. And what, we can go in the manosphere all day long, but we really need to address Baltimore and they can't, not being able to find a black boy who can read at an 8th grade level in the city of Baltimore. I'm sure that statistics BS because there's some honors classes out there. I know there's got to be, a couple hundred. But for the large part, they're not there in a major metropolitan city that's predominantly black. And that's freaking done on purpose. It's a democratic, lefty, liberal, commie-run city. They need young black men thinking 2 + 2 = 5. When you can do that to young black men, you can pull the whole COVID virus over them. You can take the numbers from the flu, heart disease, pneumonia, freaking car accidents, and call them COVID and convince 2 + 2 = 5 Negroes that, oh my God, the sky is falling. If they can't think past 8th grade, that's why they got to keep brothers dumb. Man, what's the push? Look on TV. I guarantee you, any of y'all go on TV right now, show me a strong, masculine, male, black lead. You ain't. You're going to find a whole bunch of gay dudes, some transgender black guys, some really strong, masculine, opinionated black women, but you ain't going to find no Richard Roundtree original Shaft type characters. Somebody, anybody, tell me one.
Absolutely not. You're definitely not.
Man, it's I ain't talking tinfoil hat or nothing, but that's what it is, y'all. Man, come on. 2 + 2 = 4, y'all. Go back to school. Man, here's the thing, X, man. I'm going to tell you, when we moved to Texas from Washington State, when I got stationed at Fort Sam, I took my son to the school. And my son, he was like 6'1" at the time. And, hold up, we got to go get the football and basketball coach. They brought the coaches in there, and they called me in the office and gave me a schedule with all these cake classes. I'm like, no, put him in all honors and pre-AP classes. They're looking at me like, huh? I'm like, hell yeah. Put him in all honors and AP classes. But what about sports? Yeah, he can play sports too. But if them grades ain't right, he ain't playing nothing. Black men, that's how you got to be with your sons. You know what I'm saying? These single moms are like that with their daughters. Black men, go get custody of your sons. Don't create baby mamas and then come up here on the manosphere and out here on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter and complain about them. No, don't do dumb stuff to get locked up. Go get 2 or 3 jobs, get custody of your sons. Move to somewhere, Snowflakeville, get the fuck out the hood. Move to South Dakota, Wyoming, get you a job, and don't raise your sons in the shit and they won't encounter the cops. You know what I'm saying? What?
Yeah, well, we got to be honest here. You're less likely, even as a black man, you're probably less likely to find yourself in some damn situation with the cops if you're not like in the hood. Because number one, you're probably going to see the cops less. Because let's be honest. I mean, cops have a tendency to be in the hood more than anywhere else. That's just the truth. All right? That's just the truth.
Hey, hold on, X.
People may not like that.
Yeah. Hey, X. Young Jay said most niggas not moving to South Dakota. You know that ain't happening, bro. I delivered freight to South Dakota. If they seen the asses on the Becky's in South Dakota, trust me, bros, they'd be like, man, how did our black population increase so much?
Yeah, no one. But see, I'm not telling people. I don't tell people, you should go and move around white folks or Asian folks or Latino folks. I'm not saying do that. But what I'm saying is, the cops have a tendency to be rolling through the hood more than they roll through somewhere that ain't the hood. I mean, because I look at the neighborhood that I live in, man, you don't see the police. You don't see them. But I also don't live in the hood. So you don't see, you don't see the police like that. You just don't. You don't see them. So, it's hard for you to encounter them when they're not around. It's hard. I've been living here for almost 7 years. And when I first came down here, I was living somewhere where there was a lot more black people. And guess what? I saw the police all the time. I always saw the police. But since I moved from there, I don't see the police like that. I hardly ever see them. Ever. On the roads, I just don't. So, you gotta understand that, depending on where you are, that's gonna dictate how many police you run into, man. That's just the truth too. Let's be honest about that. And a lot of times we don't want to be honest. We sit up here and we talk about, like there's a cop standing on every corner in every neighborhood. There's a cop car at the end of every block on every street. No, that's not true. Because guess what? I'm pretty sure the bosses in the precinct don't want the cops hanging around places where the crime is low, where there's zero crime. Why are you riding through that damn neighborhood? There's no crime there. So they are the places where the crime is, the most prolific. That's where they're going to be. They're going to be where there's the most crime at. Let's be honest here. They're going to be where the shootings are. They're going to be where the robberies are taking place. They're going to be where the thefts are being taken place. That's where you're going to see the police at for the most part. You may see them here and there somewhere else where there's no crime at, but if you live in a place where there's not, like zero crime, when you got like 1% crime in that neighborhood, cops ain't going to be just cruising down through there. They don't have no reason to. What would be their reason? Yeah. Why would they just be hanging out in a neighborhood where there's no robberies, where there's no killings, where there's not a whole bunch of drug traffic, obvious drug traffic, things of that nature. But why would they be there? Why would they be in a neighborhood where there's like no crime? That doesn't make any sense.
Hey, and two things, man. Like classic Ruby again, man, saying that, that when the cops will pop up when there's a red black face in the communities we're talking about, not true. And here's the thing, Martin Luther King's dream was realized, Ruby, because when you move to this neighborhood, your kids are well behaved. They don't have their pants sagging. You don't have 28-inch rims or riding on dunks. You know what I'm saying? And you're not bumping your music. You're not arguing with your spouse at 3:00 in the morning. And, your Pookie and them cousins ain't hanging out drinking 40s in the yard. And you go talk to your white neighbors like you got some sense, they're going to judge you by the content of your character. Just like if Billy Bob from the trailer park got to come up and move to a middle-class black neighborhood. If he comes over there and says, hey, how y'all doing? I'm Billy, this is my wife, Jill. You're going to be like, no. But if he comes over there and he got pigs in the yard and they got an old beat-up pickup truck on some daggone cinder blocks, you're going to be looking like, man, these white people bringing the property value down. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna front. I'm a little buzzed now because I've been killing this, man. Y'all need to go. I brought this up to my daughter, man. My daughter and her husband, they're getting stationed out at Fort Lewis near Tacoma, Washington. Y'all need to go to Tacoma, Washington, where the police stupidity is equal opportunity. Because there's really no hoods. Like the poor people of all races, black, white, Asian, and Native American all live together. And they all do their knucklehead stuff equally. So the cops treat everybody equally fucked up out there. Go out there and see for yourself. Because as Americans, I'm telling y'all, as black Americans, stop putting that race victimhood first. Stop looking at your own skin color as a crutch. It's not. Because when you look at it as a crutch first, imaginary in your mind, you think white people are looking at you the same way. They're not. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe race person doing it? Yeah, but guess what? That daggone, there's just as many black people looking at you the same way that are racist towards you. And I tell you this for now, y'all. I told you I've been on panels with these idiots. Y'all are making racism great again. X, man, it's a shame to be over here
making racism great again. Explain that one, Brother Trey.
Bro, because what's going to happen, with Trump, and I hate to say this, but the left has gotten too left progressive for racists. You know what I'm saying? So racists are like, shit, man, we got to support Trump. Damn, we like having, we like our country being racist, but we don't want it to be socialist. You know what I'm saying?
He said, making racism great again.
Man,
come on.
There's a couple channels out there, bro. I'm telling you, go on, man. I'll say the names in the back. I'll put your names in the back chat. You can go up there and check them out, X. But there's these racist channels out there that are openly calling black folk every name in the world, and they're calling out the dysfunction. And basically, they're putting it on all black folks. You know what I'm saying? Well, we know it's only a small percentage, but what is the media saying? It's all black people. What is the media telling us? George Floyd, Jacob Blake, Rayshard Brooks, rapper Who He are your idols. You know what? Bump Herman Cain. Let's put George Floyd on the side of restaurants. You know what I'm saying? Bump Walter Williams. Let's put rapper Who He on a t-shirt with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. But that's what the mainstream white liberal media and news outlets are telling black folk. And I don't know, Black just said it in the chat. It's like there's some kind of brainwashing. Maybe Mike V can understand it because, they commies like him. So I don't know.
Well, I'm glad Brother Mike V is up here. Peace, Brother Mike V.
Shot, bro. I had to take it.
What's good with it? So you can go ahead and address whatever you want, Brother Mike V. You got the floor, brother.
Hey, peace, Brother X, man, and peace to the chat. Thank you for having me on, man. I figured I'll come up here for a few minutes, but yeah, definitely, man. Shout out to the Village Arsonists, man, for a successful victory over Trey the-NBD. Unfortunately, you had a little bit of election fraud going on in the chat with multiple accounts.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, if this was a Dominion system, man, they'd be claiming that it was stolen. But we all know what really went down in the chat. So, although this is no actual topic that you have on tap for tonight, man, we just have to keep in mind that January 20th is coming. These guys haven't been discussing December 14th, which is the day of electoral vote, the electoral college vote. They didn't cover the election on November 4th. They didn't cover any of the debates. What really is their position? They don't really have one. None of these guys that's in the chat that follow Trey or David Monroe, they don't cover any of the debates. They don't cover any of the content. They're just in this space causing a ruckus, man. And I'm saying,
have you been on my channel? Have you been on our streams, bro? We invited you over there and up there when NBD Assistant, they blocked you when we were covering all that stuff, and you didn't come up on my channel.
I did come up and you blocked me.
I didn't block you, but you said some craziness in the chat, and they block you.
I didn't say anything, bro. I didn't say anything.
All right, man. But here's the thing, bro. We cover it all the time. I got tons of uploads covering it. January 20th. To me, I truly believe President Trump will start his next 4 years. If he doesn't, it is what it is. I'm gonna go on, and I'm gonna still be a 7-figure earner this year. I see it. Thank you, MOT. Shout out to MOT for the business knowledge, but it's still in my plans. It's not gonna change, Mike. And for all conservatives, what's that?
About your political track record? Your political track record.
I'm not political, bro. I'm conservative.
Why are you debating then? Why are you debating anything then?
Bro, I'm values conservative. Conservative is not there's no conservative political party, bro. Political parties are Republican and Democrat, bro. You can your values is where you stand.
Why are you backing Trump then? Trump's not a conservative. He's a liberal.
Bro, Trump's values fiscally. Trump's values fiscally are conservative. Trump's values socially have moved from moderate to conservative based on the actions of the left. And I got about 10 people in here right now that's done that.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Bro, I was a moderate, bro. I was a
No,
moderate.
I'm saying, are you sure about Trump's political track record on fiscal conservatism?
Not political, bro, value-wise.
Oh, that has nothing to do with conservatism, though.
Bro, conservatism is values.
What are the principles of conservatism then?
Bro, we've been over, man. We're not playing history lesson here, bro. If you want,
okay, all right.
No history, bro. Because whatever we say communists do, you say, oh, that's revisionist history. I can quote straight out of a daggone history, the Congress, the Continental Library, or whatever, the Library of Congress, a fact. You know what I'm saying? George Washington could come up from the grave himself and tell you something. You'd be like, that's revisionist history. Because that's what communists do, bro. I mean, you're a Marxist. You admit it. And that's what y'all do. So I won't play those history games with you.
Right. So, again, no framework of what conservative principles are, but you would stand up here and say that you're a conservative based on some values. Conservatism isn't about values, though, right? Because you can't nominate, you can't name off any of the principles at all.
Mike V, bro, you can go to any of my videos, bro. I got 163 videos on my page, and all of them are talking conservative values, bro.
You've been up here for 2 hours.
Bro, everything I've said is conservative, not village arsonists, black freaking supremacy, pretend conservatism, not Marxism like you subscribe to, not backwards liberalism like Man of Tomorrow subscribes to, which is really conservative. You know what I'm saying? None of that. Everything I've said is pure conservative values. Name one thing that isn't, bro, that I said up here.
No, I'm asking you to name those conservative values. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Bro, I'm saying, I can tell you, bro, straight off the fact, I said from the jump.
Okay.
Excuse me. Okay, Philan, I'll be your Huckleberry, Mike V.
Okay.
Leave these dysfunctional ass baby mamas alone. Prevention, right there. Now, you Marxists, y'all are like, nope. Let's build the community. Let's put all our resources together economically. Let's all as a village raise the child. You know, it's worked so good for the last 60 years in the black community. Let's do it now and let's add in UBI on top of the food stamps. I mean, that's what y'all Marxists think. I'm just saying though, man.
So your friends are helping you out in the chat, like Charles Merchant. He says personal responsibility and personal accountability. Do you think that Barack Obama was not a personally responsible person with his family?
Barack Obama's a piece of shit, bro. Those are his piece of kids. If Barack Obama, you asked me if it was truly his daughter, bro, my bad. What would you do to your vice president, best friend's son, if you found a picture of him on the internet fucking your daughter? What would you do to that dude? I'm just saying, bro.
Yeah, but the question is of the
responsibility and accountability. What are you gonna do if you were Barack Obama placed in that situation? Barack Obama ain't said shit. He daggone back Joe, and Joe said, "What? I'm proud of you, son, for smashing the Princess of Wakanda." It is what it is, bro.
All right, man. Definitely T.P.O.T. I mean, Brother X. You know, thank you for having me on, man. Definitely got to do.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, definitely got to follow. Yeah, definitely got to follow up, man, on any of these sort of progressive discourses that go on around here. We are the guys to talk about that. You know, I know a lot of people like to throw around the term Marxism and communism and socialism and don't know the isms at all. And, you know, they just throw it out there because they don't really have a framework of the history that goes behind all of that. They can't even name off the principles of conservatism. And so that's why they sit on the panel and talk about, Black queens and kangs and the Black community and things like that, because they can't name off any of these principles. So I see that what we're dealing with here are culture warriors. That's all we're dealing with here is culture warriors. Very dangerous people in our community who like to, align themselves with the opposition and then not redress their people that they're aligning themselves with about the grievances that Black people suffer from.
Yeah. But before you go, Brother Mike B, we were talking about the police, right? So what's your take on that? What do you think? Because I said there is no set anything as far as, police go. It's got to do with geographics. It's got to do with social economics. It got to do with, what particular cop you run into that particular day. I think all that stuff plays a part in a lot of these situations. And I was telling the person in the chat, because they said they're a white person, and how do we tell our sons different stuff? And I explained it like, it all depends on where we living at. Because if we live in different areas, I'm telling my son different stuff than you're telling yours. That's just the truth, because I have to, because I'm living under different circumstances than you are. So what's your take on that?
Well, we have to understand the origins of policing in America. The original institution was based off of slave patrols. It never changed. And so you still have the same founding principles within the departments itself, or within the institution itself. That didn't change after the 1860s and after the 1870s and the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is supposed to provide equal protection under the law. But we see that doesn't really pan out. And so what you have is in this sector is a back to blue movement, where they hold Black people accountable, but don't hold their institutions accountable, their public institutions, which is law enforcement. And so they'll bring up like something like the 94 crime bill and try to say, well, this part of the the political party instituted this, so therefore, that's where the problem is. No, the problem is you have an overwhelmingly white police force policing Black people. And so there's no reason for them to be held accountable by their standards, because they're doing exactly what they're told to do, which is to go out. If you look up Michael Woods Jr. from Baltimore Police Department, former Baltimore police officer, he talks about this extensively. He was told specifically, this is a white police officer. He was told specifically not to police white people and to only focus on Black people, because those white citizens could be connected to other sorts of people, such as politicians in the DMV. This is what he was told. This is a white male. You could look it up on YouTube. So they know what they're doing is wrong, but they're going to go ahead and do it anyways. If you go to Police Activity Channel on YouTube, you'll see several videos of how they interact with white individuals versus Black individuals. Black individuals.
Hey, Mike V, how do they act different with Black criminals versus white criminals?
No, they're not criminals.
They're not criminals.
No, they're not.
Come on, Mike V. How do you feel about criminals? Let's talk about the actions. How do you feel about criminals?
I'm answering Brother X. I'm answering Brother X.
Bro, how do you feel about the criminals? You want to talk all about
like the criminals. You mean like the criminals who marched on Washington D.C.?
I'll be there on January 6th, bro. You want to come up there and join us?
You mean like the Boogaloo Boys? You mean like the
Boogaloo Boys are leftists, bro? The Boogaloo Boys are leftist anarchists, bro.
No, we're talking about race.
The Boogaloo Boys are leftist anarchists. The Boogaloo Boys in Richmond, Virginia, my home state, sat up there and burned flags in my home state with BLM. I know the Boogaloo Boys. I can't stand those fuckers. They're anarchists.
That's not what we're...
The Boogaloo Boys wanted to hang Gretchen Whitmer and kidnap her. And what did your commie media say? Oh, man, there's Trump supporters. 2 + 2 = 5 Negroes at work, bro. Like I said, somebody in the chat said Mike V wants to come up here with that gotcha shit. But you know what? This is why you don't like me and David. Because that gotcha shit works on the 2 + 5 Negroes. Listen to y'all. It don't work on us, bro.
We're not talking about what you're talking about. We're talking about what Brother X just asked the question about.
Bro, about criminals, bro. Because what you're doing is, bro, you're sliding over to police accountability versus what me and X were talking about before is solution. You jump right over to prevent the outcome. Talk about prevention, Mike V. Stop daggone riding the dick of the criminals. If niggas weren't out here doing dumb shit, we wouldn't even be talking about the cops. And that's a fact. Because guess what? These rare occasions where Black people get hemmed up with situations with the police, they would not exist. Instead of being this much, they'd be this much. And that's what y'all commie niggas don't address. Because guess what? Y'all commie cats rely on Black people getting all emotionally amped up based on some criminal getting shot. Guess what? You can't put out UBI to these single mamas, bro. If dudes are being responsible and taking care of their families, they don't need y'all commie UBI.
How's that working out? How's that working out in red states like Kentucky?
It works great in red states, bro. Guess what? I'm sorry. Guess what? Them Negroes in Kentucky need to get off their ass, stop being victims like in Louisville, complaining and marching and crying over a trap queen.
Yeah. Anyway,
and do some work.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm answering Brother X's question.
Yeah. Like I said, Marxist V. Salute, Marxist V.
Yeah. Let me know when you got something constructive to add to this discussion. So to answer Brother X's question, there is a direct correlation between having majority white police departments over black communities. And so there is in that construct, you have people who don't have a connection to the environment that they're policing, so they don't feel any sort of repercussions for what they're doing. So stop and frisk on black people is what drove up a lot of the arrests. Okay, you can be standing out front of your house and they would arrest you for obstructing traffic. We saw this during COVID. In New York, you had black people being arrested and beat on by NYPD for not wearing masks and not social distancing.
Hey, lefty on lefty violence.
Whereas,
oh God, guess what? SYSBM, move your black ass to South Dakota. That's simple. Well, you ain't got to deal with y'all fake COVID, y'all commie COVID and stuff like that, Mike V. Boom, solution. Stop crying, bro.
Yeah,
like whereas said, oppression Olympics, man.
Yeah, whereas you had white people in New York in Central Park being given out masks right down the street. But see, that doesn't play into this discussion when it comes to people who support Trump. Ask them why they're supporting Trump, and they'll say because they're conservative. Ask them what Trump's conservative track record is. They can't bring it up. They can't do anything about it. And so what they're doing now is coming onto your panel and coming into your chat and filibustering in order to ignore the previous losses that he had in court, ignore the fact that the Electoral College made the decision, ignore the fact that Mike Pence isn't riding with Trump anymore.
Hey, Mike V, what is 2 plus 2, bro? What is 2 plus 2? Is it 5 or is it 4?
Ignore the fact
that— Is it 5 or is it 4, Mike? Come on, Mike. 18 bellwether counties, Mike. Florida and Ohio. You want to keep on throwing in statistical improbabilities, Mike? Guess what? Georgia, Ruby, and Jay Freeman. It don't work, Mike, with the math. Nobody wants to believe your commie math. You know what I'm saying, bro? I'm shutting you down. You ain't got nothing to say because that commie stuff does not work for me, bro. You know what? You may not believe in this flag, but guess what? 80 million Americans do, and they're not all conservative. There's moderates, liberals, gays, transgenders, Martians, dogs, cats that believe in this flag. Then guess what? They don't like commie niggas like you that are teaching black people oppression. And some of them black folks are waking up. When Joe Biden said to hell with y'all, guess what? How many more black people woke up when Joe Biden said that? And we're like, you know what? Fuck niggas like Mike V. We going and we gonna rock for this flag. We're American. We're not down with that commie shit. We're not, you know, guess what? I'm gonna teach my son how to be responsible. Guess what? Police don't matter. I'm getting the fuck up out of bumfuck goddamn Projectville, and I'm moving out to Iowa. I'm moving to daggone, you know what? The Cut in Texas. I'm gonna move to Florida. You know, I'm gonna go to trade school. I'm gonna become a truck driver, and I'm gonna get custody of my son. That's conservatism, Mike V. Not all this. Oh my God, the police. There's a lot of white cops. Man, come on, man. We don't want that communism shit, bro.
So to finish answering your question, Brother X, what you have now are people who don't want to acknowledge November 4th. They don't want to acknowledge the conservative judges who voted against.
Acknowledge math, bro. They're all in on it, bro. They're all in on your commie take, bro. Simple math, bro. Is COVID real? Yeah. Was it created? Yeah. Are people dying from it? No. It's simple, bro. The CDC says it. Here's the thing with y'all, with commies and elitists, bro. You gotta say what you're doing. You gotta say it. If you go on the CDC's website, guess what? All the stats line up that guess what? COVID ain't killing people. But what? The media, commies like you, tell people that guess what? Oh man, all y'all die from COVID. Black people, put your masks on. Black people, you better get in line first for that vaccine. Black people, oh man. I know black people, the Tuskegee. We pulled it once on y'all with Tuskegee. Go ahead and fall for it again, black people.
So
that's what commies like you tell them, Mike.
So I can finish answering your question so I can get up out of here, man.
And Mike, you got the balls to address me, Mike. You said you're blocked on my channel. I'm right here. I'm right now. I'm not David. No, you got me, Mike. You got me. Address me, Mike. Have the balls to address me with the commie stuff. Look at the flag, Mike. You can already tell I don't like commies and I don't like Marxists. I don't like UBI. I don't like victimhood, oppressionhood. I don't like it. So guess what? You got me. Address me, Mike. You know what I'm saying? I apologize for trolling you last time I was on, but now I'm here and you got me. Have the balls to address me.
Right. So to finish answering your question, brother X.
Like I said, man, 2 + 2 = 5 Negroes, bro. You guess what? You ain't got no nuts, bro. You soft, man. Do I gotta take it there from you, man? You soft, man. God damn, bro.
Yeah, see, this isn't a real debate because you're not equal on.
Bro, get the fuck out of here with that. I ain't no goddamn commie, bro. You wanna take it there, bro? Let's take it there, bro. Let's take it there. You come on my chat, and NBD Assistente block you because you don't want to come in the panels. You want to come in there and bump the table without coming there saying shit.
I had a wrench on your channel. I had a wrench.
Then come up there, come on the panel and say, now you got
I had a wrench on your channel, and you took it away when I started deconstructing.
I didn't take it.
Yeah, when
I don't watch what's going on. I invited you up there, but guess what? The people that follow me, bro, they don't like that commie shit either. My mods don't like that. My main mod, guess what? Her family escaped a communist dictatorship. She don't like that shit, bro.
Yeah, so X, this is part of the reason why I don't come onto your panels, because what happens here is you allow this type of dude to get on your panel and he becomes, all flustered and starts filibustering because he doesn't really have.
I've asked you straight up, bro. Get some dollars.
Hold up, let Mike B rock, man. Hold on, let Mike B rock. Go ahead, Mike B. Go ahead, brother Mike B.
Yeah, because talking over me. Yeah, because talking over me isn't going to do much for you because I've already taken 3 of your live streams, deconstructed all of them, and you haven't gotten on the panel when MOT dropped the link in the chat. You never jumped on it because you know that you can never.
MOT permanently blocked me, bro.
No, he did not permanently block you.
Well, he might have took it off when he blocked me. That's when I said, no, I'm done.
No, listen, brother X.
If I'm not blocked, I'll come back to MOT's channel. But one day, me and MOT had it out. No. And guess what? He blocked me. He didn't like what I had to say. But it's cool. Like I said, I ain't got no beef with MOT. I've rocked 95% what MOT has to say. We just don't agree politically. We're probably related. Our grandfathers are from the same goddamn place.
Yeah. So how this works is basically, our brother X, is that you got to have someone who's equally knowledgeable on the subject. I asked Trey 6 months ago, if not longer, when was it ever a good time to be a black conservative in America? And he chuckled. The live stream is still up on the Black Brain Trust. He never answered the question. You know why he never answered the question? He never had a frame of reference for what he was talking about. See, this conservative. All
right, Mike, I'll answer it. Yeah, like I did that day. It's always been good. It was good. I think it was around 1679. It was great for Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson, it was great. The nigga was the Jackie Robinson of slavery. It worked out excellent for him. Being black was great for William Ellison. Being black was great for all them female slave owners in Louisiana. Being great was for the real Jackie Robinson. Being great was for my dad in Mississippi. My great grandmother owning all that land with a lot of black people working for it. It's been great for me. You know what I'm saying? It's always been great, bro. Choices. Like Kanye said, slavery was a choice. Did things suck? Hell yeah. It probably sucked for daggone Samantha. I bet it wasn't perfect for white folks. I bet it sucked for Blexit. Peoples and my mom peoples coming over here from Jamaica. I bet it sucked for them. I bet Catalina Castillo sucked for her.
You're not.
What? It's choice, Mike V. It's choice. If your situation is bad, change it. But guess what? If you take the L, you take the L. Don't cry over spilled milk. Go back and reattack, bro.
Yeah, that sounds really cool to your subscribers, but what's happening here is that in this space, you have black men who are trying to politicize SYSBM. They're trying to push conservative ideals. But when you have a real conservative, on the panel like the Village Arsonist,
that nigga ain't no conservative. That nigga's an effeminate bitch, bro. I'm sorry, Village Arsonist. He may not be one in real life, but he came up here talking like one. My bad, Village Arsonist. What you said out your mouth sounded like one. No, you sound like a commie.
Yeah. So that sounds cool because you have to understand what communism is versus socialism versus Marxism. Marxism is not an actual system; it's a philosophy.
Oh,
but see,
guess what came from Marxism? Socialism and communism, bro. They developed from it, bro. Come on, man. I know, bro. You traveled to Rwanda. You were around some of the smartest black people in the world. Come on, man. I know you got some sense to you. You know, it all ain't computer knowledge, bro. Come on, man. Don't come up here with that shit, man. You used the 2 + 2 = 5 niggas over there in the Doom Patrol. This ain't the Doom Patrol, bro. Dumb niggas ain't allowed where we at, man. You come over there with some intelligence, man. Don't come over here with that clown shit.
So why aren't you backing any of the black conservatives in politics now? Why are you only backing Trump?
Conservatism.
No, why are you only backing Trump?
Who says I only back Trump, bro?
I'm asking you, why are you only backing?
I didn't vote for only Trump.
You said I support
John James.
MAGA Nation.
I support Clinton Kasich. I support Burgess Owens. I support Ron DeSantis. You know what I'm saying? White politicians. I support Ted Cruz.
Where are the black conservatives that you support?
It don't matter. I support conservatives, bro. I support conservatives. I named 4 of them off for you. And like I said, communism is, you don't hear it. Do I need to name those 4 black conservatives again?
No, you why aren't you backing John James? Why aren't you backing?
I did back John James. I don't believe John James should have conceded. John James got robbed by you commies. You know what I'm saying? Your Chinese math, your Chinese algorithm and Dominion robbed John James. Why aren't you rocking for that black man? Why aren't you up here screaming, hollering, and hooping for John James when he got robbed in Michigan? Since you know, hold up a second. You know what? I forgot. You're a math guy on computers, and you're telling me that makes sense. You're a computer guy, and you're telling me this mathematical probability works out.
I've already proven that. I've already proven that the last time
you have it. Mike V, prove it. Pull up your math right now. Share your screen with the math that proves it, bro.
I've already
I'll put a G on it right now. I'll put a G on it. Show the math that proves it, bro. I'll put a G on it. Put your money up, bro. Put your money up.
I don't want to take your money, but
put your money up, bro.
You don't have the forensic analysis.
Keep it going, bro. Put your money up.
Point that you're
making. I'll send it to X right now in Cash App. Put a G up. Prove your math and put a G up.
I'm not in charge of the investigation. You're presenting the evidence.
Out of here, man. Niggas always talking that bullshit, but when it's time to come and show and prove, you got shit to say. I'm telling you straight up. I'll Cash App X 1,000 right now. If you can show your math, you put up 1,000. You show your math that shows that the probability of elections over the last 100 years it doesn't exist right now, and that all these scientists are wrong, and you're right. Guess what? You got a G from me right now. You know what I'm saying? Shut up, bro.
Yeah, so X, I've already proven on your channel when they presented the evidence that they didn't have any legitimate evidence to prove that it was any fraudulence happening in the voting system itself. You had the head of DHS cybersecurity come out and say that there was no sort of tampering. It was the safest election ever. He's on record saying this, and actually he just came out the other day in a Senate hearing talking about this. But see, these guys don't cover that part of politics. They only cover what they want to cover that satisfies them. They don't actually cover the real Republicans and the real conservatives that are actually holding it down for what it really stands for. And so that's why they avoid ever posting that type of stuff on their channel. All they talk about is what goes on the left, what leftists are doing.
Put a G up, bro. Put a G up and stop talking that nonsense. Bro, now you want to believe white people. Now it's believe all white people. The director of Homeland Security, the one that got fired. Guess what? Homeland Security, the sister that got fired, believe all white people now. A minute ago, you're like village arsonist. Great job for saying all that bad stuff about white people. Now you're like, believe all white people.
No, that's not what I said.
You sound like a daggone liberal, daggone feminist, bro. You sound like a liberal white feminist. Believe all women. Believe all white people.
That's what Mitch McConnell said.
2 minutes ago, you was like village arsonist. You were great, man, going in on white people. White people are the devil. Which one is it, bro? Are white people are the devil? Is it believe all white people? Which one is it?
Yeah. So, Brother X, thank you for having me on.
Absolutely. Anytime, brother.
If you ever want to have a legitimate debate between a progressive and, one of these fake conservatives, let me know, man, because I have no problem doing it.
Which card you want, man? Put a G up. Which one you want, man? Which one you want? Put a G up, Mike, and put your math up.
Yeah, but you're not a real conservative. So I'm only gonna
put a G up, bro. Put a G up. Put your money where your mouth is, Mike. Oh, my bad, Mike. That'll go take away from your UBI and your commie shit. Commies, y'all ain't do that. Y'all don't do that kind of stuff.
Maybe I can set something up between you and TVA. You know, maybe I can set something up between you and TVA, man.
Oh man, victimhood versus communism.
We actually agree more than we disagree because we actually understand the fundamentals here. But see, when you only back one president and one politician, then that proves that you're not.
There is only one president, bro. President Donald J. Trump is the president. He's the only president.
You don't back any other presidents. You didn't. You didn't back any other. You're 47 years old. You didn't back any.
I'm 45, bro. I backed Barack Obama. I backed George W. Bush.
So you backed Clinton.
Guess what, bro? I was a soldier, bro. I followed orders as a soldier. Regardless, as long as those orders were legal, I followed them, bro. Because guess what? I had to protect the man to my left and my right, bro. I had to look out for the well-being of my soldiers. Because guess what? It sucks to have to send one of your soldiers home in a box because of your own stupidity and you didn't look out for him. But hey, you communists wouldn't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? You like into the darkness. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about serving your country. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about repping this flag. You know what I'm saying? Well, I respect I respect the office of the presidency. You know what I'm saying? I respect Trump. Do I respect all his decisions? No, but I respect most of them. Barack Obama, I was happy as can be when he got elected. But that second term and all that bullshit he pulled on black men, fuck him. Especially now that he acting like a little bitch. Hell no.
So Trump gave more money to the military in 4 years than Obama gave in 8 years, and yet these guys don't talk about that.
Bro, really?
Talk about it.
Excuse me, Greg was talking about that. Bro, I can go to any goddamn doctor. I can go to any goddamn doctor I want now thanks to Trump. You want to know what the wait was under Obama for the disabled veterans that came before me? You want to know what the wait was, bro? Thanks to Trump, I could call up tomorrow and have an appointment for any kind of doctor I want.
Yeah. No,
thanks, Trump.
I'm good. Having any further discourse with you at this point. But like I said, X man, thank you for having me on, man. I definitely
absolutely. You already know. Hit me up, brother Mike B. Hit me up, brother.
Hey, shout out to the Doom Patrol.
Peace.
Tell them I said hi.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Peace, brother Mike B. Yeah, we running a little small marathon, somewhat of a challenge. Lucky you folks, I don't have to do anything in the morning. So if anyone feels like they want to come up to the Digital Squared Circle, the email is on the screen. It's propertothought@yahoo.com. That's propertothought@yahoo.com. One word, no caps, Negroes.
Let me say this before I go.
Go ahead, brother Mike B. You got it.
I don't float too many places in the manosphere, but if you want to catch me, I'm always on Man of Tomorrow, chopping it up, real politics over there, breaking down people's and debunking people's talking points on their panels. Like we've done the Trey many times, we've done the David Monroe many times, and they never come up on the panel.
Bro, y'all made like 3 videos since me and David destroyed y'all, man. What happened to the Black Brain Trust after me and David destroyed y'all?
You didn't destroy anything.
Man, y'all put out like 3 videos since then, man.
No, because we're doing something right now. But any of your guys, they never come over to MOTs. The ones you see in the chat right now, they never come over to MOTs. They never come to the Black Brain Trust.
Man, why are you with an SYSBM space, bro? You said you don't like SYSBM. MOT is SYSBM. Do you tune out SYS when he's talking SYSBM stuff? Do you log out?
Excuse me?
When he's talking SYSBM stuff, do you log out? Because you said you don't support SYSBM.
No, he's not. We're not talking about. You can't politicize SYSBM, so it doesn't have anything to do. It's just a philosophy in itself. So what you're trying to do is use SYSBM and misuse it for other purposes other than what it was intended for. And so I don't really rock with guys who do things like that. So,
oh man, I haven't been SYSBM from jump. Not me. No, not me. No, I'm not one of the SYSBM OGs. Not me. Oh hell no. My bad.
Yeah,
I'll be back there.
Yeah, SYSBM doesn't mean anything to me in the context that you're using it. That's why I don't respond to it. But that's why, I just wanted to make that last statement before I got up out of here, because I see some guys over in the chat kind of running their mouth in the chat, but they never pull up when we're on the panels, on MOTs, Black Brain Trust, or on Art Newstall's, you know, chopping up some real game. And these guys always run. They never come on the panel. They never come on the panel for a full discourse.
Okay, Mike. Now I got to call you out for lying, Mike. When we come on MOT's panel, MOT goes full MOT, never go full MOT, y'all. When MOT goes full MOT, as soon as we start talking, MOT will kick us off. The minute, man. Don't lie, bro. You can come up here and say whatever, but don't lie, bro. You can go back and look at MOT streams when myself, David, Lil Big Nate, any of us have come on, and MOT will kick us right off.
No, he doesn't do that. MOT doesn't do things like that, man.
All right, I'm gonna come back to MOT stream and see what happens on a political debate. Send me an invite. You got my email. Send me an invite, and y'all talking politics. I'll come up and let's watch what MOT does.
Well, make sure you come by Sunday. We'll definitely be chopping then. All right.
All right, man. Ask MOT nicely not to kick us off.
Yeah, Streamlabs timed out Gino Richardson. Thank you. Well, yeah.
Well, the bot will do that. If you say something,
Gino get kicked off. Salute, Gino.
It doesn't like.
He's doing his job. Keeping the sucker.
The bot will chop your head off if you say something it does not like. It is programmed to do such. Well, some people have figured out how to work around it. You know, they done figured out how to work around the algorithm. But the bot will get you. I mean, that bot, man, it don't take no prisoners. If you say enough things enough times, it will just block you. It will eventually block you. So, you know, be careful. Be careful what you say in there, man, because it's only going to give you a few warnings before it just blocks you. I mean, you know, that's kind of what it's programmed to do. You know,
man, Judge, whatever, Judge.
It give you a couple warnings, and the next thing you know, it chop your damn head off. You know, man, Judge Zilla in the house. What's good, brother? Judge Zilla.
Judge, you BSing, man. I've been up on streams with you, me, Marco, MOT. We done shot the shit all day talking about this dysfunctional behavior, Judge. Don't even try that. What I said about them, dysfunctional women earlier, that wasn't true because the same stuff has come out your mouth, Judge, on panels with me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all cats act like clips don't exist. Like the internet just disappears. A lot of the stuff I was saying, Judge, you've said it.
Yeah, if anybody wants to come up, come on up. I wish Lady Ruby would come up here because she's going ham. She was going ham in the chat earlier.
Yeah, she got it, man.
Come on up here. We're not debating no more, Lady Ruby.
Hey, but I gotta dip out, X, man. I gotta, you know, I'm being passed out to make food, Ryan. And you know, I done kept everybody up in here going ham.
I appreciate it, man. You know, you always welcome here, man. Everybody's welcome here. You know, I don't have to totally agree with you for you to be welcome here. You know, that's you know how we do it here.
Yeah,
you know how we do it here.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit up Jennifer, man, Rage, and try and link her up with you.
Yeah, man. Tell her I'm free next week, man. Wednesday, Saturday, you know, one of those days. Thursday, of course, you know, I ain't gonna be doing nothing because I'll probably be sloshed.
You tell her.
That Thursday, I'm pretty sure I'll be pretty sloshed, you know, by nightfall. So that won't be any good. But Wednesday, I'm good. And Saturday, if she want to do something.
Okay.
All right.
And bro,
give her my info.
Man. Yeah, check out the streams, man. January 6th, man, I'm gonna be rolling with the Proud Boys and the Vikings there, just documenting everything.
Okay. And you're gonna be doing it on your channel, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be live there with them, documenting everything, you know, so people can see. People need to see like the truth. And if I'm there and the Proud Boys all of a sudden, if they really racist, I'll call them out. I call a spade a spade. And one last thing, Classic Ruby, ma'am, I just don't do it. I don't, you know, I made that mistake before with Sister George, and I've apologized to her. I don't do it to the ladies. You know, like I said, I'm a male chauvinist. I am all about black masculinity and black men taking the lead. And I feel this is discussions, politics is best talked amongst men. And if the women come on my channel, know that like when the men are talking, like, yo, chill out for a second. We're going to go in. And if there's women on our panel, we'll tone it down. But Once the women are off our panel, we go ham on there. So if you came up here, I wouldn't be able to truly say what I want to say, because I respect the ladies that come on the panel.
All right.
And Sister George, if you catch this replay, I am sorry again, Sister George, that first time I went off on you.
I will come down there and check it out. I will check it out. I appreciate you coming on, though, brother. I do.
I bet, y'all. I'm out, y'all. One.
Peace. Might as well send old brother Trey off with this here. It was made especially for the brother coming on tonight. So we'll send him off with this here. Yeah, do that like that. Oh yeah, I know, Lady Ruby, I know. And like I said, you can still come up if you want to. That's up to you. I just want to send Brother Trey off with that there graphic. And if you are interested in any of these graphics or anything like these graphics, you might want to hit this brother here up. Yeah, that's my boy Supreme SKC. Go ahead and hit him up, man. He does all kind of graphics and everything. He does a lot of work for this channel, so if you if you're interested in some intros, outros, graphics, thumbnails, portraits, whatever on this digital space, go ahead and hit my man up. It's SKC at skcwork.com. That's SKC at skcwork.com. All right. So I don't think anybody is going to come up, right? Nobody's going to come up, right? So, or come in, I should say. No one's going to come in. So this is what I'm going to do. Go ahead and hit y'all in the head with this here final programming note, like I always do. Tomorrow, make sure you have your black behinds here, because we will be doing another installment of Ask the Doc on the Ask the Doc series. The good doctor, Nicole Ali, will be in the house. And y'all know that Nicole is a scientist, and she'll be taking your questions, man. So make sure you hear 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. The good Dr. Nicole Ali will be in the house, and she will be taking your questions. So you better show up and ask some. You understand? Good. Yeah. So I guess we're going to wrap it up, man, and get on up out of here. Good stuff tonight, Got a little fiery, throughout, but for the most part, good stuff. I appreciate y'all hanging out, man, tonight, man, with me as always, sticking around and, watching us hanging out with us and all of that. You know, I appreciate you good folks, man, out there. And I definitely appreciate you good folks who hang out up in here. As always, man, it's always a pleasure to have you good folks here with us. Yeah, make sure you show up tomorrow. And who knows, I might have a special guest for y'all next week. Y'all may not be familiar with her. Lady Rage, I believe she's called. Lady Rage, she's called. I'm trying to get her up on the stream. I think y'all are gonna like her. She comes with that heat, man, and I'm trying to get her up in here next week. I'm working on it. Her and other people. So you know, just make sure, man, you pay attention to what's going on, man. Watch the thumbnails and see what we got cooking down here on the T.P.O.T YouTube page. You know. What is that? I'm going to email you. I know you can't catch me, but we have a website to catch all. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, send it to me. Lady Ruby, send me the link so I can go down there and check it out. Oh shit, my brother Jay Shine in the house. What's good with it, brother Jay Shine? I see you up there, brother. Yeah, I appreciate y'all, man, hanging out tonight, man. And you know, special shout out to the Village Arsonist, brother Trey, brother Mike V, my man Perfect Black. You know, I appreciate the brothers coming through, man, and you know, adding to the conversation with this here challenge that we often do. You know, appreciate all of y'all, man, and I don't take y'all lightly. I don't know what we're going to be doing next week. I'm not sure, but if I don't see y'all, man, you know, happy holidays. And there go my brother. Brother Art, what's good with it, man?
What's going on with you, fam?
What's going on, man? I might have to hang out for a little while now. Now that you here, what's good with it, man?
I got a few more minutes. Just
what's going on?
Doing some late night work.
All right.
I saw you send the link, so I went on to show some support. You know.
So did you catch some of the the back and forth between Mike V and brother Trey, or did you catch some of the back and forth between the Village Arsonist and brother Trey?
I just caught the last part with Mike V. I didn't.
Okay.
The part.
Okay.
Doing a lot
of
stuff.
Well, it always gets contentious when you know, one of the conservative brothers come on, and especially if I got somebody on like Mike V or MOT, you know, somebody like that, it always gets really it gets a little heated, it gets a little contentious, you know, when you bring the conservative brothers up and you get like a Mike V on here, you know, somebody like that, and they going back and forth. But at the end, it wasn't really a debate. I mean, we did a debate at the top of the show. And I also had Greg Kelly was on here as well. So that's another brother I want to get up here, man, because he was going hard when he came on here, man. Shout out to Greg Kelly, man. I'm gonna try to get him up here next week as well, man. Brother Greg was going in. Yeah, he was going in. You know, he's preaching. He's preaching here tonight, boy. For real.
That's good that you you know, staying consistent. You know, but
yeah, I try. I try. Yeah, I do try.
Yeah, because I just peek in and I have to put the phone down and stuff and do some other stuff or whatever. But and then usually towards the end, I'm able to do some things. Even though I'm on vacation, I'm still busy as hell, man.
Wow, I'm sure, man. I was listening to y'all the other day, man. You was down there. I think BGS was in there. I saw who else? Game Changer. What's that other dude? That other dude, man. That dude is official. What's his name? Rogish, I believe his name is. He was down there.
Haven't seen
that bro.
But he comes every now and then. Rogish.
That brother's official. So I mean, I was gonna jump on, but shit, man, I was tired. I was like, God damn, man, it's late as hell. You know.
Yeah, it was going over the whole. I just had a little fun because I was showing sitcoms pictures, like different, like the Jeffersons or whatever. We were trying to figure out if they were Republican or Democrat.
Oh, the Jeffersons?
Yeah, like all the different ones. Like I went into the White Shadow. I went into trying to remember. Girlfriends, My Wife and Kids, Family Matters.
All right.
Show. We're just just thinking about different scenarios, what makes them go in political directions, different directions in politics. So it's pretty interesting.
Okay.
I enjoyed that portion. One day I might do it again, get everybody's take, because there are certain things about sitcoms that we don't pay attention to. Because I guess the writers are doing one thing, but we're thinking another because we're consumers.
Okay.
But
okay.
Yeah, I appreciate the brotherhood, man, and the sisters that come through as well. This keeps you, because you got to think about this is our radio. This is our talk radio.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And we get to come in and talk to the commentary people sometimes. So you gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about, and I'm putting this in the chat, y'all. I just got this link here from Lady Ruby. She sent me this. Oh, I didn't even have to put all this. I don't know why I did that. Here's the link. They throw down Wednesday nights, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, the same time I do my damn show. Y'all go ahead and hit the link, man, and y'all can listen to the shows, man, that they got going on down there. You know what I'm saying? Go down there, man, and check the ladies out, man. Go down there and check out Lady Char and Lady Ruby, man. They got a radio show going on down there. I have to go ahead and check it out myself while I'm telling y'all to do it. I need to go and do it myself.
It's
so y'all go ahead.
It's kind of
go
hard,
ahead, brother Art.
It's gonna be hard for me on Friday because Friday is Xmas Day. That's the day that I usually do my Friday night touch up. So I might do it earlier in the day. Just put a few hours in for those people that have nothing to do. But then again, later on, I gotta hang out with the pops.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not doing anything next week, I'm gonna try to get down there and catch them. I don't know if y'all are y'all doing a show next week, Lady Ruby? Are y'all doing a show next week or no? If y'all doing a live show next week, I might drop down there if I'm not, if I don't have a show going on, which it doesn't look like I'm going to. Oh, okay. Okay, because it doesn't look like I'm going to be doing a show Wednesday. I'll probably be doing one. I probably won't do a show till Saturday because I'm definitely not going to be doing one on Thursday because Thursday I'm going to be so sloshed by the time nighttime come that I will be in no damn condition whatsoever to get up on here and function properly because I am probably going to be quite inebriated. I'm probably quite inebriated next Thursday.
We got two Leos I can see right there. We got Classic Ruby and Jay Shine. That's our Leo connection right there. So
oh yeah. My brother Jay Shine, boy, that's my dude right there, boy. That brother has supported me, man, for years.
Yeah, he's New York overcover.
Oh yeah, boy. Brother Jay Shine has supported me for years and years and years. I tell everybody when it comes to T.P.O.T, if T.P.O.T was a house, goddamn Jay Shine would have the keys to the front door and the keys to the good car. So
he's modest about it, but he donated some money for my students' thing that I give them every year when they graduate.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even ask; he just sent it. So.
Oh yeah, I mean that's who he is, man. I mean that's Jay Shine. I mean you ain't gotta ask him nothing. He's just there for you, man. Like I said, brother Jay Shine has been supporting me for years. He supported me on the front end and he supports me on the back end. So, like I said, I say again, if goddamn T.P.O.T was a house, Jay Shine would have keys to the front door and keys to the good car. So, you know.
Yes, sir. But yeah, I gotta get these stitches out of my arm tomorrow.
Yeah, man. How's that going? How you feeling with that, man? How you feeling with the surgery and all that, man? You healing up? Is it starting to itch? Because my grandmother used to say when it's itching, it's healing. So has it started to itch yet?
Got to the itch because they use stitches and staples.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's hard to lean and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The wife bumping on it. I'm like, are you doing this on purpose? He's like, oops, it's sorry. But
it's not on your drawing hand though, right? It's not like on your drawing hand, right?
I got that one done earlier.
Okay.
That one was done like in October. But this one, so now I got normal elbows again. So I don't have that, all that build up and stuff from the gout. So now I can walk around and flex a little bit.
All right.
So, all right. I just got to take better care of myself, and even if you're busy, you still got to find time to take care of that health.
Yeah, man. I've been focusing on that too, man. I done messed around and I done cut all meat out my diet and all that. I haven't eaten any meat in like 3 weeks, and I can kind of feel it. I can feel it. I can feel my gut going down, and I'm not on the toilet as much either. So the first things I noticed, I can feel the old gut shrinking, and I'm not on the damn commode as much. And I think I like those two things happening in my life. So I think I'm going to stick with it.
You might want to create the commode culture, because that's the one that keeps you from having like issues like cancer, prostate issues, your liver. I mean, I don't know if you get a blood test every year, but that's very important. So they can at least check out your liver, kidney, because you said you're over 50, right?
Yes.
So
yes. I just turned 52 last week.
And they said that that's right, you're Sag. That's right. We're as black men, our white blood cells are always in question, as we get older. So you have to pay attention to that. Definitely, like again, the kidney and liver, those are things that they're always going over. Obviously, the stuff like sugar and cholesterol, all you gotta do is cut down on some things. But other than that, you should be good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I just got a really good checkup. It's been 2 months. Yeah, 2 months ago. Got everything checked. I'm actually in pretty decent shape. I'm actually surprised. I'm actually shocked.
Those red blood cells, though, that's the stuff that if your red blood cells are good to go, then that's good enough to fight these viruses.
Yeah.
I'll say that. Yeah. If you could, I try to say buzzwords, but yeah, if you get that red blood cell count, you're good. That's the thing. Sometimes you got to hold the doctor down and say, man, what this mean? Because sometimes they don't go over it, because they're like, what's important to some doctors may not be important to others. So
yeah, the only thing they told me, they was like, oh, slow down on the cigars, but that's not going to happen. So they just wasted their time. It's wasted their time saying that. I was like, that was a waste of words, doc, because I'm not going to stop smoking cigars. I'm not going to stop doing it.
On that. What are they saying? Your lungs?
Huh?
What are they saying?
They were saying that I should slow down. It was like, oh, cigar every now and then isn't gonna, cause they ask you that stuff. Do you smoke?
Right.
Do you this? Do you that? And it was like, how many cigars do you smoke a week? I said, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 a week. And the doctor was like, oh, maybe you should just have one. And I was like, I don't know about that one, doc. I mean, three is my number. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna at least 3 on the week. At least 3, doc. So
I kid you
he
not.
just wasted his time.
My ex-doctor tried to tell me that I needed some like a pork chop or some bacon.
What? Pork chop.
I couldn't believe he said that. I should have had him put that in writing. I was like, because it was something about, because you know how it is when you really, really change your diet, like your cholesterol goes down, your sugar goes down. He was saying, you need to get your stuff in the middle, that kind of thing. But he said, well, if you want to speed it up, you might want to get you some bacon or some pork chops. Just don't fry it, blah, blah, blah. I was like, and I said, yeah, okay. Usually I never tell doc, unless they was talking about vaccines, because I'm not really a vaccine person. But anything else, they just said, I said, okay, I'll look into it.
They actually gave me a clean bill, man. They gave me a clean goddamn bill of health, and I was shocked like a motherfucker. I was shocked, like, oh shit.
Yeah, mine was. It was an improvement, but I'm not satisfied. So I'm still working at it. Because since this whole pandemic and COVID or whatever, I never realized I was in tip-top shape when I was going to the gym 4 times a week. I was doing good. And during that time, I thought I wasn't. But I'm like, now I see the difference. So I've been getting used to these machines here at the house, But how's the shutdowns and stuff over there in the NC?
Well, they had us on a 10 o'clock curfew. You had to be in by 10 o'clock unless you was, going to work or coming from work or something like that. And last week they changed it, and now it's midnight. So you can't be like out on the streets after midnight, unless you're going to work, coming from work, something like that. So, you gotta have a real reason to be out. You can't just be like hanging or standing on the corner or no shit like that. The police are going to fuck with you because it's like some executive governor's order. So there is that. No shutdowns per se, nothing extra. Restaurants, no dining in, of course. But they are letting people dine outside still. And we in the South, so you can do that. It's still like 60 degrees down here, even though it's December. So that you can do. But mostly everything is open though. Mostly everything is open. Just with restrictions, everything's got these numbers on the door of maximum patrons that can be in the place at one time. No matter what store you go to, if you go like to the gas station, if you go to say, we go to a place called, me and my wife go to this place called Nothing But Noodles, where, they sell, they don't sell nothing but noodles, ergo the name Nothing But Noodles. And on the door, only 32 people can be in the place at one time. If you go to other stores, it's similar. 20 people in the place, 50 people in the place, and they actually have people counting. They have people standing out there with counters to make sure it doesn't exceed, X amount of people. But that's pretty much it. My ass wouldn't probably be nowhere after midnight anyway. So them having a midnight curfew doesn't really affect me, personally. It probably affects other people who, like to be, the vampires who crawl out of their coffin, after dark. Yeah, it might. Yeah, because, they sleep all damn day. So, they crawl out of their coffin, after dark, so it probably affects them more. I mean, when I'm not on here, I'm sleep. I'll be asleep at midnight. most nights I'm asleep by midnight, man. I'm in the damn bed because I usually got to get up 5 o'clock in the morning. So, so that doesn't really affect me. I still do what I do. I still work. I still, we still go to the supermarket, shit like that. I mean, ain't nothing changed too much, but ain't much changed for me when it was at the height of it. I mean, I was still working.
Yeah, because that's what it seems like. It just targets people that just ain't got shit to do.
Yeah, I was still, I mean, I never skipped a beat when it was bad, when they was like, because at one point, man, they was shutting everything down. They didn't shut my place down. I didn't come there and they had a sign on my door. It never happened. It never happened. I went right on to work every day. It's like I do, any other time. Nothing ever changed. Not for me, it didn't. For a lot of other people, people, in my family, people that I knew, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that, they shut their businesses down, barbershops and beauty services and stuff like that. They went and put them damn them letters, those executive letters on the door and say, you are not allowed to open this place. And people that had their places open, they were actually walking in there serving them with these papers saying that they had to shut it. So, but none of that shit happened to me. I mean, I ain't bragging on it or nothing, but it just didn't happen. I still did what I normally do. Only difference is I wore my mask more. That's it.
I'm keeping an eye on California. And shout out to the Black Brain Trust, Mike V, MOT, BGS, all of them. It's certain things like when you get these conversations and yourself as well. It's when you get these conversations, things come up that we are reminded what we should be paying attention to. When things are coming down the pike, things are being introduced. You can't just go by that. You got to go by, okay, it's almost like sports. You can't just say, oh, he's good, they're good, they're gonna win the game. You got to consider, how good your power forward is, how good your center, is doing, or whatever. So, or if they're injury prone. So yeah, you can always say, well, we're going to do this. So the reason why I'm bringing that up is because we got our governor out here in California. They still talking about coming up with enough signatures for him to be up for recall. And right now they're past the halfway mark to get him recalled. He's a Democratic governor. He's always in the news. Matter of fact, he has that Kamala collection, right? Pelosi connection. So he's the darling that they're waiting to put up there in the pedestal. And it seems like if he makes it like super strict, that recall might be a stronger possibility for him. So I think he's like kind of like walking on eggshells out here, because he is talking about having curfews or whatever, and every now and then he's letting up. Is back and forth. I have a feeling, based on what I'm looking at, I'm thinking that they're kind of leveraging that recall, as far as they're licking their chops, waiting for him to do something to get California upset with some of the things that he's trying to force that people don't want. You know what I'm saying? So keep an eye on that. I don't know whether or not if they can pull that off, because we talk to people. I mean, out here, we talk about Trump in California. It's the biggest frown ever. Like, wow. Oh, people trying to get him out.
So what's the real crux behind the recall? Like, what is it that he's, what exactly is he doing to make people want to recall him?
They've been trying to do this for years with this guy, but since the pandemic happened, it's making it more possible. So the kind of decisions he's making based on the pandemic, I think that's kind of like making it more feasible for him to have to step down. I remember he brought up some things about reparations for Californians, but that was during the time when the recall was being more likely, So I think that, we don't hear about it anymore. That was the thing that Cube was talking about. Remember when they asked Cube, what have you been doing and all that? So that was the thing that he mentioned that he was a part of. So I I think he's finding ways to. I don't know if you saw Leprechaun, the first movie. I don't know if you saw it. When every time every time he was chasing them, they kept throwing shoes at him.
Mm-hmm.
Stop and shine him.
Mm-hmm.
And then after he got through shining, he kept running, and they kept throwing shoes again.
I saw all of those. I saw all of those. Even the one in the hood, the what is it, Leprechaun in the Hood or something like that. I saw that. I saw that one too. Go ahead.
Throwing shoes, because I think that's the thing. I think that these people are throwing shoes. No, I think Newsom is throwing shoes at them so they can keep shining before they, I mean, the bottom line, in my opinion, I guess in California politics, between him and Pelosi, I think they're trying to make sure that he has a pathway to the White House. I don't know how, whether if he's on the staff or maybe holding office, like a big position there. It looks like they're trying to put him over there. Because that's. I mean, she's old as hell. Come on now, Pelosi's what?
Yeah, she's 80, man. She's up there, man. Like, God, I can't believe she's still going. And I can't believe this old granny has so much power.
Yeah, I think only she's the one that can off for him. I think once he gets an office or gets some kind of favorable position, I think she'll probably step down and die 2 years after that or something. I don't know. But
God.
Yeah.
Grandma got a lot of power, boy. Grandma only 2 seats away from the big chair.
I wish that was my grandma. Shit.
Jeez. But she's not that much older than Joe though, because he's 7. Yeah, I mean, she only got him by 2 years, so I guess it doesn't even.
I have fun listening to him, by the way. I have fun listening to him because a lot of brothers in this manosphere were right about him. They were right. I have not yet heard anybody in this manosphere say any real good things about this dude. The only good thing I heard was that he don't hold his tongue. Even if he's racist, he's gonna show himself. So shout out to the racist people out there. Good looking out.
Shout out to the racists.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, I wasn't. I mean, I'm not I'm not a Joe Biden fan like that. I mean, I don't know. I think, and I say this a lot. I've always said this to people. When it comes to politics, man, you have pretty much 2 choices. You're either voting for more of the same or you're voting for something different. And the crazy thing is, even though you're voting, if you decide to vote for something different, you're usually voting for more of the same. That's just politics, man. You go in there, you think you're voting for something different or more of the same, and you go in there, you say I'm gonna vote for something different, and you end up getting more of the same anyway. I mean, that's just politics, man. Politics are just crazy like that. I think politics is one of the most corrupt things in this country. So I'm not surprised at anything I hear corrupt about politics. Say what?
So how I understood how it's being used, either you're going to get something individually, or if you have a strong group, then you're going to walk away with something. If you're just a regular person, you just got to hope that things trickle down on for your benefits. But for the most part, we as Black folks, it seems like we do better individually. Actually, no, I would say do better. I would say we're used to doing individually.
Yeah, I don't think we as Black people are ever really going to benefit that much off of politics, on the executive level. I mean, I'm just more into local politics, man. I mean, I'm more concerned with what the mayor's doing than I am what Donald Trump is doing. I mean, I'm more concerned with what the governor's doing than I am, what Donald Trump is doing. Because whatever Donald Trump does, chances are I won't feel it. And if I do feel it, it won't be for a while. What my mayor does, I'll feel that tomorrow. What my governor does, I'll feel that next week. So, your mayor, governor, county clerk, county commissioner, people like that, man, they can reach out and touch you, and they can touch you soon. I mean, so I'm more in tune with that kind of stuff. I watch more of that than I do anything else, because the federal politics, to be honest, man, they don't really affect, people like me. They really don't. I mean, nothing's changed. I mean, I've been in the same business, man, since 2014. Okay. The presidency has changed hands. All right. It's changed hands since I started. And guess what? Nothing changed because of the change in the presidency, and whatever changes took place, the damn presidents didn't have anything to do with it. Not a thing. I mean, when Barack Obama was in office, I didn't have no abundance of money. Money wasn't falling from the trees. And guess what? Money wasn't falling from the trees when Trump became president. Now, likewise, I mean, my business wasn't doing bad, when Obama was in office. And guess what? It wasn't doing bad with Trump in office. So it's like I didn't feel it. I didn't feel the things that people often talk about. I just didn't. Maybe I ain't in a high enough tax bracket. But
it depends on who's in office. Certain people in office are champions for certain things that we don't pay attention to, and then we find out later on what they were all about.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah. I mean, I'm more concerned with like the town clerk. I mean, the county clerk, the mayor, the governor, people like that, because these people, they are, are licensed through them. I license through the governor and the city and all that kind of stuff. And, they can put the beaters on me. They can stop me from doing certain things. They dictate what materials I can use, where I can use them. They dictate the zoning and shit like that. So I have to be concerned with them. I mean, if your business gets shut down, it wasn't because of Donald Trump. It was because of the governor, Roy Cooper, or the mayor, Vi Lyles. So, that's something to think about. And I think this COVID thing pointed all that stuff out. Mm-hmm. And we have to come to the realization that, no matter who's sitting in that big chair, okay, when something like this happens, whether you believe it's real or you think it's all a hoax, guess what? The president isn't going to be the one to come to your business and make you lock the doors. The president isn't going to be the one to make it so the store that you like to shop at all the time is no longer allowing you to come inside. It's not the president that's stopping you from eating at your favorite restaurant. It is your governor. It is your mayor. Those are the people who are stopping you. So they have more control over your life than the president does, especially when you're talking about individually and in some cases collectively too. Because right. I say again, when these places get shut down, it's not Donald Trump shutting it down, man. It's your mayor. It's your governor. They're doing it. All right?
If you play chess
They're
well,
doing it.
If you play chess well, you should know how this works. If you know the game of chess.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Yeah, based on what certain people under the king and queen is doing, it determines how they can move around the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So if you can get that game, even if you don't know how, learn the game of chess a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And see how that works, how the governors work, how the mayors work, your Congress, all these things. Because I mean, if people were really paying attention to even some of the conservatives here on these panels and the people on the other side, like the MOTs and Mike V's, there's ways that you can find out how you can leverage your way in certain areas and make sure you get what you need. That the hardest part is that, okay, like for example, think about, okay, you got your profit of thought, but what if you had like 20 of them in one space? You get more things done.
We probably wouldn't get along. We'd probably hate each other.
Because you got the same expertise,
yeah.
You got the same drive, and at the same time, you're positioned in all different areas in that particular vicinity where it's hard for people to sit there and try to do something to you because somebody else got your back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it works out for other minorities or so-called minorities, but for some reason we just don't get the memo. We can't even have conversations to even sound like, hey, we're on the same page. We can't even get there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know what it is, brother Art. I mean, I just don't think it's enough of us to make it happen. I mean, it's if we had 100 arts in a town, like you say, we had 100 arts in a town, that town would be all right. You know, the thing is, we don't have 100 arts in a town. We got 2, and they're not even in the same side of town. They're on the opposite sides of town. So you know, you got all the BS that's in between those 2 arts. So those 2 arts never meet up.
When I say something, well, you know, we need about this amount of people and this. Oh, shut up, Art. And it's like my back. You know, no one has my back. So therefore, and we're stuck in the same situation. You know, same stuff, and they act like it's normal. I'm like, man, because it's kind of hard. Okay, I have seen it to where you got some people that speak on some ridiculous levels or whatever. But I also seen where like maybe they found Jesus or Allah or something and start turning their life around. But I just don't think they understand that most of one. I guess not gonna say most, but many times it's too late.
Yeah,
you know, the damage is done. You know, we missed our opportunity. You know, like for example, so this is one thing. You know, if I'm not around to say anything else, I think the biggest mistake that we always make is when we get an opportunity, we don't understand once we miss it, we probably got to wait 20 or 30 years to come back around.
Yeah, sometimes that door shuts, man, and that it don't open back up for a while. That happens.
Yep, that was always our Achilles, because we talked about BLM, how negative they are and how they like munching rugs and all that kind of stuff. That's all well and good, but there was opportunities that were opening up based on them making noise, you know, especially in education and business and the labor. That was opening up. Like politics, but the other stuff, you know, we got more scholarships coming through there. See, the whole thing is, okay, if they're gonna co-opt us as black people, hell, we need to co-opt them. You know, we need to go and infiltrate stuff that they claim that they're doing, whatever. It's like, no, give me that back. That wasn't even yours in the first place. You know, you got scholarships from them or whatever. I'll claim it. You can't prove it, but I'll claim it. You know, they do the same shit to us.
Of
you know
course
what I'm saying?
they do.
They're not gonna test you. They're not gonna say prove it. What am I gonna do? Walk with my wrist bended for like 2 years? No. You know, it's about just filling in the blanks, because that's the problem. You know, like these scholarships, and you know how people say, well, you know, college not for everybody and it's too expensive, but waste your time. Well, a lot of people haven't applied for the scholarships. So guess what happens? Everybody else named mama, people can put black shoe polish on their face, say, I'm black, and take your scholarship. You know, they're there. You know, you just can't you just can't only rely on the internet. You gotta hit up some meetings on the weekends and workshops and get your listings of different scholarships and start applying. You know, when you do that, the whole thing is just put in some work. You know, put in some work, don't apologize for it. Don't even tell anybody. Sometimes that's the thing. We make big announcements. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to a town hall and talk about it. No, tell me afterwards. Tell me how it went.
Don't say anything. Me and brother BMT, we did because you know this is like this number 2 of a double header. I actually did 2 streams tonight, and earlier, brother BMT and myself,
shout out
we
to
would
BMT.
talk. Yeah, brother BMT, we was talking about, you know, putting in the work, and you know, because we were talking about blue collar jobs and you know what you can do and how you can start a business and how to get into business, and we spoke about, you know, just doing the work, you know, getting your feet on the ground, you know, getting off your ass and making it happen, and you know, we were talking about that, and like you say a lot brother Art. You know, a lot of times, man, we just ain't willing to put in the work, man, to do these things, man, because usually that's the only thing that really separates many of us. You know, we hear the talk about how, you know, we can't do this and we can't do that because the white man got us and all some kind of nonsense. But I could respect that argument more if I saw you making the moves and saw the moves that you're making getting curtailed. But if you're just sitting around all day playing goddamn Call of Duty, all right, for 10 hours a damn day, and you want to sit around and tell me about how the white man got you down, it's hard for me to listen. It's hard because, see, you're not putting in the effort to make these things happen. You're not putting in you're not putting your boots on the ground and saying, if you're saying someone's stepping on your toes when you try to do something, that means you're standing up. That means you're walking. That means you're running. That means you're doing something. No one can step on your toes when you're laying down. All right. If you're laying down, you're not getting your toes stepped on, man. You're not even getting up. You're not even standing. So if this is how you live your life, I can't listen to you talk that white man shit. I actually can kind of entertain it if I see you making moves and, you know, you're getting slapped down and you're getting turned down and, you know, you're getting discriminated against, you know, unfair practices are coming against you. I can kind of listen to your argument. I can't listen to your argument, man, if you sitting around playing Madden all day. Nah.
I have to give a shout out to a lot of those black folks that do things underground.
Yep.
And they still do things underground. Like, question, has anybody seen Robert F. Smith from the beginning? We only heard about him after he was successful.
Oh yeah.
That's just an example. It's like when you're doing things underground, even if you pro black, whatever, rah, whatever, I think we're at our best when we keep things to ourselves, build, and then just keep it pushing. See, a lot of us we use a lot of narratives because we weren't on CNN. No, we don't see black folks do anything. They didn't make CNN. Why you got to make CNN?
We don't see black folks doing anything.
Yeah, black folks ain't doing nothing. There ain't this and that. You know, I mean, they walk. You know, my favorite one is, how come black folks ain't doing the same thing as BLM? Oh, okay. So let me get this straight. So since CNN and Fox and all them giving them press or whatever, that just makes them the only people that's doing things on a larger scale in the black community or behalf of black people. That's how it goes. So we gotta think a little bit more mature, I think, and at the same time too. I shouldn't say it on the air, but I think I'm safe to say it. Here's the deal: when you're able to get your own underground thing going and be successful, eventually you're going to run into the other ones doing the same thing as you, because the whole vibrational thing that you're putting out there, people start recognizing and say, "Oh wow, you know, it always been like that." We got to stop looking for. We got to stop looking for attention because you did something that you were supposed to do in the first place. You know, okay, you fed the homeless. So what? Turn that camera off. We don't. Why you need the camera on every time you feed the homeless?
Yeah,
you know what
I
I'm
never
saying?
understood. I never understood that, man. Because you know, my wife, you know, before this COVID shit broke, you know, that was a regular thing, you know, for us. And, you know, many times I've been out there, you know, I ain't turn the camera on. Like, I mean, come on, man. And you had the camera all in the people's face and, they already living under the bridge and everything else. I mean, no need to put them on blast like that, man, because you're not doing that kind of thing. You're not doing for that anyway. You're not doing it for that, man. You're doing it because you want to help. You know, you're doing it because you want to look out for the people, man. You ain't doing it so you can make a live stream off of it and shit. You know?
Yeah. The only time that I understand when people need some kind of press is because when you're getting grants and different things that have keep funding your organization, you need some kind of proof. That's the only time I understand. But as far as getting some praise and pats on the back, and see the thing on top of that, the whole pats on the back thing, could turn into something to where somebody can shut you down because you're doing too well.
Yeah.
You know, so you gotta. I mean, we just gotta be more careful. I think we can't afford that many mistakes. You know, a lot of mistakes we're making, and definitely has to be minimized to where it's not our story. That's not our story. That's not our legacy. Because a lot of these young folks are watching. You know, and that's that term. Everyone loves a winner. But the thing is, nobody likes it the way that hot dogs looked before it was put in the package. It's nasty. Ew, gray. Why gotta be gray? What is that? Those are hot dogs. Those are Farmer John's.
Those are hot dogs.
Oh, am I eating that? Yes, you are. You're eating that.
Oh,
but
shit.
it tastes so good. I'm quite sure it does. You know, I mean, but at the same time, now you know how it's made.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. You know, and I think a lot of times, man, freaking Jay Shy said, y'all saying I can't stunt at the soup kitchen. Nope, no stunt at the soup kitchen, man. You know, just go in there and, you know, pour bowls of soup, and then that's it. You know, keep your damn iPhone in your pocket.
I'll be in the back.
Yeah, don't go down there with your digital camera and shit, you know, just because you're not there for that. You know, you're not there for that. So, you know, I mean, it's just not. You know, a lot of people, because I know quite a few people who do quite a few things, you know, and they do way more stuff for black folks than I do. And I mean, they don't broadcast it, they don't talk about it, they don't nothing. They don't put it on Facebook. You know, they just do it. You know, they just get up and they take their time and their energy and often their money and they just do it. You know, they don't say anything about anything. You know why? Because they're sincere about what they're doing. They're doing it because they want to help the people. They're not doing it to have a viral video. They're not doing it to get likes, views, and shares on Facebook. They're not doing it for that. They're doing it because they legitimately want to help the people, and that's the core of it. And when that's at the core of it, guess what? You don't feel the need to bust out your camera. You don't feel the need to tell people that you're doing it. You don't make a presentation out of it. You go, you do it, and you get done with it. You know, I mean, because I know, you know, I think about my woman, man. She's the biggest bleeding heart boy in this planet. She want us to help every damn person that's suffering. So, you know, I'm used to being around stuff like that. You know, I'm used to doing those type of things because she's been that type of person for years. When we were in New York, that's who she was. I mean, shit, man, she cooked 2 goddamn Thanksgiving dinners and take a half of what's cooked and make plates and have me down there handing them out to people in the damn park. And we was upstate, like 10 below zero out that motherfucker. She got me out there handing people shit in the park. So, you know, I mean, I'm married to the biggest bleeding heart of America. So y'all have no idea the shit I be having to do. I got to help people even when I don't feel like it. Because sometimes I don't. Go ahead.
Another thing for those people that always say that I ain't giving money to them because all they're gonna do is smoke it up.
Yeah.
Who cares? It's not about them smoking it up. It's about them seeing how good of a heart you have to where just the fact that many people touch them, they may want to quit because they have enough people to care. You know, we got to get out of that where we deciding where the money goes and all that. It's like, no, man, they're gonna find a way to get high anyway.
Yeah, because if you're gonna give it to them, you're giving it to them for the simple fact that you want to give it to them. I mean, you can't think about, if you're thinking about what they're going to do with the money, that means you don't really want to give them said money anyway, you know? Because I know I come up off the highway, man, a lot, you know, because we don't live far from where the highway is. So I'm on the highway all the time, you know, jumping down 2 exits. And, you know, you come off the highway and come up on the overpass. And most of the overpasses here, you know, they don't run right into the road. There's, you know, there's multiple traffic lights, you know, because you got traffic coming from like 4 different directions. So when you come to the traffic light, it's always sometimes 2 or 3 people, you know, standing up on the bridge at the overpass. And, you know, they out there with their signs and all that shit. And, you know, I'll hand them a few dollars or whatever, you know, if I'm at the stoplight. I'm not thinking about what they're going to do with it. That don't even cross my mind, because it's like whatever, you know, whatever he's going to do with it, I don't have any control over it anyway. I don't have any control what he does with that money. Whether he take that money and rent him a motel room to get out of the rain, or he take that money, buy him a big old crack rock or a meth rock and smoke it under the bridge. I mean, I don't know. I don't even think about, you know, what he's going to do with the money. I mean, I done gave him a few dollars. Well, I don't know what he does with it is his business at that point.
Because people are not
You know?
understanding. You're not going to be able to put them, you know, buy a new home for them. You're not going to be able to buy a car for them. You probably not going to get them a job or anything. But you're putting prayer in that money. You're putting well wishes in that money. And you're exchanging it. They're actually, think about it. If I looked at a person and said, man, I wish you did well. Okay, that's one thing. But I added something physical to that well wish. And then on top of that, somebody, probably 20 people after me probably followed that. And that person probably, you know, survived for a few days based on that. You know, you got to really start understanding the power of giving to where you expand it in the person's life rather than trying to dictate where they're going to go.
Plus, if I'm giving somebody $5-10, I mean, I fuck that up on a fucking good cigar more than that. You know, as much money as I fuck up on cigars and beer and shit, you know, I'm worried about giving somebody $5 or $10 or whatever. I mean, shit, I will fuck that up. I will fuck that up anyway. You know, I'll go buy me a good cigar, shit, you know, go get me a fucking Habito, you know, some shit like that. You know, that's probably what all I'm gonna do with the shit anyway. So, you know, I don't think of it like that. You know, I just don't, man. I don't think of it like that. You know, I give a brothers a few dollars. I'm not really giving a shit what he's doing with it, because that's not my concern. You know?
Yeah, because my son, every now and then walk with my son or even my wife. Sometimes I tell him, I say, here, give this to him. You know, give it to him. You know, I do it like that. Sometimes I don't want to try to front. I say, okay, well, I'm gonna get my son used to doing this, or whoever else, because that's what it's about. You know, eventually, and this is the other part too that people don't understand. You know, because I come from a background where charity goes a long way. It's going to improve your life still. When you hold on to something that could be helping somebody, that's when you're going to get that same kind of energy from the universe. But when you're able to give or whatever, it's going to come back tenfold. So I know this is not the United, what is it, the March of Dimes or anything like this, because I know it's around the holiday. You should have an 800 number going across. But no, but that, I think that's the main thing that we got to keep in mind when we give, because we catching hell the most on these streets, man.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see too many Asians and Latinos on the street, and Arabs and all. You don't see too many. There are probably a few, but it's usually black folks, and then after that, white folks too. But you know, we need some kind of help, because half that stuff is mental. Probably more than half, I think, is mental, and the other part is just hard times.
Well, I've looked at it like this, you know, being that the doc told me to not smoke as many cigars. I give a brother a few dollars that might keep me from smoking too many Romeo and Julietas.
So you mean that they saved your life too?
Yeah, it might keep me from smoking too many of them Romeo and Julieta cigars in the backyard. Yeah, damn it, but probably not. But you know, I look at it that way, you know, because that's about the only way I'm gonna cut down on them shit. Is if I fuck around and, you know, get a brothers a few dollars, and I can only smoke one instead of 2 or 3 that week. I can only smoke one, you know. So
yeah. Everybody has some kind of thing, you know, some guilty pleasures.
Yeah, that's mine.
Consuming.
That's mine. Yeah, that's mine, man.
Mine is a red velvet cake. If I can find me a good red velvet cake, I'm breaking all the rules, man.
Yeah, that's mine. I mean, I drink beer. I drink beer. Well, I drink liquor too. I don't drink liquor a lot though. You know, I'm a Scotch whiskey man. I don't drink. You know, I might take a drink once every couple of weeks. My birthday, I got knocked down, drag out drunk. But you know, I don't drink like that. I drink more beer, but I like my cigars, man. I like my Romeo and Julietas, man. You know, I like smoking a good cigar on the deck. You know, sit out there, look at the stars. You know, put on my Bluetooth. I put on my Bluetooth headphones and I go outside. You know, and I listen to you brothers. I listen to you brothers on the internet while I'm on my back deck. You know, that's kind of my thing right there, man. That's my
I ain't
thing.
mad at you. Shoot,
Yeah, that's my thing.
I ain't mad at you, man.
That
I
is
be
my
feeling bad
thing.
after that. I be feeling bad after that cake. I'm like, God damn. I just had to sit down as I can't believe. I looked at how big the piece was too. I'm like, man, I'm screwed. I know my sugar's going way up. But then, later on, I leave all that stuff alone for a while, do a cleanse. Oh, we got the Leo connection coming up again. Okay.
Yeah, brother Jay Shine want to come up.
Yeah, we always. I guess I never realized how nostalgic Leos are, because that's the biggest thing that me and Jay Shine have in common is like a lot of nostalgia. We always look back in the day. We did this back in the day.
Well, I know he got to be getting ready to go to work or something. Cause see me, I'm gonna lay down in a little while. I know he on his way out.
Yeah,
brother Jay Shine, what's good with it, man?
Check 1 2 1 2.
Check 1 2. What's up? What's up, baby? What's going
on?
All
right.
I'm at work right now. It's 8:49 in the morning, man. I'm at telework right now. I'm in the home office.
Okay.
Yeah, why you
bullshitting? What's good with it, man?
Nothing. I ain't gonna complain.
What it do, fam? What it do?
What it do? I'm just up here for a quick second because I just wanted to give my 2 cents on that whole charity thing that Art was talking about a minute ago. About you and Art was talking about the giving of the money, and my whole thing is, I got a white dude out here I work with, right? And he's on that. I ain't giving no bum person nothing. They made decisions, et cetera, et cetera. And then he'll turn around and spend $800 on alcohol and brothels, or $1,200 on brothels. You know what I mean? Where we talking about the average money you give to a homeless person is like $1 or $2. So what that's really speaking to is this hateful, selfish bullshit inside of these human beings, usually those who call themselves conservatives, who have that bullshit with them, where they get the shit on another human being when they don't say nothing about the trillions of dollars that that Trump gave the rich in the first COVID packages. You know what I mean? Or the trillions of dollars that they gave, these guys back in 2018 with the tax cuts. They say nothing about that. You know what I mean? But it's always these arguments about how they're not going to help a person down in their luck, and my thing is like, fuck it. Okay, fine. Don't give them the money if you're worried about them going to smoke it up. Why don't you go get them the food and blankets since you're such a good person? The truth of the matter is they're not good people. If you notice, a lot of people of that stripe, they're practicing regular individualism, which means they're selfish to a fault. And it's bullshit because everybody helps everybody. Nobody gets where they are on their own. Because of the transition of wealth in the situation that you have in America, you have people like Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan didn't pull himself out of his bootstraps. He comes from a family that was established in America back in Racine, Wisconsin, over 100 years ago. You know what I mean? And they were given, land. They were given opportunities as coming off the boat. Meanwhile, your ancestors built the country that they migrated to. And these are the same people who come here with this black conservative nonsense, which conservatism is a catchphrase for white nationalism. Do your homework. And then these be the same attitudes that want to shit on, anybody talking about doing anything social. And they call you Marxists. They call you socialists. They call you all these stupid ass fucking terms when all white people do, rich white people do. All conservatives do is practice Marxism and socialism, but they do it amongst themselves. You know what I mean? They take the money, they feed each other corporate welfare all the time. And I'm talking about to the tune of billions of dollars. And the motherfuckers want to argue about giving somebody $1. Meanwhile, we just got another brother who just got out of jail for 19 years for a crime he didn't commit. How many times are we going to hear those stories? But do these same brothers that talk about not giving $4 or $5 or pulling themselves up by the bootstraps, do these same brothers give money to the Innocence Project? Do they give money to the Equal Justice Initiative, who are going to be the ones who come to save you or try to help you get out of prison when you didn't commit a crime? These are not people who are criminals. These are people who are falsely accused of crimes. Right now, their God, their fucking Jesus, their Messiah, is rushing through pardons for criminals, white-collar criminals, his guys, people who looked out for him politically. Meanwhile, he's rushing exterminations and killings in the judicial system right now. He's trying to get as many people, black people, on death row executed right now. And who's stepping up to talk about it? People like Brian Stevenson, people who work in the shadows, but only come out when they need to come out. And he's the one going on tour right now talking about what's going on, and others who do that work. Where's your support for them? That impacts you directly as a black person. Being overly charged, being falsely charged, being executed at an alarming rate compared to other races of people. But you don't care about none of that. So these whole arguments about conservatism, it's bullshit arguments. That shit ain't got nothing to do with you. You have your own group and you have your own issues. And you're right, X. A lot of it has to be done at the local level. Most politics is local. That's where the rubber meets the road. You know what I mean? So all of this flag waving for people at the executive level, it's cool to a certain extent. They're going to put a policy that's going to trickle down, that's going to affect you. But most of your policies and most of your issues are local. And if you're not coming together to take care of those local issues, then you're full of shit. Because last time I checked, in Oklahoma, when there's a disaster, those white people come together. They come together as a collective to fix their problems. Last time I checked, when they had the opioid crisis in America, they're coming together to take care of that. The judges, the white judges, are coming through and giving them drug courts instead of giving them time. And then they go to the federal government saying, hey, we need more resources. But they're coming together. They're not doing it as rugged individuals to take care of their problems. Nobody's problems get solved on a mass scale as a rugged individual. None. So when I hear brothers around here talking about conservatives, this, conservative, that, I'm a street conservative, I'm a hood conservative, and then they come into these chat rooms and they cuss at people and call them Marxists and all that kind of shit. These are brothers who are not serious about fixing our problems. And what they're telling me is that the shit they're really on is that they don't care about art, they don't care about X, they don't care about me. Because if I get myself in a jam, those brothers are not going to be there. They're going to tell me to pull myself up by my bootstraps. So why should I even listen to you? You don't even care about another brother. You're not going to come support another brother. That's the same argument I made against Sis Bim. Where were the Sis Bim brothers when that Asian girl had her black boyfriend, a black baby daddy, murdered in California? They're not there. That's your issue. Dating out, right? See what I'm saying? So look, what I'm saying is the rugged individual, arguments that are being made in this space have to die out because it's not going to help anybody. Individually, I'm good. I don't have to worry about Jay Sean. Jay Sean did what he's supposed to do for Jay Sean and his family. That's a stupid argument. I'm not going to sit here and chastise another black man or what he's supposed to be doing for his kids and his family. That's a given. But if we're going to come into a collective space and have conversations, X, it should be about how we work together. And if we're working together, you're going to call that Marxism, they could go to hell. Because that's what everybody else is doing. Everybody else is doing that. Capitalism has nothing to do with collectivizing. As a matter of fact, the same capitalism that you want to keep touting out gave you your problems with your woman in the first place. Should I go there? Capitalism fuels feminism. Capitalism fuels commercialism and materialism. They created the problem. If you want to go there. So these stupid ass arguments that we make in these spaces where we're not looking at it from a 360 view because all we want to do is lick the nuts of a white person or kiss the ass of a pale person and feel like we're down with something. At the same time, what you're trying to do is separate yourself from your own group. My message to you brothers is that there's no more diplomacy when it comes to Jay Sean. I see what you're doing. I see how you're moving. We all do. And you can call us Marxists, you call us socialists, you can do all this stupid shit all you want. But it's immature, it's unthoughtful, it's not dealing with no real problems, no real issues that we have to deal with as black men. And yes, every time I turn on the TV on the black man's getting released from jail, it's some goddamn cracker that lied on him. And they don't care about letting him out, even in the face of, you know, of evidence that's shaky evidence. They still won't let the brother out. You got to go through all these processes just to get out.
Yeah.
So don't forget the way you are and what country you're in and the history of that country and what that country is. You can make all the pretend you want. It ain't like that no more. Bullshit.
That's crazy. They always
Trump is running. Trump is running right now to kill every nigga he can get his hand on in the judicial, the federal system. It's unprecedented what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main reasons why. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And pardoning criminals. And
pardoning white criminals.
Pardoning criminals.
Pardoning killers. People who were convicted of murder by the military. You call yourself a conservative. There's nothing more conservative than the military. Conservatives supposed to believe in a strong military. Well, the military tried their own people.
Yeah, I can't believe I can't believe he let those Blackwater folks out, man.
He let the Blackwater folks out. He let that Navy SEAL off. You know how many times? You know how fucking hard it is for the Navy SEALs to turn on one of their own. So you got all these Navy SEALs out here, testifying against one of their own, which is unheard of. And here come Trump playing to it. You know why? Because this is racial killings to them. This is the promotion of going abroad and killing non-white people. They're fighting a jihad, or what I should say, a crusade of sorts. And that's who you doing to support. That's why I said, you know, flip the Senate so you can have a seat at the table where you have some power, and vacate the top of the ticket. That way you can look at both parties and say, look, I didn't vote for you, but I didn't vote against you. And this is what we need as a group, as black men. But these black men don't want to do that. They don't want to collectivize and be leaders in their own shit. All they want to do is tuck under some white men and have them solve their problems. Cuts. I mean, like they want somebody else to solve their issues with their women. Meanwhile,
but see, none of that happened though. None of what people were predicting was going to happen. None of it happened. Like
none of it happened. None of it. 4 years. 4 years and nothing came to pass. You know what I mean? Hood rats are stronger than ever.
Yep.
I'm saying it again. Hood rats are stronger than ever. All right? They're you know what I mean? They're nuclear right now. Meanwhile, I can go to a conservative set of people in Brooklyn, right? New York City, one of the bastions of liberalism, right? The Democratic stronghold, and I can show you conservative groups called the Hasidic Jews living the way they want to live in those areas. So what I mean is, if you don't like LGBT pushing, you know, certain policies into the schools, okay, what are you doing in your community? Oh no, we're gonna just sit back and blame the liberals. Okay, you can. They're the perpetrators. What are you doing to defend it? Nothing. Sitting on the sideline, pop a popcorn, look at those niggas over there. You know what I mean? This is plantation politics in 2020. When you acting like it ain't you, we're gonna watch a brother get strung up and hung, and then sit back and like, well, you should have did, we should have did. You know what I mean? That's what we doing, politically and socially. We don't have the same problems as white people. We don't have the same problems as immigrants. We have our own story and our own issues. So all of this conservative versus liberal and Marxist versus, I mean, fuck all, kill that noise. Because if we need a little socialism to fix our problems, so be it. If we need an infusion of capitalism to fix our problems, so be it. We should be doing what needs to be done instead of trying to hug on somebody's nuts.
But I had to give props to Boyce Watkins. He said, you know, you got two people on both. I mean, you got black people on both sides of the political persuasion fighting over white men that don't even like you.
Exactly.
White men.
Exactly. Yeah, so when you have this conversation, all right, when you say anything like this, automatically these idiots throw you over there with the liberals. When I don't fucking rock with no Democrats, I'm rocking. I'm talking about black people, and that's the problem. These guys are operating in a left-right spectrum. They over there with these other people, and they're not with their people, and they wonder why their people are lacking.
Yeah, I'm center black.
Exactly.
People say center left or center right. I'm center black.
So the best thing we could have did is we could have said, what's up, bro? Harris. Warnoff, and that black brother, ran in the Republican side in Michigan. We could have sent 3 black men if we concentrated our efforts to the Senate to show that we're center black. You know what I mean? Well,
Right.
we're not on no side of the spectrum. We're about black men empowerment. We want more black male leadership. And the cool thing about the 2 brothers in the, that are running the Democratic Party in the South is that they can't be on some San Francisco shit because they're in conservative states.
Right. Bible Belt.
Exactly. So they, you know what I mean? So they can't get too far out of line. So if you quote unquote got conservative values, you shouldn't have had a problem with them too. What you should have had a problem with is the guy that Warnoff was running against. I mean, the chick that he's running against, who was doing the shady shit she was doing while she was in the Senate, and so was her counterpart in Georgia. They're the ones that was under investigation for insider trading. Oh. Again, you don't want to give $2 to a bum.
Well, I think their chess move to keep them from getting those seats is putting that stimulus out early before the election.
Yeah,
that's the chess piece. I don't know if people are going to be happy with that 600, but
nah, it ain't gonna be nothing. 600 ain't gonna be nothing. It's a patch over. What they should have did is what they did in Canada, and what they did in some parts of Europe when this shit happened a long time ago. And you could have had you could have had your beautiful economy. Your beautiful economy. The economy was so beautiful. It was. You could have had it if you just played, common sense instead of playing stupid politics. What they did over here, and they did in places like Kansas, they shut down and they deferred mortgages because they understand the trickle down effect, right? So now landlords like myself, I don't have to negotiate with my my tenants. I have tenants back in Virginia. I don't have to negotiate with them. Now I got to negotiate with them. I got to sit back and hold a hand and work with them, and you know what I mean? Try to figure out how to keep them in the house without, because I don't want to sit here and get them evicted.
Right.
While they struggling through this COVID thing. But because of silly motherfuckers with this bootstrap shit, you know what I mean? Instead of saying, this is what we need to do as a nation, and this is good for the nation, shut shit down, defer mortgages for 6 months. All right, and let's get through this pandemic. No. We had what we got. So we had this opening and closing in certain states, and opening and closing, and the numbers just as crazy as fuck. Now we gotta just thug through it. Now they actually forced us to herd immunity. We in herd immunity right now.
Yeah,
but
bro.
We literally in herd immunity right now. Motherfuckers are still flying around the country. Businesses are still open in most parts of the country. People are moving around. There's no state barricade stopping you from going state to state. You know what I mean? So you in herd immunity.
Shout out to the OG, J Speed in the house. What's good with it, OG?
Yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to come up and say that because I think that was fucked up that, like brothers like Mike V, who obviously does not read just the headlines. He reads the article. He reads the article.
Yeah, right? and use expertise to
so he comes on here and tries to make a full argument from his point of view. Not saying I agree with everything that Mike V says, but from his point of view. But he can't make that argument because automatically, before you even try to argue back with him, he's automatically a Marxist.
But here's the thing, too.
And these are the same. Hold on, I'm gonna just say this real quick. He's the same motherfuckers that talk about shaming language or shaming tactics. So you, instead of having an actual vigorous debate about the actual policies and the residual effects of policies, no. So when I get to a corner, you're just a Marxist. You know what I mean? This is what we're doing in this space now.
Yeah. I thought you were going to add something to it.
No, I just wanted to finish that point.
Yeah,
that's what they do. They start calling people socialists and Marxists. When you sitting here trying to see look, we're trying to figure out a better way for black people. You know what I mean? And putting black men back in the position, or putting them in the position they should be in. But nah. All I care about is my personal thrills. So I'm gonna go to the DR. I'm gonna run my ass over to Cambodia. You know what I mean? That's what we should be doing. And we're gonna teach young men this is what they should be doing. Meanwhile, when I'm in Berlin last year, me and my daughter, I'm on my way back from Berlin. I went to pick my daughter. She was in Berlin for spring break. I go to pick her up. We're in a train station, in Berlin train station. So we're going one direction on this platform is going one direction. The platform behind me is going another direction. It's going east. We're going southwest. They're going east. So then I'm sitting on the bench, and right behind me there's 3 white boys, and they're talking American English. So I turn around and say, "Hey, I'm from Brooklyn. Where y'all from?" And we get into this conversation with these young white boys. And guess where they were going, Art? They were going to Prague and Montenegro.
Okay.
They were going to Prague. And what's out in Prague? Brothels and bear baths. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
So they going abroad to have fun and travel. They're going to come back with some dope ass pictures of some sightseeing so they can show mama. So they're not going to show the deviant shit they were out there doing, right? They're going to play it, right? But they're going to come back to America, though, and run their economy. They're going to come back to America, though, and run their society. They're going to come back to America. These college boys are going to come back to America and be your judges and your prosecutors and your registers and your clerks. They're going to come back and be your councilmen. So when they travel abroad, okay, they doing it for fun. Y'all motherfuckers is going over there to quote unquote save yourself. Nigga, this is a bitch ass childish mentality that we have as so-called men. I will never tell a black man not to travel. I love traveling. I'll be in Egypt next week. You understand me? With my daughter. Me and my daughter will be in Egypt next week. We'll be in Cairo. I will never tell you not to travel. Traveling is the best way to expand your mind and to learn different things and become more cultured and more well-rounded. But I'm not doing that to save myself. I'm doing that because it's the globe is mine and I'm an American. I got an American passport and I use that American passport to take, because the American passport gets you to more places in the world than anywhere else. So you take advantage of your so-called American privilege and travel. But I got work to do back home. We got building to do. We got shit to do. I'm not gonna sit here and cry like a little baby because it hasn't been done for me. Somebody should have did this before I got here. That's crazy talk, man. That's like, imagine the English getting off the ship in the 1600s and say, you know what, let's turn around because no one dug, any fucking, no one planted any seeds. You know what I mean? No one built any cabins. I'm turning around. Somebody's got to do the foundation, and no one, you can't tell me that we got to start completely from scratch in the modern era like we are living in right now. America's not some third world country. We're in America. We're in the greatest economy in the world. The greatest fiat currency credit economy in the world, where you don't even have to have real money. Think about what I'm saying. And you entrenched in that, and your idea is to run from it. Oh, I'm gonna get me a little retirement and then move over to another country and just live on my retirement on a fixed income and then fuck with these third world chicks because they gotta get on their knees for me because I got that paper. I mean, come on, man. And these niggas be the same ones that turn around and give you morality arguments. We made morality arguments against black female fuckery, which I agree with. I agree with every damn morality argument we made against black female fuckery. But for that reason, I'm also against the immorality of some of what these brothers are trying to push out here. It's immoral. I'm gonna go to another country and take advantage of their poorness. I'm gonna go to another country and take advantage of their brokenness, like you some white man, like white men did. This is what's really being pushed out here. And if you say something about it, you're hating. If you say something about it, you a maggle and all those stupid shit. Like we in high school, but we made moral arguments against this shit. I'm not saying don't travel abroad. If you meet somebody abroad and you go and meet a good woman in DR, good for you, bro. But stop acting like 19 million men could do that. 19.5 million black men are not going to go to Brazil or DR and get a good woman, because the truth of the matter is, let's say these countries are just for shits and giggles will allow 19 million niggas to run rampant in their countries, right? Let's just say that. Let's push that big ass logistics aside. But how many good women you think is down there? You think they just talk to a good women down there? Niggas are sending me videos left and right from Colombia, and they down there with hoes. They down there having the time of their life. It's not wife material. I mean, it's rare that you find good women in the world, period. No matter where you go. So running to another country, I don't want to say how that heightens it ups your probability unless you lower the standards for them. So she could be a single mother in the DR. She could be a single mother in Brazil. You see what I'm saying? You see how this shit works? This is how these guys are playing the game.
Brother Jay Shine said they are in Brazil with hoes.
Look, man, look. If you go down there, if you want to get you a good woman, you have to be down there. So you can get to know somebody and watch how they move. You can't just bring any chick back. What are you doing? That makes no sense. That means you game goofy. And that's probably why you in Brazil in the first place, because you was game goofy in America. You know what I mean? You got to go down there. You got to have something going. That's why I say travel for business, travel for enlightenment. I mean, matter of fact, let me back up. I don't know how I walked over that shit. If you travel for business, guess what, fellas? The women come with it. All right? If you in another country handling business, you going to pick up women. That's just the way it goes.
Let me
That
ask you
just comes
this.
with it.
How many people you think really go out there and do what they say they do on these spaces?
They don't. What they going out there is they going out, we got the videos now, Art. They're not going out there and being teachers like you and then actually meeting a woman and meeting her on her own merit. No, they're going out there for weekends or maybe a week max. All right? And they just going out there to get their thrills. Get their rocks off. And now with me saying that, now I'm dick police. You see what I'm saying? Instead of saying, all right, how am I dick policing? By calling out foul behavior or behavior that I don't want representing me as a black man in the world. Because that affects me, Art. When we get a reputation of traveling around the country, around the world being tricks, that affects me. Don't tell me I can't say nothing about that. I'm saying something about it the same way I will go in here and admonish that chick that was on Kevin Samuels' panel for her fuckery. You understand me? The same reason why I would do that. I was on Chaos panel and I was on Charles Faulkner's panel. And I broke down how fucked up her bullshit is. And I brought out the numbers. Why, what most men are making, what I was making in 2009, and what she's saying is not good enough for her. And it's the fucked up mentality, because that's a level up mentality that they got going on in the broken sisterhood. So we can call that shit out, right? But we can't call this out. See, where I'm from and how I was raised is that accountability is for everybody, for one. Two, but as a man, I can't hold women or children accountable unless I got my shit together. As a collective, we can't be throwing Molotov cocktails at them if we out here on the same fuckery. You got niggas out here doing sex workers, all kind of shit. But if the sisters are doing it, we admonish them for it. And I agree with the moral arguments against black female fuckery. But I can't then turn around and ignore the same bullshit that's happening with us. And I don't understand how that becomes this one-sided argument where, oh, now you're a mangle, now you came for black women. That's ridiculous. It's immature. It's not manly. Real patriarchy, men are held accountable in patriarchy. There's certain things men just cannot do in Saudi Arabia. Period. Period. You don't get more patriarchal than those countries in the Middle East. You understand me? Who's playing Street Fighter?
Who the hell playing a damn goddamn game in the background? I've been hearing that shit for a while.
Playing the game. You playing a 1990s version of it. I'm like,
you playing a damn video game in the background.
I thought I heard him say. I thought I heard Doslin and and Bison in the background, man.
I could have swore I heard a couple times somebody go, fight.
Exactly. You got the classic joint over there, man. Yeah.
Oh man.
Anyway, man.
Stay busy.
I just want to get my little 2 cents on it, man, because I was sitting back watching from the clouds and just watching how some of the brothers talk. And, we got to start talking like men. This is idiotic talk, man. Because the truth of the matter is this. If you really traveling like that, you ain't really talking. Some of it's fantastical.
Well, that kind of goes what I was saying earlier, Jay Shine. We got to just do things underground.
Yeah.
Just do it. If I'm going to brag about how many holes or how y'all say it, and I'm bagging or whatever, it's going to be probably within maybe 2 or 3 people in my circle.
Exactly.
I'm not going to tell hundreds of people.
Yeah, it's never been manly to talk, to kiss and tell. That's something with men, we move a certain way. Real men supposed to move with discreetness. But, if you're going to travel abroad, go have fun, man. I'm not going to tell you not to have fun, but I will attack the psyche though, the mentality of going abroad, because I'm your brother. And if I see brothers doing something like that, I'm supposed to pull your coattail. We're not the women who circle around wagons around black female fuckery. We're not supposed to be that way. We're supposed to be better than them. This I thought. When we sit here and watch a ratchet female do what she did down in Dallas, and then you see black women out here circling wagons, we call that shit out. Why are you circling wagons against dudes who want to exploit? Look, I'm not an imperialist. I'm not a colonialist. I don't have that mentality. I don't have a mentality of standing tall. For me to stand tall, Art, somebody has to be on their knees, because that's their mentality. For them to stand tall, somebody has to be on their knees. That's a European mindset. That's how they went out to the world. And now you want on the tail end, you want to embellish and take advantage of that. So that's why on my channel I'm trying to give dudes perception. When I showed Major and them, the mayor and them, with the ratchet females in DR in broad daylight, and they picking them up, and the girls are bouncing their ass on them. I'm like, oh, first of all, that's ratchet culture. I thought y'all didn't like ratchets. But put that aside. They doing this in broad daylight in somebody else's country. And then I stopped the frame. I said, look at this old lady who has to walk past this shit in her own country. And these are black men doing this. This is the image you're transmitting to the world. That's irresponsible. I'm not going to sit back and say, yeah, well, they doing what they want to do. They having fun. Okay, well, Keisha's having fun too, even though she got 3 baby daddies, right? She's having fun. You see what I'm saying? You see the hypocrisy? We made moral arguments against black female fucker. We made moral arguments against ratchet single mothers. We made moral arguments. And now niggas is talking about being immoral and behaving immorally. And I'm supposed to sit back and like, yeah, well, do as I say, not as I do. Well, nigga, do as I say, not as I do comes from a power position. When you're in a position of authority, you can do that kind of, that's the kind of shit you do to your children. You understand me? You can't do that to a brother like me.
I just read a comment. Was it the Mega Dreads Gaming Channel?
Yeah.
Says overseas women do the same, but they simply don't hate men.
That's not true. That's not true, man. These women will come. Look, these women have been through so much on Mega Dreads, and not before your black ass got there, Mega Dreads. What white men have done to them, and they've been exploited all their lives. They have disdain for men. That's why when they get an opportunity to go to Europe or go to America, they practice hardcore feminism. Matter of fact, I'll give you an example. Look in Canada when they brought in those female refugees, those women who were trying to escape from Saudi Arabia. Now they out here in Canada and America with their hair cut off, talking about feminism. This is fanatical. What you're saying, brother, is what you're looking at over there is women who have no choice. They're in survival mode. They have no choice. What they're gonna do? And they got men that whoop their ass on the ground. If a female over there, if they a ring, like you had a ring of women who were robbing dudes. Those women that were robbing dudes in Chicago, right, in Illinois, and they got caught. If you had a ring of women like that in the DR, the men would punish them for that because you fucking up the money. They have a sex tourist economy. They can't have that kind of shit. So if a chick do some shit like that, they would stomp her ass out in the middle of the street. So what you really hanging your hat on is their men, their patriarchy, not yours. They're the ones that keep that shit in line. They're the ones that keep that shit going. They're the ones eating off these women because they don't have no real economy. And that's why when I was debating dudes in O'Shea's chat room, they were saying shit like, well, go over there and get them, but don't bring them back. Why not? If they're so much different, why can't you bring them back, sir? Why can't you bring them back? Because you're going to bring them back to an environment that you have not fixed. If you don't fix the American environment, you're not going to ever be happy in this environment. You know how I know? Because I work with a bunch of white men that going through it. That's why they have white red pill spaces. And
but you know what, Jay Shine? A lot of white men are not wifing up white women.
Exactly.
Are not. I mean, they're doing like mostly Asian, I think. They're going more Asian.
Yeah. Yeah. So look, I'm just saying, man, whatever you do, do it as a man, though. Doing some man shit with and bring your own level of integrity to it. I'm not going to step in nobody's country and then turn into something I'm not. What I'm saying is, if I'm not exploiting women in America, if I'm not a dog, if I'm not that dude in America, or if I'm not this raging pit bull asshole tyrant in America, I'm not going to step into another country and become something I'm not. If I'm a good dude in America, I'm going to be a good dude in the DR. If I'm a good dude in America, I'm going to be a good dude in Germany. If I'm a stand-up man in America, I'm going to be a stand-up man in Colombia. Why are you changing? Why are you changing your position? Why are you acting like you holding down the block and you the man somewhere else? You see what I'm saying? Let's keep it 100, man. Let's keep it 100.
I mean, if you study Roots 3, I think it's Roots 3, when the whole Kuta Kinte, when he tried to escape, he was always thinking about Fanta. Remember that?
Yeah.
You know, with the braids and everything. She was his princess of a village. And he heard that she was another plantation. So when Kuta Kinte was going to escape, he felt that he's going to go back to Africa, whatever, get out of that whole place, which we consider the Matrix, right? But he's trying to go out of Africa. I mean, go out of America and get back to Africa. He wanted to take Fanta with him. And then when he found her, she was growing up. Hair was all kind of different. And he was all glad to see her. And she said, my name is not Fanta, it's Maggie. I'm the master bed wench now.
Yeah.
So meaning is that, you know, I think a lot of brothers are really looking for that even though we don't have the freedom we want, it'll be good to have that person to quest that same freedom with you instead of being comfortable in this BS that we're living in.
Exactly. I mean, my whole thing is I want to have our own agency and our own way forward. Black men, we're different than white men.
What I was saying is that that's the paradigm that we're facing. Is that, you know, a lot of brothers are always trying to find some way out of a situation, but you know, either you got some brothers that are stuck here and say, "What's wrong with this place? Ain't nothing wrong here." You know, you sick all the time. But you're just denying that the conditions are pretty bad.
Edward Anderson said some real shit. I was on Edward Anderson on the panel on Chaos Channel, and Edward Anderson was, we was talking about, black male culpability, right? And he's like, look, when I talk to some of these brothers about dealing with some of these ratchets or dealing with some of these low-level women, their response to him, he said, but I'm getting buns though. You know what I mean? So we have this dog mentality we have to get out of our system, because I'm telling you, the rewards of having agency and having your own way is way. I can't tell you how happy and how complete I feel that I'm on my own 2 feet. I didn't kiss nobody's ass. You know what I mean? I'm basically, pandemic proof as far as my position in my career. You know what I mean? And I own all my shit. You know what I'm saying? I get to see my kid every day. I have the agency that we want as men. Is it perfect? No. Am I married like X? No. Am I married like you are? No. But I have complete control of my life. You know what I mean? And I've had the best, during Corona, I've had the best economic year in my life. I made more money this year than I've ever made. You know what I mean? I'm talking about career-wise and through my properties. But it took time to get there. I didn't just get there overnight. It took work. And it took discipline. All right. And I didn't let no ratchet or no feminazi come into my life and ruin me. You understand me? So I live a disciplined life. So I'm not trying to sit here and sell niggas no comic book. This is work. Life is work. That's why I say business is life and life is business. This is all business. Everything's transactional. But it's not act like it's something else. So when I go to these chat rooms and every time we see some fucked up shit black women are doing, there's some cats in the cat chat room like they're at a church. Sis, bam. I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, that's all you got to say? You know what I mean? Passport.
I mean, are they still around? I haven't seen any kind of.
I see them all the time, man. I pay attention to it, and it's.
I miss not being in spaces.
And it's. I mean, it come around certain spaces anytime. Just same thing. Same thing happened the other day. I was in C Boogie's chat room, and there was a sister in there talking about divesting and getting with other men, and I had to get in her ass. Like, why are you in a male's chat room, a black male's chat room, throwing white men in our face? You see what I'm saying? This disrespect that's going on from what I call the weekends. These are weak people. These are weak people in our culture. The weekends. Not saying that you have to be with a black woman to be strong. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that you can't control yourself and respect others. That you acting out in these chat rooms. A lot of this shit that happened in these chat rooms will not happen in real life. It won't happen in person. People are not that crazy. They're being very disrespectful in these spaces. So basically what I'm saying is some females gonna come into a chat room and what brothers she quote unquote agree with and still throw Brad in your face and talk about how they need to go date out. Same thing with some of these brothers. They come to B1 spaces or pro-black spaces and talk about how that we should be dating out. It's all disrespect. It's all disrespect, because the truth of the matter is, if you was dating out, you be gone. The brothers I know that are out here, married to German women, they don't go to these fucking chat rooms. They don't know you niggas. It's like Nagone said, they don't know none of you niggas. This is fantical what's happening in online. A bunch of dudes who ain't never been nowhere, ain't really gonna go nowhere. And all it is what they're doing, the same thing black women are doing on the end. They're trying to poke at you. They're trying to poke at each other. I got me a Becky. I got me a Brad. I mean, this is immature nonsense. If you meet you a white girl and she treats you good, man, you met her at school, at work, whatever the case may be, rock out, nigga. The fuck you need to wave a flag for? I want the young men to do it better. No. So now you interrupted my purpose. My purpose as a black man is to collectivize. I want to be part of the collection. I want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution, not the problem.
Let me ask you this. Say, for example, if somebody wanted to go out and do, the real thing or what have you, as far as get to know the experience. I already know the answer, but I want to hear from you. Get to know the experience, the culture, the different people, and the women. How often does a bad reputation that we sit behind interferes with that?
If it's a big deal. Look, I'm over in Germany right now, and there was a sister who came in a chat room once, and she was talking about how they look at black men. Here's a problem. We're venturing out into the world we're looking through our eyes. You know what I mean? And we're not understanding that everything's a give and take, right? Every relationship's a give and take. When you venture into places, you need to understand how they look at you. Why? Because it's important to understand what kind of environment you're rolling into. So in Germany, black men over here are kind of a joke. And if you're not military, you're a joke. That's why you got to be attached to something. You got to be attached to Microsoft, or you got to be attached to the United States military to have some level of respect. Because the cats came over here, heard that all these white women wanted them, and they came over here and they was on some thirsty shit. And they're throwing themselves at these groups of women. And that's not a good look. You don't move that way. Meanwhile, the Turks are over here and they just running through them. They doming these women out. They treat them like shit. But the brothers are coming over here and trying to love them. Because they trying to escape their reality in America. You know what I mean? And it's a sad thing, because most of the brothers I talk to over here who've been here 15, 20, 24, 27 years, these guys really wanted to escape racism. If you go to BEG, Black Experience Japan channel, and he's talking to those expats in Asia, they talk about how they feel free, how they feel, like they have white privilege in Asia, how it feels to have white privilege, how it feels to have American privilege. They never felt like a real American until they got out of the country. I understand that emotion. And that's why a lot of motherfuckers don't come back if they decide to come back. But not being able to come back is not easy to do. Everybody just can't pick up and roll. Again, we go back to the regular individual piece. 22 million black women, 19 million black men. We're not going to all cis bem do the fucking expat. Most of us are still going to be sitting here dealing with each other. So that means we're not dealing with black issues. We're dealing with some fucking niche bullshit that even most of the brothers that talk about this shit in this space are not going to do themselves. And then when brothers like myself been around the world, or brothers like me living in the world, are telling you what's going on, they don't want to listen. That's what lets me know this is like a YouTube church. It's like a YouTube church. Our perception in the world is very important. If you're serious about doing business, you still want to hang behind white daddy and let him do all the international business for you. Okay. You see what I'm saying? If you're serious about being a man, you care about your perception. You care about how you look to the world. You give a shit. These brothers don't give a shit about how we look to the world. All they want to do is go stick their penis in something wet and get their feet washed and get treated the way they wouldn't get treated in America, which is fine. I call that a vacation, homie, not a lifestyle. Take a vacation. You know what I mean?
And that is a good place to end it, because we are into hour 5, God damn it, and I'm tired.
I'm over here finishing this BB King myself.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
man.
I'll say one last thing. Whatever you do,
Okay.
brother, no matter where
Go
you
ahead.
go, no matter who you living with, who you dealing with, who you sleeping with, do it as a man. That's all. Do it as a man. You know what I mean? Stop throwing yourself at these other groups of people. Do it as a man. You're making us look crazy out here with this Becky worshiping, and now we worship women around other parts of the world who been ran through by other brothers and Asians and white men. You know what I mean? Come on, stop the nonsense, man. Stop it. All right, we got our own issues. We come from the soil of of the greatest economy in the world. There's nowhere. Why would you run from that? You know what I mean? Build where you are. Build a better community. Build a better life where you are, and start working with each other for once. For once, start looking to each other for answers, and stop looking for all these other fucking groups of people to save you. Start looking at your answers in the mirror, and your answers to the left and right of you. This has been proven by people like the Nation of Islam. They have proven this. This proof of concept has been proven on smaller scales across the board. It can be done if you care about getting it done. But if you only care about your personal happiness, then guess what? I'm going to shut down on this now. You're no different than Keisha. Because when her two babies at home crying and she's in the club fucking with the next nigga, she only cares about her personal happiness. You understand me? When she's running around worried about red bottoms and fucking new weaves and all that kind of shit, she only cares about her personal happiness. So this whole personal happiness thing, how's it going to work good for us as black men? It's not going to work good for us. It's going to give us a bad reputation. People are going to start looking at us crazy because we don't know how to move. So move in the world a certain way. Won't you listen to the brothers who've done it? And stop listening to these niggas. Most of your YouTubers ain't going nowhere, ain't been nowhere. They literally sitting in fucking parking. Let me stop. Look, look. Y'all do what y'all want to do. It's your life. I can't control nobody, but I'm going to talk my shit. And I know it's not a popular position. I get it, but it is what it is. We're going to talk the truth as I see it. If you're going to go over there to Becky, be a man over there, though. If you're going to go over to Mei Ling, be a man over there, though. If you're going to take your ass out of the country, be a man over there. Represent us. Oh, but you don't care about the collective, because if you care about the collective, now you're a Marxist. You see what I'm saying? So look, that's all I got to say. You know what I mean? I know you gotta go to bed, your ex. You know what I mean? And I appreciate you letting me come up. You my
Absolutely,
brother.
man.
You know what I
Hit
mean?
me up, brother Jay Shine.
Yeah, we'll talk, man.
Leo Power.
Yeah, man.
No doubt. You know what I mean? But this whole immature conversations, man. 2021, we did this in 2020, 19. We got to get to mature conversations, man. I want every black man to be out here to have agency, to be happy. You know what I mean? To have a better life. But running other people might give you short-term individual happiness, but overall, you're not gonna have any power, which is really where your happiness comes from. Your pride comes from the group, having agency as a group. You know what I mean? When we look at Italians, we know what that is. When we look at Irish, we know what that is. We look at Jews, we know what that is. What is it when they look at black people? So if we're not going to clean this shit up, we're going to just keep getting used by foreign people, by the Cardi B's, you know what I mean? But, by the Republicans, by the Democrats, and they're going to just push us around and use us how they want us to use us in positions how they want to position us. So we got to start taking responsibility in leadership. I'm not waiting for Keisha. Fuck Keisha. All right, Keisha and Tiana, they play themselves. They're not even a fucking issue for me. They're entrenched in the Democratic Party. They have no plans, no dreams, no way forward. They're just out here in these streets. So our answer to that cannot be, okay, we're gonna be out here in these streets now too. That's what I'm seeing. Passport this, non-black this. This is just be out here in these streets. We open. We open all day. Come on over here, Samantha. Come over, Abigail. I love you a long time. That's what you sound like to other people. And I can't sit back and just, not say nothing about this shit. This shit is ridiculous to me. I'm sitting back over here in Germany. I'm going to Egypt next week with my daughter. I'm traveling, and we just came from Paris. We're going around the world, and I'm seeing how other people conduct themselves, I'm seeing how other group of men rock. I'm seeing how other Africans come into other countries, and how the Syrians and Turks set up shop in other countries. And we're in our country, and niggas is talking about running to some beach somewhere to spend money on some hoes. All right. Whatever.
Crazy.
What the fuck ever.
But you my brother, man. You know, hit me up, call me, man. Something.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
we're
No
rap.
doubt, man. I'll give you a call, man. We'll talk, man. We'll rap, man. And I gotta come up and I got a topic I want to talk about.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
we
hit
gotta.
me up. Let me know what's going on, man.
It's gonna be a
Cause
fun
I'm,
one too.
cause I got the next 2 days I got off. So
Yeah.
hit me up.
Yeah.
Hit me up.
Yeah.
All right. That's the only
All
reason
right.
why my ass up now. Peace, brother Jay Shine.
Peace, bro.
All right, peace, fam.
Brother Art, any closing words? Any parting shots? And brother Xanatos, hit me up, man. We should do a Xanatos challenge, man. Hit me up, brother Xanatos, man. We could do it next week, brother, if you want to. Wednesday's open. Hit me up, brother Xanatos. We do the Xanatos challenge. Hit me up, man. Go ahead, brother Art. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, not a problem. Just here to support the brother, man. Had a few minutes to kill while I'm waiting. I'm going back and forth on the email with a client to make sure this stuff is done. But I'm just here, man, just to support the brotherhood and congratulate you and all the other brothers of good, years of service and being the black male advocates in their own ways. And if you see some production, just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, that's the best I can put in it. And it was late. But yeah, man, I appreciate you letting me up here. And
oh, absolutely, man. You already know, man. You already know. I was gonna close it out, but you came, then Brother Jay Shine came, so I had to do the extended version now. Gotta do the extended version. But yeah, man. I appreciate you coming through, man. I appreciate Brother Jay Shine coming through, man. Add a little something to the stream, It was gonna be like a 3-hour joint, but it turned into a 5-hour joint. So, it is what it is. But
what was the last thing before this one?
Well, I actually did a double header tonight. I did a show at 8 where we was talking about blue collar work, and then I did at 10 I did the challenge with with Brother Trey, and the brothers came on, and so I've been going a long time. I've been going like 7 hours. It's been like 7 hours, man, like a shift. Like shit. It's been like almost a shift. So yeah, but I appreciate y'all coming on, man, and hit me up in the next couple of days, man. I ain't gonna be doing nothing, Brother Jay Shine.
Okay. All right. Well, happy holidays to you.
Yeah, man.
To you, Art. Happy holidays to you and your family.
Same to y'all. Same to y'all.
Happy holidays to some nigga nerds in the chat room.
You gotta hit me up, man, so we can do a stream, like right after New Year's or something. Like the top of January or something.
Right.
The first week of January or something. Right?
Okay. Yeah, I get back from Cairo. I'll be the 2nd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
hit me up. Hit me up when you get back. When you get back from vacation.
Yeah. No doubt, man. All right, man. Y'all brothers be good, man. Brother Art.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hit me up, man. I got a question for you. I want some of that art, man. So hit me up.
Oh, okay, not a problem.
If you got any left, yeah. If you got anything left, let me know.
Not a problem. I'll just we got our contact information. So.
Brother Jay Shine, peace.
Peace, Brother Jay Shine. Peace, Brother Prophet.
Yeah, he fell off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Brother Art, I appreciate you, man, as always, my brother. I'll probably be down. Well, are you doing a show? You doing a show this Friday? Are you doing one?
I might do an early one. I might do it early. I don't think I can do one at night, depending on what time I get home.
Okay.
But yeah, like I probably just do an early one just to say I did something. If people come through, fine. If not, fine too. At least maybe they do the playback or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But I might do an early one, and then I'll head on out because my dad is like an hour and a half away. So I don't even know if I might not be able to do it. I'm thinking about it. So,
well, if you do, I'll be down there talking shit. I'll be down there if you're throwing down there, brother.
If I do one, I'll probably be on the road. Just do the whole StreamYard while I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
Do it that way. If people still up,
Well, if I see it, if it come through, if it come through my thing, I'll come down there.
So that's my getting fat day. So Dad can throw down. So
yeah, man, I'm gonna come down there, man. If you're doing something this week, though, man.
Well, we're definitely on. I have. Make sure though. But I have Zoe Williams coming through on I think Sunday.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have. We're gonna talk about relationships. He said that's his specialty. So.
Oh well, shit. We're gonna come
Sunday,
down there for that one.
Sunday 12. What am I reading this message? 12 p.m. on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the safest because he got some things going on. So yeah, it's Sunday 12 noon Pacific time. So hopefully I'm not really interfering with I try not to interfere with other people's stuff that they have going. So
yeah, but that shit is hard because there's so many people doing stuff, man. You try to do it, man, and it never works. You're always rubbing up against somebody's time clock. I mean, it's hard not to because there's so many people. I try to do it sometimes, but and other people tell me, they try to do it too, man. But it's like virtually impossible. So you just got to go ahead and let the market speak.
But we ain't gonna be that long. It's probably gonna be like 30 minutes to an hour. It's just some things that he's doing, so I'm pretty much helping promote what he's doing. So.
Okay. Yeah, well, you're doing it 12 your time, or 12 East. Okay, so that'll be 3. That'll be actually better. That'll be actually better. Yeah, I'll come down there, man. See what the hell you and.
It was supposed to be yesterday, but that's why I haven't put the announcement out yet. So I always try to make sure that I get a confirmation like the day before, then I put the announcement out, and then see what happens. Because every now and then I had all kinds of people that's supposed to come through, and it's like, man, we gotta reschedule. And I'm like, okay, I'll just wait. Even when I have panels, like group panels and things, I wait. Like George Bush said, "Fool me once, shame on me, shame on you, and don't be fooling me again." I love that soundbite. And don't be fooling me again. That's funny as hell. I didn't believe you really said that. When I said I heard that,
Brother Art, that was like the craziest thing I had ever heard at that point in my life. I was like, this dude did not just say what I think he said.
I cried.
Unbelievable.
And that was years ago. It's still funny.
Yes, very much so. But man, I'm gonna get out of here, brother Art. I appreciate you, brother. And if I don't see you Friday, man, I'll come holler at you on Sunday, man. I'll be in the chat or something. All right.
Okay, much respect, fam. Appreciate it once
Absolutely.
again.
Peace, my brother.
Peace to you.
Yeah, folks, we're gonna go ahead, man, and close this out for real this time. I know I said it like an hour and a half ago, but somehow it just turned into another show. I appreciate all y'all for coming through tonight, man. I appreciate my brother Jay Shine, brother Art, the Village Arsonist, brother Mike V, Perfect Blackness, and of course, the headliner, brother Trey, for coming through for the THE-NBD challenge, and brother Greg Kelly. Shout out to brother Greg Kelly. I'm going to get him up here too, y'all. All right. So, about to close this out, man. I'm going to run my commercials because I can't resist. And then we're going to peel on up out of here, y'all. I will see you good folks on the other side of the break.
Open your mind.
Hey guys, T.P.O.T. on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. But you knew that already.
You heard the voice. You know the name. You've waited long enough. Little Big Nate, Big has arrived, and it's on. Let's go.
Peace, folks. This is Teacher Tanisha. You're listening to the T.P.O.T. Media YouTube page. You know, now back to the show. You know.
Yeah. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up, man. I appreciate you good folks, man, for coming through tonight, man, hanging out with us, man, for 2 streams back-to-back. 2 back-to-back streams, you know, and the last one was really, really long, like 5.5 hours. So, you know, I always appreciate you good folks, man, who hang out there. And, of course, the good folks who hang out in here. And one more reminder before we get out of here. Tomorrow, another installment of Ask the Doc series. The good Doc Nicole Ali will be here. So make sure you have your black behinds here tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the TPOT YouTube page. You freaking know. Yeah. So, once again, I appreciate y'all, man, for coming through tonight, man. Good stuff tonight, man. If you missed it, go ahead, rewind it, and check it out. A lot of good conversations took place, man, you know, that way on the stream. So go ahead and rewind it, man. You know, if you just got in or you listen to the playback, man, just going back to the beginning, man, and check out what the brothers was talking about. Some good stuff tonight, man. You know, some stuff you might agree with, some stuff you may disagree with, but good stuff just the same, because that's what we do here. All right. So with that, I will leave you good folks with 3 words, you know, like I always do. Open your mind.
Hours of power.
And so a community is where you control your police, you control your commerce, you control your education, you control your house. We don't control none of that. We live in a hood. Huh? Well, what about the Negroes that get out? Oh, well, say, my cousin, they say he's a multi-millionaire, almost got $1 billion.
The problem with going
3 PhDs and working on 2 more. Driving down the street in Chicago in his Rolls Royce, enjoying himself, and he hears these sirens and look through the mirror and see this cop car flashing lights. He squeezed the steering wheel, man. Heart beats fast. Because he knows the plight of a Negro, what it could be. And then when that cop car passed him by, he says, thank God he wasn't after you in the first place, punk. That Negro thing you can't get away from. It's universal. They wasn't coming after you. With all your millions, with your Rolls Royce, with your PhD, didn't help. That's the hood. Huh? Why do you think you never pick up the paper 3D over and over and see white families travel? You think of the thousands of black cops in America. Why don't you see white families crying as black cops shot my loved one 42 times in the back of the head? Why do you think black cops don't do that? You think they're more spiritual? Think they're better strength? No! They got enough sense to know that white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And I will stop in our neighborhood when we decide we will not tolerate it. Now, if we was organized, which is hard to organize people who are just gonna run crazy and you don't know you're crazy. But if we were, with the money we have, and the many people who would come to our aid that don't know what it's like to be a Negro, and if we said, look, we saying, if we don't get a federal law to deal with police brutality, that anytime a cop or anybody carry a gun, have to have a license just like you do to drive a car. And if you use it wrongly, you'll lose your license. And if it's upheld, you can never work again as a cop or a store guard or a private detective. How do you get Congress to push that through? Well, you take your economic power and you call on your friends, black, white, young and old, and say, this coming Christmas, if we don't have a federal law to outlaw police brutality by law, then we call them for a nationwide boycott of Christmas and it start on Thanksgiving. Well, let me tell you what that means. 79% of all retail in America happens between Thanksgiving and Christmas. People stay in business all year, lose money just for Christmas, huh? Well, what happens now? Sac Fifth Avenue, Toys R Us, Sears and Roebuck, Westinghouse. They will get the bill, and all they got to do is make one phone call and say, Harry, that's the senator, I want that bill pushed through in 3 days. Okay, it's an economic thing. It's that simple. But we have the power, but the system has wiped us out so bad.
Hours of power. Hours of power. Hours of power.
San Antonio, Lincoln 6. Go ahead. Clear a suspect down, 10-4. That's 10-4. The officer's code 4. We have one suspect that's been shot.
Open your mind. Join the league. Join the league.
Only from the Prophet of Thought Series Media.
You know.
Open your mind. 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 Open your mind.